Good morning, chat. What's up? Guardians, how you doing? GM. Dude, Bancher's pulling out the Brew Monk. Definitely one of the top things I've seen so far. And of course, this super close map 3. By the way, I don't know who it was, but somebody was flaming me the other day for saying Auntie's Angels, like an auntie, like my old auntie. But that is how the casters also say it. So get owned, whoever that was. Holy shit. Where did I get all these subs? I'm just realizing yesterday when I turned on stream, I was at 51 sub points out of 100, and I plugged the partner plus goal. Now we're at 64. That's a lot more than I thought. Thoughts on the net controversy? Gotta read the rules. Is my response to that. But I will say it's kind of goofy for Blizzard to have a vendor with an item that you're not supposed to use. that's a that's a recipe for disaster. Drano's looking like he just got out of the vines. Wait, is he? I wasn't paying attention. Bro, the Havoc was so cool. The Havoc inspired me to log on to my Havoc, and that was a lot of fun. W WMDI pool. I saw a tweet last night that the neck had a different name or something. Maybe I started what the tweet was trying to say though. Um, like compared to what? A different name compared to like I don't know. I don't know the context of that is. Interesting way to check you over the rules having a veteran with banned items. You think it's just an elaborate like reading check? It's like when you have to scroll through and accept the terms and service, and then they'll put something at the end, be like, if you actually fully read this, like we'll give you $100, and then nobody reads it ever. Just a reading check. Interesting. So, I mean, that's almost every spec has been played. That's pretty cool. Dranos looks like he just got out of the mines. He looks like he's doing fine. He looks like a healthy young man. Is that the expos? Alright, I'll take a look. This little god comp auto lost around 2 weeks to a necklace that existed under a different name on the vendor. On the left, band necklace. On the right, not band necklace. Damn. Actually, you know what I could do, by the way? I could just log on and go look at the vendor. You guys want to see what the vendor has? Guys, I have inside access. I can show you what it looks like. Can you explain how the spec DQ, how specs are banned? Yeah, sure. So basically, in these best of threes that get played, after each map, imagine every time you play a spec, a tally gets attached to it, right? So after map 1, every spec you play has a tally of 1, so you have five different specs. Each team has 5 specs with a 1 tally on it. Each team has to pick the 3 most played specs. Well, sometimes you have an option, sometimes you don't. After map 1, you have the option, right? You can ban 3 of any of the 5 specs, okay? So let's say you have a team that bans everything except for Unholy DK and Augvoker, alright? They run a comp and they ban their other 3 specs. Map 2, that means the Unholy DK and Augvoker are available again. Maybe they choose to play it in map 2. After map 2, however, they will now have 3 specs with a tally of 1, right? Because they'll have 3 new specs. And 2 specs with a tally of 2, right? Because the Unholy and Augvoker have been played twice. So that implies, after the second map, these 2 specs will have to be banned, because they have the highest tally. And then, from that, the teams will have to ban 1 of the 3 remaining specs. Okay? So basically, you have to ban 3 specs after every map, and it's specifically the highest tally of specs that you have to ban. But if there are specs, if there's more than 3 specs that have the same tally, you just pick what you get banned. Bro, just launching regular WoW? It's just on regular WoW. Alright, ready? We go to tournament realm. I mean, it is. I don't disagree that it is. I've already said this. It's silly to me that, first off, the 2 necks, I guess, have the same stats. But secondly, Blizzard put a neck that was banned on the vendor. Like, what are we doing? But whatever it was, I guess they couldn't take it back, and they communicated that. And it falls on the team for not reading the rules at the end of the day. Gotta read. Yeah, Kyle just did. But anyways, I'm just pulling up to the game now to show you guys what it looks like. So
I got what you need.
Here's the accessories vendor on the PTR. So here is which deck is it? Is it this one? Oh shit. Alright, I think it's this deck, right? That they wanted. Okay, the band necks come from this bag. It's a bag of necks that have a random chance to roll. Alright, so you would have to pick this, and then you would just loot a bunch of necks. Like, you would loot a neck. Oh, I got the wrong one. Loot another one. Oh, I got another one. And I remember okay, actually, when I saw this, I was like, what the hell is this? No, I never worried about this, because I like the stats from, like, the regular necks in the game. Specifically, this neck was good for some of my specs, and then the double socket neck owned. So I never really considered this one. But you would have to pull this random roll neck and roll it into the stats that they needed, which also happened to be the exact same stats on here. It's not like the neck was just listed on the vendor. Like you had to pick this out and then roll into it. So anyways, that's how that worked. Yo, wait, will we see? They might be the dungeon. Do we see physical god comp? Yo, inside access / who 90. Guys, they're in the dungeon already. Good luck. Good luck to my NA teams. Good luck to PhysComp. Wait. Am I spoiling shit? Hold up. I might be spoiling shit. I could get in trouble. Because I might be spoiling their comp. Actually, I mean, you could just look at they're streaming, right? That's not really that big deal. They're streaming. It's fine. It's fine. Wait, one sec. Yeah, thank you, Makes. That's actually a really good point. I'm super excited to see what physical comp brings to the table here today. You know what? I'll actually take this one over Zyro, but thank you for asking there, Rook. Triple Threat I think has a pretty big advantage coming into this one. They're the number 2 seed of the series, but I think they saw some shakes. There were some cracks in the armor the other day, so super excited to see what PhysComp brings out here to compete with them. But it's going to be an uphill battle, so you know they'll have to give it their all, really work together, take it one game at a time, and you know if they can make that all work out at the end of the day, then they're in a good spot. Somebody needs Zyro was mocking me, bro. Fuck, is he actually? Okay. Guys, it's over. Geratnos has always mocked you. Okay. My bad. I was so confused. Dude, that's good. I had to sell it. Janos full lumberjack, bro. Janos inspired me. I'm trying to grow my stash a little bit, and at least until it gets to a point that I don't like it anymore. Guys, I expect Physical God Comp to take. Wait, what was the map pool? They showed it earlier. I'm not gonna go back. I want to see the map pool, but I think there's a world Physical God Comp takes this map off of Triple Threat. Like I actually would go 2-1 Triple Threat here. That's my prediction. I think Mandatory look better than Triple Threat, hands down, without question. Now there's only been one day of the event, but yeah, Triple Threat has been slower in the maps that they've done compared to Mandatory. Maybe the key levels are a little bit different. I think he had a death or two as well. Okay, so we're full meta comps from the rip minus Outlaw for Physical God Comp. I mean it's hard to be fair. Outlaw and Acid they're very close. So, but I think target counting here is meaningful. But I think this is a pretty heavily triple threat favored dungeon. Wait, I'm actually surprised triple threat they didn't go for the I guess they've got their own route cook in this dungeon, but they didn't go for the triple captive pull. That's crazy because I'm pretty sure then I mean we'll see what the timer is at the end of the dungeon, but my guess is that direwolves and also what was their name? Exodia V. I'm pretty sure their routes are faster than triple threat. Unless they make up some crazy time later on. Twitch changed the route off rip? What do you mean? Oh, my cam's covering the cooldown timers a little bit. You got that kind of Italian rash stash. I don't know what that means, but W. Need to be more dense. Do my best. What day are you rating Serpentine Cavern and Tempest Keep in Anniversary? I have not logged into Anniversary in a long time. I wouldn't mind doing SSC and TK, but I have zero interest in doing the 2 mints and gearing my shaman. So it's probably not going to happen. I think I'm kind of not I don't think I'm touching Classic until Classic Plus. That's my guess. Is it a different poll than they planned? Wait, what? Are you listening in? Did they just like calm that? Okay, so triple threats pool here is a little bit bigger, I think. Sucks to hear. Always love watching your classic content. I appreciate that. But yeah, I mean, I've already played TBC, and I think my interest to play it again is kind of waning. So it'll be a classic plus angle for me. They'll stream their comms. Gotcha. I was just asking because I'm not listening in right now. You're gonna be like 40 when it comes out. Okay. Are we sure about that? Am I aging 13 years in like 1 year? For SSC and TK and Dan was at boring. Wait, is it was it post nerf for? Ooh. Damn. All right. Well, all eyes on triple threat. I mean, it definitely felt like they had an advantage coming into this one, but see how the rest of this map plays out. Is did they is the SSC and TK that came out like post nerf or like how difficult is it? Because I remember when I did it in like 2020, 2021. Was it 21 or 22? I remember it was like very difficult to try and pug, or like if you didn't have like a competent guild group, um, Vash and last boss in TK, Kelthas. What was his name? Kelthas? Really? Is that his name? Were quite difficult. Even there's a boss before Lady Vosh. like a giant that was, I remember, pretty difficult at the time. So the Murlocs running in and like getting thrown your healers, and they would just like one shot everyone. Kill Thos is what it was. Okay. They dropped a rock on the cadaver and it wasn't kickable. That is crazy. It's post nerf. Okay, okay. So I do remember the post nerf version was like considerably more forgiving. That makes sense. Well, and teams would still clear it day one regardless, but the number of teams that are clearing it would change for sure. So they had a very fast first boss split, triple threat, but maybe it is good. I don't know. I'm still somewhat convinced it's slower than the other teams. So I'll have to wait and see what the timer is at the end of the dungeon. I got spoilers. Physical God Combat actually wins. Oh shit. Real? Bro's watching 20 minutes in the future. So what's triple threat banning? It's definitely tank and healer. They're like off meta tank healer combo. And what do they like better? It's probably Devour. They probably keep the AUG and the DK. Right? Triple threat brought out. They were one of the teams that played Havoc, no? Or was that a different team? Oh, triple threat missed a dude. Okay, so they play more trash at the end of the dungeon in exchange for less trash at the beginning. I see. Interesting. This is a scary pull, though. If I was Wall's Life, I would have my wall up now, and I'd re-wall again when the AoE goes out. See how the leads go. There's Blur. Our Vilcar has not pressed a wall. There's the wall. Nicely done. At this point, the trash should start to die off, and we're chilling. Physical God Comp's count situation is a little weird. Maybe that's because of the poll they did earlier. Oh, I see. Switched on tag stuff. Did he get it? He ran through the beam and is tagging trash. What? Wait, that's so smart. You're a tank, so you can just live the beam. And the fixate, the tank, the boss isn't attacking you. Wait, that's so smart. He just fucking leaves. W adapt. W adaptation from physical god comp to get the reigning count they needed. Oh, Cast went off on the warrior, which they reflected. That's smart. Now we see. Wait, how much did Nox's damage jump up? Well, his damage was. He's actually already slamming this fight. I'm looking at the damage we do here, though. Oh, did it already go off? Right here. 700k reflect. Oh, that owns. W phase adapt. Yo, shout out to the core boys. All right. Triple Threat's gonna put up here like a what is it? 12-minute, 18-second run. That's my guess. I think that maybe that is maybe that is the fastest time we've gone so far. I don't know. We are joining core next. Yep. Dude, you and me, Kyle. Lock it in. Oh, I was 1 second off. All right, close predict. Close predict. What do they have a Tesla logo in their logo? Do they? Maybe they're sponsored by Tesla. I want to see them show like a breakdown of the yesterday's Pit of Sauron timers. With God Comp, I saw they got DQ'd or something. Yeah, they lost one of their matches yesterday. One of their matches, not match, sorry. One of their maps because they had a neck from, I presume, Sporefall on. That wasn't allowed. Oh, that skips the caster. Interesting. That's cool. Oh my god, I see. It was in the rock. That's crazy. It's a bad hair day moment. Honestly, not really today. Hair looked fine. I just felt like wearing a hat. Wild Way to Wipe? Call for a remake? What do you mean? Why is Meek so quiet? I have every other one of the casters are like Oh, maybe it's me. Hold up. Okay, I turned them up, but Miix is like especially quiet. Okay, looks like they're not going to show us the other pit timers. Let's see what the bands are going to be. I wonder if Triple Threat will bring out the app lock, like what Mandatory did. What'd you miss? Triple Threat pretty handily won map 1. That's basically it. Triple Threat is the name of a sex toy. Um, what? I think of Triple Threat. I think of like the basketball position before you've dribbled. It's a triple threat because you can shoot, pass, or dribble. I see. All right, interesting. Something like that does exist. I'm gonna need that. You definitely do not need that, Flames. That's not true. They could see Windwalker, Meek says. Okay. Show Google. No, I don't think I'm gonna do that. You guys can look for yourselves if you're curious. I gotta blow my nose. Are we into the map? We have. Yeah, we have the Athlock. All right. Triple threat pulling out the mandatory strat. Got a prediction channel points for next match. I don't really want to do that because setting up a prediction is like I don't know with Twitch overlay is like really annoying. And if I feel like if I do it for one match, I should do it for everyone. But if any mods wants to set that up, feel free. I think mods can do that. Should be. Maybe don't do it for this map if you're able to, but you could like test it. You could do like a test prediction if you wanted. Got a couple mods in the chat. Here, I'll add another mod as well. All right, W. Oh. Okay. Well, at least we have Incar now. Oh. That was in our Incar, wasn't it? Holy shit, that pool is tarred. Maybe it's a key level diff. When we had Mysara last week, guys, we had a 15. We had a 15 Mysara. So our Mysara was a lot easier. But they're trying to keep the poll going. We don't have Incarn though. We do have Barkskin plus Survival Instincts rolling. They're just laughing on stream. No, I'm not gonna tune into their PI or POV. If they're like, if the vibes are good, that's good. Guys, I had a question for you. When you're competing in these matchups, are you, imagine you're competing, all right? Are you tabbing over and checking the Warcraft stream mid-run? Or do you have it up on another monitor to see how the other team is doing? Or are you like, no, I just want to focus on myself and like just make sure I'm like locked in? 30 Depth Caverns? Hey, that's relatable. That's relatable. Our caverns wasn't good either. Never full lock-in. I'm spying hardcore. Type your least favorite dungeon. I actually really like Mysara. Just like thematically, it's a cool dungeon, I think. Um, so I'm of the opinion that I don't want to know anything about the other team because it'll like psych me out. I don't want to know anything about the other team. I don't want to know anything about the other like about the casters, what they're saying about us. I don't want to know what the prediction is ahead of time. As a competitor, I just want to focus on what I know, just to like alleviate my nerves, I guess. However, there is a competitive advantage to peeking over because it might inform you. Not in every dungeon, but in some dungeons, you might be able to pull more aggressively if you know you're behind. Which is what in Group A, what Sen Spellbook did against Mandatory in Game 3 of the finals. They did an insane pull in the last boss, which was like basically had almost no chance of actually working out, but they did it because they were behind, right? So tabbing over gives you the ability to recognize that you have to make decisions like that. Or conversely, if you guys fail and wipe like we did, it gives you the understanding of how aggressive you have to pull the rest of the dungeon. Like if you have a bunch of deaths but you're still ahead, then you just play out your normal route or play safe even. But if it puts you behind, then you know you have to play more aggressively. They get ahead, it would demoralize me and potentially cause you to play worse. Yeah, I think if I knew we were behind, I think I would feel like a little bad about it. So I'd rather just be ignorant. I I would look because I perform better with more pressure. Oh shit. You think having a sixth person to look at the stream so you can ask question if you ask you want to know? If you're gonna have a sixth person on your team, the sixth person should be communicating the route to you guys, like some nuances with the route, like reminder for this pool. W, you're gonna tag the pack on the left. Zotzi, you're getting the two packs very far, and you guys are grouping on the gravestone. Make sure Wallace Life and Swag, you guys are kicking first, and then Gubby and Teeth, you guys are second kicks. Okay, now we're gonna do Zatsky's leg sweep into Rop, arm back to first kicks. That's what a six man would do and do well if you were running a six man. Which I don't know if any teams actually play, by the way, which is interesting because they use 21st mans exist in the race. And I think it's objectively true that a six man would make your team better, but nobody does it. I guess nobody has the pash to that level. Okay, what up? I heard of some teams having a six man's voice to watch the opponent's stream and let them know if they should adapt mid run. I have not, but maybe something like that exists. Are competitors using the default Blizzard UI, or is this just for the caster PV? This is just for the caster PV. Echo ran Mirror's six man one time. He said it was so fucking boring. Yeah, that's also the downside to that. If you're not playing in an MDI, it's so brutally boring. Like, you put in so much practice. The prep for the MDI is like way more intensive than the race. Because the race doesn't come out for the race is really the only practice of the race happens when the raid actually comes out, and then the Royal Force guilds clear the raid within like a week or two of the raid coming out, right? Mythic raid coming out. If it's a like delayed release at the start of the expansion, like what it was this time around, then I guess they have another week of heroic. But in the case of the MDI, like the dungeons have been out for several months at the point when they actually do the MDI, so they've had a lot more time to prep them. If you're not playing, it's just, yeah, I can imagine that being mind-numbingly boring. Yeah, triple threat with a big bull and big pull to the boss. They did the skip. I think their Augavoker probably got the damage buff as well. I can't tell, not gonna lie. But no, they're cooking this. This is gonna be a 2-0 series. Search I was good. Oh, my neck. It's easier to get into Rogue. I'm a main warrior, but I really want to try it out to be my main alt. If you have experience playing warrior, I think I've heard Outlaw Rogue is similar to Fury Warrior. It's like very button mashy. So with that level of experience, potentially it is. Although I've never played Fury Warrior. I played Arms Warrior before. I guess Arms is kind of similar too. I think Sub Rogue is just baseline, quite an easy spec to pick up if you were interested. Asteroid is probably going to be the most different, but I don't think it's too crazy to play either. So Rogue could be a good alt choice, yeah. It's cool seeing a new team show me this incredible day one. Um, so Triple Threat has looked much better today, by the way, than they did yesterday. I don't know if I would say they're. I mean, it is expected though. Like they're the number one seed in this event. They're the number two seed for the entire tournament. I kind of expect them to be head and shoulders above the rest of the competition here. But they look good for sure today. I mean, Fury and Aloe is my favorite alt. W. There we go. There's a case endpoint to the what I was saying earlier. Also, want to say that your MDI video was really enjoyable to watch. It was really cool getting a kind of behind the scenes view of what all goes into competing in the MDI. Hell yeah. Appreciate that, Bustin. That was the goal. Part of the goal, at least, of that video. Thanks, bro. We worked hard on it. Okay. Shadow Kyle. Interesting. So they do manage to kill off both the bound defenders. Um, those bound defenders are really annoying to kill before the boss phases, and if you don't kill them, they reset. So there's a time crunch to kill the bound defenders before boss phases like this, but maybe that's one of the advantages of the app lock. Is you just multi-dot it and then they are getting owned the entire event, the entire boss fight. I don't actually know how app lock's damage profile works. All right, no lust for triple threat, but I'm pretty sure they're just gonna nuke this boss. Yeah, they are. Nice. Very, very well executed, Mysara. Very impressive. Wins next rating video? Had to ask, 'cause I haven't seen anyone else ask. Not tomorrow. Not anytime soon. Just want to say, Shindigs, I hated that video, but just that one specifically. It's all good, bro. But yeah, what up? What is called comp weapon? They squish died pull 2, and then their entire group folded, and then it happened again. So they had 2 full wipes on the second pull. Yoshine, I want to say that your Mythic rating series really encouraged me to go further, and I went from world rank 1600 to 300, and I love it. Thanks, man. Hell yeah, bro. Happy to hear that. And very nice. Congrats. Very impressive. Very impressive. Hope you're enjoying it up there. 50-minute plus 17. Yes, that's what we're doing on our weekly 17s, right? Paid chatters. Okay. Okay. Yeah, there's the death. Where do I collect my paycheck? So I'm not sure you guys are paid for typing my chat, but if you guys want to help me collect my paycheck, remember you can always subscribe with a Twitch Prime or Tier 1 subscription if you want to watch ad free. It's currently a 50-50 split between the streamer getting the money and Twitch. But if we hit our Partner Plus goal, if you exit full screen from the stream and you look down the bottom right, if we hit 100 points that month, I'll get applied to Partner Plus and get a potentially 60-40 or 70-30 split. So you guys want to help out your local streamer, then make sure you guys hit that subscribe button. Appreciate you. Currently in P1 White Factory on Lura. Yeah, that's very relatable place to Prague. Hey, it's Vivot number 69. It seems like you forgot to renew your subscription. First chat. Okay. That is true. You're in the P1 White Factory for all of Prague, by the way. Have fun. All right. Hell yeah. I'm gonna make some breakfast. Breakfast. I don't know what I'm making yet. I'll say you get groceries today. I'll figure that out. Jam Hats was good. Your best 30% P3 and still MP1. Yeah, yep. I've been there. Especially when I was playing DK for Prague. Like, at least once a night, we would fuck up the grips on the crystals and we would just explode. Holy shit, Jordy with the 5 gifted. Dude, Jordy. Thank you, bro. Jordy's making sure we hit that Partner Plus goal. I appreciate you, big dog. Made an egg, cheese, and hash brown breakfast bagel. That shit was amazing. That does sound good. When cooking stream? I don't know. If you guys give me a lot of money, then I might do a cooking stream. Tell you what. Deal? Shake on it? W. Anyways, we're back. Jordy, once again, I appreciate you. Thank you, bro. Nice pajamas, bro. Yo, thank you. Guys, whoever suggested, yo, bussin', you inspire me to make some breakfast bagels, so I'm doing that. I don't know if I'll have them done by the time the match starts, though, so we're working on it. Oh shit! Direwolves have a man down! Yo, guys, I need you to commentate while I'm not here. You guys are the commentator. Almost done. Wow, really close boss timers. Wait, Direwolves have another death? Why'd they die? What the hell? Or back, we're back, we're back. Okay, okay, what's the deal? Fill me in. What the hell's happened? I saw one of their deaths. They had a healer go down or something. But I don't know what their other death was too. Also, oh my god, wait, holy subs. Mystic Cat with the Twitch Prime. Q Troll with the tier 1 in 3 months. Thank you, bro. Planix CTV with the Twitch Prime. Thank you, thank you, thank you, guys. Healer died twice? Oh shit. Dude. Direwolves having like offshoot deaths has kind of plagued them so far. Every map they've had like 1 or 2 deaths is just random stuff. But they have some like pretty competitive timers from what I've seen. Ooh. That's a good point as well. They are playing like meta comp compared to Auntie's Angels. So Direwolves ideally need to take this dub, or they'll be at a pretty significant disadvantage for the later 2 maps. If Direwolves had an in-hand shaman, they this poll, they wouldn't be 30 seconds behind. Okay, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Guys, check these bad boys out. Ham, cheese, egg, chipotle mayo sandwiches. Damn. I've not had breakfast sandwich in a while. This is a good show. Can I get one? No, but you could make one. It took me like 5 minutes to make it. That's pretty quick. All right, Flame. See you in 10 minutes. Oh, Divine's healing. Well, that's interesting. Yo, is that the backshot guy? Yeah, sometimes you gotta rein him in. All right. I mean, I think in this dungeon, it's really difficult to recover timer. It's so linear. So I really don't see direwolves getting away back into this run. Unless Auntie's Angels somehow make a mistake. Interestingly, we actually played Auntie's Angels comp exactly, but we were infinity slower than them. So they're clearly doing something better than we were. For sure, we played the same route as well. I haven't paid a lot of attention, but also Nezra doing this without Void Meta is pretty insane. Hmm. Oh, direwolves. Ooh. Damn. Actually, also I lied. We did not play the same comp Auntie's Angels did. We instead of the Warlock, we had an Ellie Shaman. And instead of a Shaman, we had a Archwood, I think. Yeah, we'll try the big one. I mean, this is a normal pull with their route. Um, I didn't see if they pulled the destroyers. If they pulled the destroyers, then it's not a normal pull. Plus destroyers, that's a very scary. But that could have been a pull they did to like try and make up some time. What's the meta comp right now? I would say the meta specs or comp slash comp, it's dungeon dependent, but as a general rule, Guardian Druid, Mistweaver, Augmentation Evoker. Mistweaver can flex, honestly. Mistweaver's not that. You play multiple healer specs that heal the dungeon. It just depends on what makes it the fastest. That's not necessarily the case. It's not necessarily the case that it's Mistweaver, but I think Mistweaver is pretty safe. Aug Evoker, I would say like Devour, Unholy Decay. And one of those DPS specs, I think you could flex for a Warlock class, and you'll do very similar damage. Depending on the damage dungeon, you might even do more. But I would say those are like meta comps. So like, you kind of know how heavily a team is investing into a map, depending on how many of those roles get filled. And I would say specifically, it's like the Guardian Druid plus Augmentation Evoker are probably the most important specs. Followed by the Decay and Devour. And then I think the healer is kind of in the bottom. 5 bear tanks is meta. Enhance is also very meta. Okay, guys, I think we forgot what meta means, but you know, it's all good. All good. Oh my god, wait, we got a prediction. Yo, I saw. W. Wait, I can still predict. Wait, this is an easy win. You just prick. I'm predicting for Auntie's Angels, bro. It's 21k to 0. I can still predict. Wait. But guys, if you just think if you predicted for Dire Wolves right now and they won, you would get so many points. Holy shit. Dude, W. Thank you, Jordy. I put the BO3. Okay. Oh, I guess it is in the title. Alright, I mean, Dire Wolves could come back. We got some more people voting. Or committing their channel points. It is a big return if Dire Wolves turns the series around. Hell yeah. Alright, does Auntie's Angels one face the boss? No Og! This is a little sketchy, but not impossible. Uh, 5 seconds. Yeah, they do enough. They have to do a little bit in this phase, but they've done enough. Well done. All right, very well played. Good job, Auntie. Guys, what does Auntie's Angels mean, by the way? Like, is that... Does anyone know what that means? Does anybody, like, has anybody spoken with people from that team? I can't imagine what that means. Who is Auntie? That's what I'm saying. What's for lunch? Now, this is technically my breakfast, but I guess you call it lunch. I made a couple of breakfast sandwiches. Ham, cheese, egg, chipotle mayo. Simple, but it's good. Oh, it was aggro. God, that's so unfortunate. All right, you guys actually might not know this. Okay, you guys definitely don't know this. The gather on that pull with a Prot Warrior is so insanely sketchy. During our practice, when I was playing Devour, I would press Immo Aura, and I would pull Threat and die. Now, Immo Aura doesn't do damage, alright? But it does heal you for, what is it, 30% of your health over like 6 seconds? And the problem is when you pull all 4 of those guys, there are 2 Conjurers in the pack, and the Conjurers have a pet that pulses AoE damage the moment you start the pull. So you're taking damage the moment you pull those packs, which implies the Immo Aura, which I'm pressing for damage, but also conveniently heals me, causes me to get healing threat, and you'll pull shit and die. So literally, and I kid you not, they got Bowling Balled. W. I kind of... Oh, this is a Warlock. So during... Basically what I had to do and to adjust is I, like, literally could not press Immo Aura during the gather. Which meant my damage was slower, but it was the only way we could consistently do the pull and not blow up. Can you pre-immo since pre-healing doesn't aggro? I don't play Demon Hunter. Well, I don't... Okay. I don't think you can immo inside the bubble. I think any additional orbs you spawn will, like, despawn. Actually, I don't know if I've ever tested that. I assumed that you couldn't, though. But yeah, like... Like, the pull happens immediately, though. So even if, like, the moment the bubble goes down, if I hit Immo Aura, I'll still be healing when the pull is happening, and my tank will struggle to get threat because of it. So it's just... This is specifically a Prot Warrior thing, by the way. Just that pull on Prot Warrior, gathering it is so sketchy. So seeing the healer die the way they did, like, makes sense. And that is why I had to do the pull in a specific manner to avoid dying. So. Okay, 17 Windrunner. This is going to be an interesting map. On 15 last weekend, groups were pulling fucking the entire wings. But I don't know if you can do that on a 17. Windrunner is a good one. I agree. There are a lot of, like, really interesting skips you can do in here, too. The dungeon on 17 or 18 with a Vengeance Demon Hunter and instant aggro with life movements. I mean, I don't know if your tank probably wasn't doing the pulls they're doing in this MDI, but I guess if you ever rip threat on that pull, that's probably why. It's probably healing aggro. Especially if the gather is slow. Why aren't you in LA with Max at the Red Bull Soapbox Derby? That's the thing when they, like, ride down those, like, m- those funny vehicles on like an obstacle course. Isn't that like a European thing? That thing does sound pretty cool. Why are they doing it? And is Max there? If so, that's pretty funny. They're in LA this year. Okay, okay. I do not live in LA though. It's pretty far. All right, guys. The channel prediction is closing in like 5 seconds for the BO3. You know what? Somebody has 500 points on Dire Wolves. I respect it. If you win, you got a massive return. Oh, we have a rogue. Yo, let's go, Donnie. Dude, holy chills. See another rogue that isn't me, Zero, or Walks is like really hype because it implies somebody else plays rogue and thought it was good enough to play. That is like maybe Donnie's a rogue player. I don't know the guy, but somebody else outside of like the stereotypical rogue players is playing a rogue. Holy shit. But yeah, Auntie's Angels have full meta comp in here. I think they're at a pretty massive advantage. Looks like they're doing a meld skip. They're gonna meld skip the first Willbringer and then pull everything onto boss and Lust. Shroud is faster. Okay. Wait. Oh, they're doing a different route. I thought their Shroud broke, but when we did this skip, we shrouded past everything, but we had our tank meld skip the Willbringer off to the side because the Willbringer has true sight. But yeah, this is a pretty chill pull for Direwolves. They're going to do a bigger pull on a boss later with their 2 minutes come up. All eyes on Auntie's Angels right now. This is a massive, massive pull. On a 17, this is terrifying. They do have Lust, though. They do have Lust. They're basically rotating kicks on the on Callus right now with two players, and then the other two will just slam kicks into Poison Blades whenever they're up. But a lot of Poison Blades go off at the same time, and if you get unlucky in this fight, you can just get 100 0'd if you get assassinated by these cutthroats here. So once the cutthroats are dead, the danger of this pull is gone. You see Divine Spin losing like half his health right there, just randomly. Augavilker almost goes down. No cheat though. There's the Cocoon. And they made it through most of the danger of this pull. The Behemoth being up is like a lot of extra group damage, but it's not like unplayable. The rest of the damage for this fight is predictable. They also kill the Willbringer before it does its next Shrieking Cast, which is a good chunk of damage that they've saved here. Comparatively, for Direwolves, they do have Lust. They're going to boss here with Death Marks. This boss is going to get absolutely obliterated. And it's also, but it's a lot safer of a pull, and now they are behind on the timer. So I will say, if Donnie's playing Short Shroud, which he should be, they'll have Shroud back again for when they go into the second wing, which is advantageous. It allows you to skip one of the Dragonhawks that are very, very annoying. One of the early Dragonhawks in that wing, which I imagine they'll probably play to do, especially since they played an extra pull here. They should have more count. Yeah, they'll have more count by the time these two mobs die. They'll probably be up like 5% count maybe. So depending on how deep Direwolves go after this boss, they could actually make up some time here, but I don't know. We'll see what Auntie's Angels has cooked up. Okay, interesting. So they go for the 4-man meld to get past the caster. They're not skipping the Dragonhawk. Auntie's Angels need the count from this. They Wormstone skip to get the Evoker back, but they avoid the early Steward, so that's -1 debuff, -1 kick. The question now is, how far does Auntie's Angels go? I find it hard to believe you go all the way to the boss on a 17, and they are not going all the way to the boss on a 17. I mean, I don't have Bless, so I guess it makes sense. All right, so on the Direwolf side of things, that is the exact same strat that we did to ship the first Dragonhawk. Because we're skipping this Dragonhawk, we could go further if we're the Direwolves. However, it's a fucking 17. Are they gonna go? There's a trap in the doorway. They're going to go! Direwolves are going! This could be the comeback of the century. Oh, they're stopping. No. No. They're stopping. I mean, this is so many fucking mobs, bro. I guess you just can't do it on 17. Nar. All right, so back to Auntie's Angels here. So they're going to Ember Dawn with all the outdoor trash here. On a 17, this is pretty scary. Okay, the mini boss mob, the dot puts out, it's hard as fuck. Also, you have stops with Dragonhawk, so we're in trouble. We have all our cooldowns available. There's a Bloated Lasher coming in late. The Bloated Lasher coming in as late as it did, actually, I think is a misplay. You typically, when we were looking into gathering this that mob on this pull, we found it was more advantageous to kick it in and have it run in. When you let it cast and slowly run in late, it will eventually get in, but it's going to have so much health, it's going to live so much longer. So Ember Dawn or Auntie's Angels are going to have to compete with this Bloated Lasher, just putting a nasty debuff on them for the rest of the fight. And when they're out of cooldowns, it is actually pretty scary. Here it is, Spore Dispersal. So this plus overlaps of other mechanics. This one looks like it's okay because it's outside of the AoE that Ember Dawn's doing, but even so. Meanwhile, on the side of Direwolves, yeah, they only have a couple of Dragonhawks that they're pulling into the boss here. Much less scary for them. Unfortunately, Direwolves pulling the way they have hasn't really enabled the Assassination Robe. So I was going to press Deathmark here with no funnel, and we're not an execute. It's very unfortunate for them. It is a deathless run, but we're not. I feel like we're not really utilizing the rogue that we brought for Shroud skips. At least on this boss specifically. It is worth noting, technically, Direwolves has more count. Now, I don't know what that changes for their route at the end of the dungeon. But there's one more potentially very scary pull you can do here. Auntie's Angels could take the Breaker pull, so the double Breaker, all the archers, and go straight into double Mystic. This was a pretty ballsy pull on a 15, so chances are they're probably not doing it on a 17, but they could. And it looks like they will not be doing it. So this could be a Direwolves catch-up condition here. Can they go bigger, or are they too far behind for it to matter? They were down almost 45 seconds, a little over 45 seconds after the first boss, so Donnie with the cloak clear on the fire tornadoes here. I like it. Selfless play right there. They're so far behind. No, it's Auntie's Angels' game to lose at this point. Okay, Auntie's Angels, they do a late chain here. So this is good for them. The Devour Demon Hunter is going to be pissed off because they're going to have to deal with interrupting screeches during this, the Breakers interrupts during this pull. But we are going to double pull Mystic. There's going to be a fuck ton of group damage here. This is a very scary pull. All eyes on Auntie's Angels here. We did see a death out of Polish Mountain on this exact pull. On a 15, mind you. This is very scary, especially on a 17. There's the Breaker coming in. It's especially scary on this pull because the Mystics will bloodlust everything around them, and it stacks. So all of these mobs are double bloodlusted right now. Actually, I think only one of the lusts have went out. There's the second bloodlust. Okay, all the mobs are double bloodlusted right now. We'll see how long it lasts. Yaunt is getting his actually fisted right now, by the way. No Incarn. And we're in Barkskin. We do have Survival Instincts rotating up. Flame Nova goes out. We got our kicks. Rotating through our last walls. It looks like they've managed to get through this pull. And the boss is up. Honestly, very well executed by Auntie's Angels. Very impressive, very impressive. The Breaker is still alive, by the way. That's kind of funny. I baited people into picking Direwolves. Is that narrative we're going with? No banish with Groat with Deathmark? In a dungeon, it's not always correct that you pair your Groat with your Deathmark. Your rogues need resell to burst. So, Rogue is the only spec that really gains any value from stealth. I mean, technically sub does, but it's like so insignificant that it's not really any kind of benefit. Assassination's Rogue's Garrote, which is one of their two primary bleeds, is 50% stronger when used from stealth. And the dot will last like 30 seconds. So, Rogue, which you, by the way, you spread to like all the mobs in the pool. So, Rogue does gain like a small percent of damage. I don't know how much it is. Maybe it's like from pull to pull on average. Maybe it's like you'll do 5% more damage, 5 to 10% more damage that pull if you have it. Probably 5%. But that's it. It's not nearly as impactful as it was in the War Thin. You'll get so much return? Okay, I did say that. I did say that. No worries, Smell. Yeah, this is a very fast Winter Aspire. For reference, guys, I think our best Winter Aspire time was like 15 flat. That was on a 15. Which, by the way, other teams put up faster timers than we did. We cocooned the Death Knight on pole. Interesting. That was up 4 on clones or something. No, they just pulled safer. Auntie's Angels did a basically like compare their boss splits. Boss 1 was where Dire Wolves lost most of their time. And that was solely a difference of routing. ISO behind. I mean, yeah, it's just route. Basically, Dire Wolves played one more pull than Auntie's Angels did at the start of the dungeon, which was effectively a difference of what you see on the timer. The second boss split, I think they didn't. I don't like the way they pulled the trash. They had like a really, really big first trash pull on the way to Emberdawn, and then a really small pull onto Emberdawn itself. Whereas Auntie's Angels kind of split those two pulls evenly. I don't really think it makes a big difference for Auntie's Angels how you play those two pulls. I mean, I guess Demon Hunter just gets some funnel value from it, so maybe it does. But as the Asa Rogue, I would much rather have do the pull style that Auntie's Angels did to have more funnel to Emberdawn. Basically, Donnie presses cooldowns on Emberdawn with no funnel and non-execute, which basically like the value of the Assassination Rogue goes way down after that. And I mean the dungeon was over at that point. They're just so far behind it. Bumbleclot Wallahi. Okay, are we just emoting, Kyle? Yo, alright, believers. Well done. Good prediction. Not gonna lie, that was an easy one for you guys. That was an easy one. The next matchup, though, won't be so easy. I say that, and I actually don't know what the next matchup is. But I think we're headed to the lower bracket now. We're gonna have some scrappers going out. Pedals? Pedals, don't you disrespect my rogue like that, bro. Pedals, come on, bro. You know they didn't pull around the rogue's cooldowns, bro. Oh yeah, well, they're not playing Boom. Nobody's playing fucking Boomkin because Boomkin's shit, Teddles. Yeah. All right, yo, GG's, good series. Not gonna lie, Dire Wolves look better in some of the other maps. I think Auntie's Angels just kind of gapped them. I mean, no, they had a better Auntie's Angels, clearly a better round in Windrunner Spire. In seat, I guess it might have been closer with their deaths, but even so, it seemed like Auntie's Angels were just faster. Bro, Flames, you're back from your 10-minute timeout, and you're just immediately back into gooning, bro. Dude, Flames. I've been going through the list that you sent me, by the way. I've been checking off some of the manhwas. Loki, I stayed up way too late last night reading one. It was good. What ones have I been reading? Dude, there's so many. So many, dude. Have I read The Lord of Mysteries? I don't think I read that one, though. Or the name isn't familiar. The last one, I can tell you the last one I've been reading. I have to check my phone, though. I don't remember the name of it. Let me, I'm gonna put my, dishes away, and I'll tell you. which is barely qualified versus Blame the Healer. That's the 24 seed versus the 11 seed. No, 25th seed. Okay, I mean, Blame the Healer has a pretty big advantage there. Watching like a trailer right now. What is this? Eternal Breath Destiny Night 10/10 if you have not read it. Okay, so I'm reading right now is the Second Coming of Gluttony. It's I'm enjoying it right now. The beginning is kind of weird. Also, maybe it's just like the translation I'm reading it off of. But it's been kind of hard to follow at times, but I've enjoyed it. Eternal Regressing Night. Have I read that? I've read a lot, guys. I just don't remember the names of them. I think some of my favorite manhwas off memory or mangas. I get confused. Tabate, beginning after the end. That one was really good. And also The Legend of the Northern Blade. I like those. Tabate's even ongoing. Yeah, the thing is, here's my problem is I'll like binge read a series where I'll just read before I go to bed. And I'll do that every night until I'm caught up in the series. And then I never read it again. So like I read maybe 140 chapters of Tabate, and I have not touched it since then. I can't reread. Like the problem is like I won't touch it for several months till like I more chapters can come out. And if I try to get back into it after that point and I pick off where I left from, I don't remember anything. So it's just I just doesn't hit the same. So either I have to reread it, but I don't want to reread it because I've already done that. Tabate's kind of at a point though where like I read it like several years ago. So I probably could reread it now and it'd probably be good. Eternally Regressing Night. What is this? Oh, I've read this, yeah. Yeah, okay, dude, this Eternally Regressing Night is so good, bro. I remember this one. I don't know how far up I got, what chapter I got to. Maybe I can tell you. That's a really good pull. Oh, here. This is where I last read. Um, I stopped reading at chapter 85 because I guess that's when I got caught up when I was last reading it. Well, there's like 25 new chapters. Okay, shit. I was seeing any of the Northern Blade. No, Northern Blade had the same problem. I read like the first 90 chapters, and I was super invested, and then I got fully caught up, and I haven't touched it since. Revenge of the Iron-Blooded Swordhound is a great one. I also read that until I was caught up, and I haven't touched it. That one, I think, when I read it, was still pretty early on, like 30 chapters or something. Infinite Mage, also read that one. Same thing, guys. I've read a fuck ton of these. I for it was like for me it was a period from like 20, 2022 to like 2025 that I was crazy slamming them. And I haven't been reading in like I probably haven't gone into a series in like almost a year. But recently I had the itch, and so I've been reading again. Bro, Slot Mama is great, dude. True. So Leveling, yeah, read that fully. I read that. I read the entire thing. Read the Box Insane, bro. Flames was recommending me, trying to put me onto that one. I tried it. I couldn't get into it. I couldn't get into it, but I heard it's good. Well, I'm actually kind of surprised that there are so many of you that like read or are in. Cosmic Heavenly Demon 3077 is a great one. Bit slower slide, but I love it. I don't think I've heard of that. Let's see. I have not read this one. Cosmic Heavenly Demon. How many chapters are out? Well, I left my bathroom light on. One sec. Also, dude, another one I didn't tell you about Flames was I also read the Dungeon Porter one. That was pretty good. But yeah, there weren't that many chapters out, so I hate Muram Madwas. Yeah, I don't really like Muram, bro. I can't get behind it, dude. There's only been a few that I've actually read through. What the hell? Uh, no way. Carla goes brr. Carla goes brr. Fuck, I can't roll my R's. Brr, brr. Dude, I'm trying. Brr. Yo, I can kind of do it. Brr, brr. Carla goes brr. Okay, there's 88 episodes, this Cosmic one. Interesting. I haven't heard of it. Oh, I see. It's a Murum one. Ew. Okay. Return of Blossoming Blade is my goat. Holy shit, you guys are giving me so many recommends. I'm having to check if I've read them or not. Don't think I read this one. Alright, interesting. Infinite Gotcha is also one of my favorites as well, if you haven't heard. Yeah, I read that. I've read part of that one. I don't think I read through the entire series. I dropped it at some point. It started to get, like, really confusing, but it was... I read, like, over 100 chapters, I think. Extras Academy Survival Guide, read that one. I gave you a list of Murum manhwas. Why was that on there? I probably skipped over it because it's a Murum. Astral Regression is good, but it's also Murum? Okay, no. Yeah, I have not read many. I think I was turned off by it because I read like a really, really slop one. I think it just like tainted my perspective of them. Swordmaster's Son. I don't know if I heard of those before. I can't tell if I've read this before. It sounds like something I would have read though. Swordmaster's Son. Yo, by the way, mods. Oh my god, you put it out before I could even put it. Guys, we have barely qualified the 25th seed of the tournament. That should not have qualified, by the way, but they made it in because another team ahead of them was not able to compete. The 25th seed versus the 11th seed. Blame the Healer. I do think Blame the Healer has a massive advantage. However, if you want to score some big points, not gonna lie, barely qualified their first map, looked pretty good. Pretty good, pretty good. Get your channel points in. Also, just a heads up, I'm going to run ads right now before the match begins so that they don't happen during the match. Remember, you can skip ads with a Twitch Tier 1 or Twitch Prime subscription. You won't miss anything. I'll see you in a bit. Oh shit, I lied. They are missing shit. We're missing the start of them. Oh, we have some... Yeah, barely qualified, looking to be running the more quote-unquote meta comp, but yeah, Frosty K is an interesting pool, for sure. Alright, so the two teams are getting to the same spot, roughly the same time here. Not too much to be expected in the first part of the dungeon. You're limited in what you can pull because of the two doorways that are forced entry. or have forced RP locked behind killing certain mobs. We gotta kill this Pyromancer to advance the next part of the dungeon. It looks like Blame the Healer is slightly faster at this point in time. But JRL goes down! A Pyro Blast going off. That's not good. That will give the lead back to Barely Qualified, our 25th seed of the tournament. Now, Barely Qualified, I think, need this win. They have a lot of meta specs on the table. They can get rid of the Frosty K. That's not big of a deal. Not that big of a deal. I guess they get rid of the Warlock next if they have Devour as a playable spec. Interesting tech. They get the Worm buff on their Unholy or their Frosty K into the boss. This is actually really good. I like this. But are they going to pull threat and instantly die? That's usually how it goes for Frosty K. Hopefully they live. They do IBF. We're doing 2 mil burst. Oh my god. We got 0 ethical damage. All pad. But, hey. If we need those worms to die, we're killing the worms. And, I mean, Frosty K probably gets Kajiga value out of that, the worm debuff, because their damage gets out so fast. That said, they're only 10% ahead of Blame the Healer right now, but Blame the Healer does have a death on the board, so they are a bit slower. What is the buff? Good question. So, when you kill the worms in this dungeon, as you kill them, they'll deal damage to your party, but they apply it's technically a debuff. They'll apply a debuff to your group that increases the damage you deal by 1% per worm that you kill. However, there are also items throughout the dungeon you can interact with that give you 10 stacks of the same buff. All right? There was one in the room that they were previously in. In this room right here, in each of the corners of this courtyard, there's a buff. So after they kill this pack, one of their DPS could go over there and get the buff. I think it's this, where my cursor is right here. It's this item right here. And these are scattered all throughout the entire first section of the dungeon. So DPS are free, especially if you have cooldowns, can just go and loot that to get extra damage. Now it does have a cast time, and obviously you have to go click it, so there's some downtime you'll suffer, but if you can do it in between pulls, right, that's very convenient. And guys, it's a pretty even split right now in the prediction. You can still move your prediction. You can put points on either team right now. Not gonna lie, Barely Qualified off to a good start. But remember, Blame the Healer has some of their stronger specs available for later in the dungeon. So the longer the series goes, the better Blame the Healer is going to look. Why mandatory not lose a map when they equip to the wrong neck, but every team going for lost map? Philip, good question. It's because when Group A began, there was no ruling on the necks being available or not. Okay. Also, I don't know if mandatory actually wore the neck, but I'll tell you an example that did happen. So somebody from Polish Mountain was wearing the neck, and when I guess the admins learned that Polish Mountain. Oh my God, guys, wait, I'll finish that thought in a second. All eyes on this pool. This is a terrifying pool, by the way. Very, very scary. These rune spellbreakers just destroy through your group. We need to use Mel, we use AMS to help mitigate some of that damage going out. Ideally, we want to get another glaive thrown on our DK so that they can meld it. But it looks like the pool's actually mostly killed off here, so they're doing fine. On the side of Blame the Healer, they've also made it through the pool mostly, but Barely Qualified are rotting. Oh, they get picked back up. Holy, Mistweaver Monk is OP. There are still 3 spellbreakers left, which is unfortunate, but it looks like Blame the Healer might be spawning the boss first. I think they just did more damage this pool, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. I mean, it's neck and neck right now. Just the death that's really putting Blame the Healer behind. But anyways, back to what I was saying. So, I don't exactly know the details of the mandatory situation, but I know on day 2, against Sin Spellbook, Polish Mountain had one of their players that had the neck on, but there was no ruling on the neck. And so what they did is they just remade the map. They said, hey, you can't wear that. You have to go put on a different neck. But because there was no prior ruling on the matter, there was no like DQing or forfeiting of the maps. The admins just asked them to redo it. In the case of Group B in this event, there was a ruling in advance because I guess they learned from the Group A teams, like, hey, there's a neck that's not supposed to be, people are not supposed to wear. Let's write a post about it. They put it in the Discord, pinged all the competitors, so everyone was given that information. So in the case of Physical God Comp, then wearing that neck after the ruling went out, right? They just didn't read the rules. So that's the main difference. Is it was communicated in advance that that was explicitly not allowed, whereas in Group A that was not communicated. Is there a downside to the buff, or is it just pure DPS increase? It is a pure DPS increase. The only well, I guess there is a downside, but the downside only comes from when you actually kill the worms that give it. The interactable items, there's like zero downside. The worms, when you kill them, they deal damage to you, right? So if you typically you're gonna see groups that just like press all their walls when the worms die. Bro, the prediction ends in 30 minutes. I mean, I guess you got some time to make some predictions. That's what I'm hearing. Wasn't the neck the exact same stacks as the other neck that was allowed? Yes. Well, in the case of Physical God Comp, yes. Which is kind of funny. And, you know, admittedly, pretty silly, right? Because there's basically zero change on the competitive integrity of the event by virtue of Physical God Comp wearing the neck that they did. Like, literally zero change at all with the damage that they gained from it compared to what they could have gained if they could have gotten if they used the non-banned neck variant. But that still doesn't change the fact that they were asked not to use it, and they did use it, so. It's not just silly, it's more like to DQ someone for that, or even make a rule that you can't use it when it's the same stats. I mean, I agree in the case of that specific neck, but the way the neck works, by the way, this is a very scary pull for both teams. It looks like Blame the Healer has progressed through it faster than Barely Qualified have. They were also, Blame the Healer was also faster on the second boss. So Blame the Healer is just faster right now, by the way, it seems from their pacing, but that death has really put them behind. It's going to be down to the wire here. I think Blame the Healer might have the damage to like slowly make up their time to discrepancy over the remainder of the dungeon, but we're going to see here. So they are spawning the boss here. What? Oh! The Void Terror almost went off. Oh my god. Insane stop. Okay, I mean, they're spawning the boss like 15 seconds later. Might be 20 seconds. I do think... Well, I don't know. We're gonna have to see. Both teams are running a Warlock. I think the Ogged Warlock on Barely Qualified will do Kajiga damage this boss. So that bodes very well for them. I don't know how Frosty K is at this target count. Not gonna lie. But yeah, so the neck was the neck is the same as how the BOE rings worked in the War Within, where it's like you get a random statted. You'll get a neck with like a combination of random secondary stats. And so I guess the one that Physical God Comp used just happened to have the same stats as the one that they did on live, but it could have very well been the case that it didn't. And the problem with them allowing that is what happens if another team sees that and then they go and use the same neck, but they use a different stat variant that isn't available, right? And now you have a bit of a dilemma if you're the people running the tournament. So they just make a hard rule that you can't use it. Now again, I totally agree. It's silly the fact that it happened to have the same secondary stats. There was no competitive advantage, and the fact that it's on the vendor, super goofy, right? Like why is that a thing? But it doesn't, regardless of the reasons, if the administrator of the tournament tells you a something and gives you a rule, it's not correct to then just go and not abide by that rule, right? Why the fuck would you not just take the neck off? Why take the risk? I mean, I guess they just didn't read, right? They weren't aware of the they weren't aware. I'm sure if they were, they would have swapped the neck out. That's just all it was. But all right, so Blame the Healer is killing off the third boss at a little under 12 minutes here. And they are exactly, dude, they are tied. Oh my god. I mean, it's gonna come down to the wire here. Holy shit. Is the one from the Raid X patch? I believe so. Agnes? Won the version mirrors using the previous facility. Yeah, but again, and the reason I guess they weren't DQ'd or whatever for it was because at the time, Blizzard didn't even know that was on the vendor, so there was no ruling on it. Basically, they learned from Group A and they were like, they told the other groups, hey, you can't use this neck. I realized we're not live. I gotta fix that after this match. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so Barely Qualified have to skip here, whereas Blame the Healer can just run to the last boss. So does that mean Barely Qualified's pull is going to be done a little bit faster and they have the gate? I think Barely Qualified have the advantage here. They pulled it! They pulled! They pulled! No! They have to go to the boss. They have to play it. Barely Qualified. Oh my god. Guys, the Void Caller on this boss never fucking dies. Okay, here's what you need to look out for, alright? Two things. We need to kill off all of the remaining trash to get all of our kicks. Or what's that? We have B-Res, but our time advantage is fried, I think. Nah. Yeah, but then you have to have a wipe here. Bro. What I was going to say is that so this pull and last boss is, well, firstly, kicks. You have to kill off all the remaining Void Tears, but it's kind of difficult. These mobs are like off the boss, so it's kind of hard to kill them, especially if you're targeting the boss. Two is the tank. Your tank gets actually fucked on this boss. Although it is a 15 keystone level, when we were doing this on a 17, our tank could not survive very long with the Tyrant. Three, if you're not maintaining the Void Caller, it will never die. It'll just heal the entire boss. So we just have extra unavoidable ad damage to deal with. Now, technically, it is funnel if you have any classes that benefit from funnel, but I don't think any of these classes do, so. Barely Qualified are going to play it out, but the death just fried them. Butt pulling, dude. Oh, that's so close. God, they're going to be kicking themselves for that one. The way this works as a competitor, by the way, is once the other, if you lose the match and the other team finishes, there are admins in your group, which you're in a raid group, by the way, and they'll type in the raid chat. So like they'll see in their raid chat, in like 10%, they're gonna see in their raid chat right now, the other team has won, and they're probably just gonna die. Ah, dude. Man, I was so excited for Barely Qualified, dude. They're the 25th seed. They weren't even supposed to be here, bro. Not cheating COD. What stops people from script botting into this? Obviously, you could never go to BlizzCon because you get exposed there, but online will prevent it. Blizzard can tell if you're scripting. It's very noticeable with logs.
That's what I assume. I don't know. I haven't tried it. I don't know anybody that does it. But I assume they could probably tell. It's giving some vibes to a video where y'all tapped to see the other team's prog and went from "it's cooked" to "we're good now." Wait, that's true. On the for the Mysara, right? Yeah. Damn. I mean, to be fair, Blame the Healer might have just won anyways. They were just faster the entire rest of the dungeon, minus the death that they had. But it would have been really close. All right, so I think barely qualified. My guess is that they ban. I'm guessing they ban Frosty K, uh, Demo Lock, and Mistweaver Monk. That's my guess. If they can keep the Unholy DK Guardian Druid, I think that bodes the best for them. And they probably their healer goes Arsham next map. Um, but losing the Mistweaver is unfortunate. On a show though, absolutely. Considering they're the 25th seed, they're super competitive. Yeah, 100%. Like I bro, you know, I talk and if you guys have seen the video I made where I kind of like recap my MDI experience, I talk about prep. Bro, imagine being the 25th seed. They probably didn't even know they were in the competition until like I don't know how long, like a week before the event. they probably didn't. They literally didn't even think they were qualified until like way later. So if anybody's at a disadvantage, it's them. They didn't practice at all. How do you know that? I'll get some water. I need some water. Too much yapping. Um, Yo, Vane with the follow. Appreciate you. Calculated RH. Thanks for the follow. Guys, I'm going to run a 1 minute 30 ad. Remember, you can skip ads with a Twitch Prime or a tier 1 subscription. Going to run it now so it doesn't happen during the next match. You guys aren't going to miss anything. I'll see you in a quick 90 seconds. I'm good, bro. I'm out. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Pongo, I see a little Twitch Prime icon next to your name. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. So barely qualified. Ban the Frosty Cane Warlock as I anticipated, but they also get rid of the Guardian Druid. That really sucks because Guardian Druid is so fucking strong. But I guess it is what it is. Oh shit! Under the Gifted. But Flame said he was out, so you know what? It's you really didn't have to do that. He was good. You good without it, you know.
Okay, so we're going to the Mysar Caverns. 17 Keystone. What con are we playing? VDH. Okay. So Metacomp with VDH on the left, and we have Metacomp on the right. Ooh, and we both have Athlocks on the board. Yo, does Athlock own in Mysara? Why are we Athlock in here? Alright, so my understanding of VDH is that you are a beast inside your Void Beta and you're paper outside of it. They're definitely not pulling Guardian Druid numbers. You also have Blame the Healer's Unholy DK doing absurd damage to that pool. Okay, so Barely Qualified are playing the live route. They're going right. What is Blame the Healer going to do? Both teams are not playing the mandatory route. They're doing their own thing. Okay, I like Barely Qualified's pulls right now. They were much more efficient. They finished their pull one off way faster, and they dealt with the prisoners much quicker than Blame the Healer. But Blame the Healer is going to get some more count here, so I think Barely Qualified are probably playing for +1 pull this dungeon. That's my guess off the bat. So they need to keep this pace up. Yeah, very, very nicely done by Barely Qualified. No, they're going to be lowering count. I'm not sure what Tittle's saying. What are they going to pull here? So it looks like they're taking this all on. Are they going on to the boss with this? They must be. They're not. They're playing this as its own pull. I don't love this. I don't think this is a very efficient pull. But again, as I was saying, they're going to play +1 pull here to make up the count difference. During time trials, you used to be able to snap those mobs down to the boss, but after time trials, they made some sort of adjustment and made it so that they didn't snap anymore. Actually, maybe they didn't do that, but in the ruling, you're not allowed to snap mobs, so maybe they just disabled it. But a chubby dopey goes down to the Keen Headhunter. We do have B-Res, but that is not crime for Barely Qualified. The fact that Blame the Healer's already pulled a boss and they're ahead on counts, it's not impossible to come back. Blame the Healer can still die. This is a 17 key, which is very Mysara on a 17 is quite difficult at the pace that you're having to do for MDI. I think it's one of the more difficult keys. But it's now looking like it's mostly Blame the Healer's game to lose than it is Barely Qualified's game to win. So Also, our barely qualified tank did cheat at some point to something. I don't know what, but it doesn't have cheat available for another like 5 minutes or so. 6 minutes maybe. I died that way last tournament. It happens. But we don't have B-Res. Oh. Blame the healer needs to have a full wipe, I think. It has to be a full wipe. This boss is gonna take so long. I don't think you reset the boss at this point, but it's just gonna take forever. Oh, dude, that bird's hitbox is so annoying, man. The hitbox is humongous on that bird. Bro got charged through the butt. All right, are we in for another Mysara absolute fist fight via deaths, or is Blame the Healer just gonna have a flawless run and it's gonna be GG's? I wonder if Blame the Healer is gonna do the like Wormstone tech here and get the buff. Utilize the gate in this dungeon. That mandatory and triple threat we're doing. I feel like if I'm the Unholy DK, we should have sent army. No, how long do we have army up? Hold up, I gotta go back. I gotta go back. If you have to press army here. By the way, we're saving it for next pull, but our DPS is dead. There's no pull. Like we should not be saving that. I mean, I think you press it. I get why you save it though. I get why. You want to have it for this pull, ideally, but just being down with DPS is so bad. Okay, we live the Shade's shield exploding. That's good for Blame the Healer. That's basically the most dangerous thing this pull. Really, it's the second boss pull that's coming up where things can go awry. We'll have to see they play that out. It's over. There's still a couple places that Blame the Healer could wipe. This is a hard dungeon. Okay, interesting. So Angel Evoker is going back for the buff. For the dungeon buff here. Because he'll kill off this bound defender, gate skip. That you see Angel Evoker here completing the activity. There they go. I don't think the setup was the quickest from Blame the Healer, but they did get it done.
Now, what are they going to pull onto the boss? That is the question. They're kind of running off to the side here, which is interesting. They're skipping the Shades, skipping the Guardian, grabbing 2 Warriors. They're grabbing the Shade, a bunch more Warriors. Okay, and they're taking this to the boss? Okay, this is a very, very safe pull in the boss. Most teams are playing like a multiple bound vendors, the Soul Render mini boss mob. This is a very safe pull for Blame the Healer, which would be a comeback condition for Barely Qualified if they weren't so far behind already. But Blame the Healer playing as safe as they are definitely bodes well for them completing this dungeon ahead of Barely Qualified. So Blame the Healer is pulling some more trash on a boss here during the RP. This is pretty normal. You see Barely Qualified also attempt the Evoker skip here. Getting the buff. I really wonder how strong that buff is. Like, the setup time is so long. Is it really worth it? Chubby W had targeted a reanimated warrior most of the pull. Did he? Damn. I mean, to be fair, on that last pull they just did, it's like actual chaos in melee. I'm usually just tap targeting to try and hit something. As a range cheapest, I think it's a bit easier to like hit off the mini boss, but okay, so I'm guessing Blame the Healer needs a lot of count. I'm guessing it's like the 2 Shade Packs plus a Bound Defender that I need. I guess they played onto the mini, like the drummer guy right before the last boss. Surely they don't pull the boss right away. Blame the Healer. I don't think you could do that with 2 Shade Packs. Hey guys, I'm kind of new to WoW. I'm creating a Pandaren monk from level 1. What zone is better to start? Exile's Reach or Shangzi Training Ground? That's a good question. What is better? I think if you've never played WoW before, Exile's Reach is probably better. Exile's Reach is like... The difference, by the way, is... Exile's Reach is a new starting zone that any character can pick. Like any class, any race can pick. But the other one is like race specific. And can sometimes be outdated. Exile's Reach is like kind of the modernized version. So yeah, I'd probably try that. Yeah, no worries. Have fun. Okay, so Blame the Healer. They killed off the mini boss, and they are pulling the boss. Okay, all eyes on Blame the Healer here. This is a pretty scary pull. They are lusting it, however, though, so it shouldn't pose too much of an issue. Oh! I forgot! Oh my god, they have B-reses. They... No way! I forgot, bro! I forgot! The skirmishers! They forgot about the skirmishers! I was like, oh yeah, the shades are to cast them. The shades aren't dangerous at all. Literally, like, oh, this is free. They got this.
The skirmisher shield's popping all at once, and barely qualified is back in it. Lock the fuck back in. No way. Wait, did somebody clip that, bro? I like literally was like, they can't wait from here, and they just exploded. Yeah. No way, bro. It's always the caverns, dude. The caverns claim another, bro. Oh my god. Okay, so what are they doing here? Just pull the. If you're playing the healer, you have to pull the boss. Like, what are you waiting for? Why haven't they pulled the boss yet? What? Maybe they. I don't know why they haven't pulled the boss. Which comp CD burns the boss fastest? I mean, they have like the same comp effectively. Guardian Druid probably has more damage compared to VDH, but I don't know why Blame the Healer took so long to pull the boss again. I mean, they were a minute behind, but like. Holy. Dude, that's insane, bro. That is insane. They're dead again! What? Crushed souls? We got crushed! No. Holy shit, is the prediction still going? Oh my god, the prediction's over, guys. Wait, I gotta pull up the prediction. Oh! Guys, to the 7K people that put points on barely qualify compared to the 55K on Blame the Healer, yo. And you guys were like, haha, 30-minute prediction timer. L prediction. And then you guys saw barely Blame the Healer win map 1. You put all your points into Blame the Healer. Now what, baby? Shit. Oh shit, are we panicking? Are we quaking in our shoes right now? Guys, it's gonna be almost a 20-minute Visara, just like ours. Except we did it on a 15. Holy shit. Real story with a follow. And they're short. Wait, they are. What the? Oh my god. Dude. Alright, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Guys, if you're Blame the Healer, you just gotta shake it off and go next. Alright? Shake it off, go next. Wow. Wow. Yeah, also, if you're this is another thing. Guys, I'm guessing for map 3, barely qualified, they're gonna, dude, we're gonna see some crazy classes. Barely qualified are at the end of their like class pool. They fully sent their maps 1 and 2. They have like no meta specs left. Blame the other healer on the other hand have I think several of their meta specs available. So I definitely like Blame the Healer's comp for map 3, whatever it ends up being. Barely qualified, we might see some. I hope we bust out like the Shadow Priest Windwalker. I don't know. I don't know what these guys' mains are, but I hope we see some crazy shit. What's the last map? I don't remember. We're gonna find out soon. They'll pan to it. Doc Mahi with a tier 1 in 2 months. Thank you kindly. Hope you enjoy the stream.
It's a seat? Okay, a seat is a pretty press W map. Actually, if I think seat is like one of the best maps for like a regular, like a just a random ass comp. Because you can just press W and put up a pretty competitive time. See, has an insane potential for wipe though. The only like wipe potential pull is like pull one, but you have less for that pull, so it's just like if your tank can survive. And I would say the very last major trash pull of the dungeon are like kind of the two scary pulls. Or less most rumors out. I think any healer can heal that pull. It's not really like a healing pull. It's more just like does your tank live? Because you can play specs that just immune the merciless subjugators chains, and it's like kind of a non-issue. But like I think so. The point I'm getting at is like if barely qualified were to bust out like a fizz comp, like they could put up a competitive time, 100%. Like we saw that when fizz comp went up against Blame the Healer yesterday. Before they got DQ'd, they were like on pace with fizz comp. Whereas Blame the Healer was playing more of a meta stacked thing. Isn't Triple Tall Guys right before the second last boss and Seat Dangerous? Lots of moving card. Yeah, Alarmist, that's the trash ball I was referring to, where like there are kind of two dangerous pulls. The first pull, and then that one is the other one. DQ'd. Well, they had to forfeit, or like they were DQ'd. They were given the loss on the map before the map concluded because they were using a banned item. Prot Warrior slams third boss seat, yes, but Prot Warrior is the squishy tank I was talking about. If you guys play Prot Warrior, pull one is terrifying. Not even pull one. The entire dungeon is Prot Warrior is super sketcho mode. Prot Warrior is like the most likely tank to die. Yo, somebody's shaving their head? Holy. Okay, let's look at these bans. Look at these bans. So barely qualified. They no longer have the demo lock. They no longer have the Guardian Druid or the Og. So I'm surprised they haven't logged Devour. I wonder if they have that spec ready. I mean, it's a really strong DPS spec available. I think Devour isn't quite as good in Seat though. I think Seat is like one of its maybe worst dungeons at this key level. So they could maybe just opt out of it. On the side of Blame the Healer, they still have access to the Devour Demon Hunter. They still have access to the Unholy DK and the Mistweaver Monk. So Blame the Healer has a much more desirable looking comp. And the Og. Did I say the Og? Basically, they're gonna have like Blame the Healer could play full meta comp with like a Prot Warrior. So I mean, Blame the Healer is looking pretty pog. Both. Although I will say, Warlock in Seat is quite nice because there's some like Warlock tech you can do to banish some of the Conjure ads to reduce the group damage going out in that dungeon, and also for the gate skip at the end of the dungeon. So unless one of these teams opt to play like AF in here, which could happen, you might not have access to that. Is this post hotfix prop pally or pre hotfix? Don't know. Hey, Rare Prot Warrior hates Seed, dies so much loading it. Yeah, it's unfriendly dungeon for sure. Alcazar is my least favorite key is Devour. Seed is also not great. I remember so when I was practicing this key on live as Devour, I felt like it was really awkward because the pace that you go after the first boss, you're like just ever so slightly offset with your meta timings and the pulls that you do. So it just feels weird to play. But yeah, I guess it's just has to do with the fact that there's like downtime between every pull, which Devour wants to always be slamming something.
When we're getting a new spec? What do we think it is? Windwalker Monk. Windwalker Monk is my guess. What do you guys think it is? No, there's no Windwalker. There's been no Shadow Priest. Devastation Evoker, maybe? Any of the mage specs? Boomkin? No, there's been a Boomkin. It has to be. I think. No, Ellie Shawn's played. I think it's Windwalker, it's Shadow Priest, or it's Devastation Evoker. That's my guess. One of those three. Only Fire Mage not been played? You think they'd go Fire? Fire would be crazy, bro. I don't think it's Fire, bro. I don't think Fire does enough damage. I think Windwalker Monk could maybe do some damage. I don't know how Windwalker works, really. I don't know how its damage works. Destro? I don't know if the pull size is big enough for Destro. Pick up Dadmo real quick. I think it's Windwalker. Windwalker. Here we go. Have we seen a Havoc? We have. Havoc has been played a couple times. What's it gonna be? What the hell? Yo, I like how Blame the Healer, they're pointing at like just like a stick. Their healer is just a green like stick. Is this pre-recorded? Guys, this is a pre-recorded stream. What's going on? It's a sad hell symbol. Oh shit. Wait. Dude, wait, that's actually okay, that makes sense. I just thought it was like a stick guy. Oh, what? Oopsie. Remake. Remake? Ooh. No, remakes didn't happen for any reason. Did you guys know that our very first map in Group A, we had a remake? Our remake was because we had too many people in our raid group. So again, the way these groups work is you have the 5 players that are competing. They are in a raid with like 2 or 3 admins. And the admins are why we can see the keys. They're like invisible floating dudes that just follow the team. And then they record their POV through OBS, right? That's how like the viewing experience works. But that requires that you're in a raid group, all right? When we compete in our event, Talk Sobri with a tier 1, appreciate you. We had our alts in the raid as well, in multiple groups. So it wasn't just like group 1 and group 8. We had like group 7 as well. And apparently it bricked the admin's OBS, so we had to remake. So like there could be remakes for all kinds of reasons that aren't like sus at all.
It needs extra time because they don't have an Omni CD thing ready for Fire Mage. You think that's what it is? Now that you're multi-classing more, do you think you could like any other class as much as Rogue, or it's not even close? Probably not. I don't know. I just like Rogue a lot. I definitely enjoy. I've like more open to and am playing and enjoying other specs more than I ever have. But I still Rogue is still my favorite spec, hands down. Where can I find a good int mace at 74? Let me just dive into my pool of TBC knowledge real quick. Have you tried the slave pens, perhaps? I know they're going to run. Raz, do not spoil it. Also, why'd you write Big Sad? Now you've like semi-spoiled it. I don't know what you spoiled, but you've said Big Sad. Barely qualified, had the bad neck on, dude. Dude, they would. I don't think they'd remake if that was what they found out. Guys, what if they run like fucking triple Rogue? I would actually lose my mind. If they run triple Rogue, I'm like freaking out. Here we go! That's like pretty normal comp. Is it BM Hunter that's so like crazy? I guess BM Hunter hasn't been played, has it? I thought it got played by Banishers. We're dead. Oh yeah, it's not the most consequential death. I don't love that they didn't 4-pull these subjugators though. I do not love that. Maybe Hunter doesn't have any good ways to clear it though. That's a serve? Oh, it is a survival hunter. Okay, we've definitely seen survival. I don't know, I thought it was BM. What? Oh. That's crazy. What? Wait, that's insane. That's what it was. So not breaking out like a new class or spec or anything to the tournament. They're playing something they've literally never played before. Can they play Bear Druid? No, it was banned. Dude, that is so cool. Okay, that's why they didn't quad pull the subjugators. That makes sense. Oh, blame the healer. Die to sludge on the ground. You know what? That happened to us multiple times. That sludge sneaks up on you. All right, even with that death, blame the healer has a humongous advantage. They have full meta comp, and they're playing against a very not meta comp with a tank that's never played that tank spec before. So I would much rather be blame the healer. But you never know what can happen. You never know. The hunter died? Yeah, the hunter died first pull. Don't see the death?
I also, bro, can anyone see this number? Am I colorblind? This is so hard to see. What the hell? Like, I can barely make out the 1. it's like invisible. Can't read on my resolution. Yeah, it is like, it is a little lower res here. Maybe it's the YouTube stream. Watch that power hit 50%, then hitting shield wall is a vibe, yeah. Oh, let me press my wall at 0% health. I'm real. First time use leg sweep. Oh my god. Holy shit. I was talking about being scared on Prot Warrior, bro. How about being scared on a tank you've never played before? You know what? If Holy was gonna play any tank sec for the first time, I think Ardruid is like a really good healer to play with. The healer's not gonna do any damage, but like, I mean, maybe they can just spam heal him. Is it intended that YouTube can't hear the caster sounds from game? No, I can fix that. That's a good call out, but I need you to do me a favor.
Oh my god, barely qualified is so low. Their entire party.
Okay, let me know if you can hear it now. I've changed it. Do me a favor, chat. Remind me to turn it off after the stream. YouTube is very, very strict about copyright stuff. So I have to turn it off after this event is over.
You could kind of see it. They kept dropping,
but let me know if you hear it.
dropping, and at some point, your healer has to make a gut call of who they're actually going to be healing. And you know, hunters are just notably not very good at surviving, no matter what that spec is named in reality. And that is going to be the second death for that team. Unfortunately,
we all scale super well with Ardruid healing. Like they can replicate all healing.
Between the two of them. And here we're going to see
all healing they receive.
Okay, yeah. Called out, so
yeah, so I feel like it's a good healer to like babysit a tank.
They're going to group everything.
They're honestly not that far behind. I mean, it's just like terrifying. Oh, everyone's dead though.
Again, but look,
we were not ready for that damage event. We B-res, the healer has to live.
Hanging in by a threat. Massive heal absorb on our hunter as well.
Oh my god, if I'm a healer this pool, I'm freaking out. My tank is dying, my party is dying.
It was at least 2, but it might have been 3 people were stacked for that Chains of Subjugation, which is why you saw that their entire party dropping so low. And again, multiple people stacked for that Chains of Subjugation. The Conjurer free those Dark Bolts and barely qualified, going for the full wipe there. A really unfortunate series of events. 9 deaths, 2 minutes and 15 seconds worth of death penalty is now applied to barely qualified.
Hey, you know what, dude?
Going to have to re-pull that.
Barely qualified, I respect the hell out of it.
Yeah,
shout out Reholy.
Tragedy for barely
with the first time brew.
But listen, if map 1 and map 2 taught me anything, that this is not over until it's
remember
over.
to turn it off after stream. Okay, you were a little early to that one, but I appreciate it, Saba.
Here, right hand side, Blame the Healer now certainly in the lead on the back of
give it a second. You're not looking for caverns. Good point. Good point.
As they're finishing out the last
I mean, caverns, they weren't 8 deaths behind, but good point nonetheless.
This is not an easy one either. Still a lot of extra damage going out. Still a lot of.
Guys, my Brewmaster's stagger is perma red, by the way.
Here, as well as making sure
our Ardruid is doing 250k HPS though.
An easy task. But for now, it looks like Blame the Healer half stabilized.
And if qualifying for the season 1 finals wasn't enough, if the possibility of qualifying for BlizzCon wasn't enough stakes, there's also that random chatter share that's on the line for barely qualified. And unfortunately, they are going to have another wipe, as they did end up having a couple of deaths, and I think it's just going to continue to spiral out of control. Their Resto Druid is going to go down. Their Unholy DK, this feels inevitable with him getting meleeed to death by the trash bag. He's cutting it out a little bit. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. Is DK OP?
Guys, release and run into it. Release and keep going. That's what they're saying right now. Release and run into it.
All right. Well, more deaths.
Holy
on
fuck,
the
it's one of
board,
those
up to
pulls.
14 now for barely qualified. Right-hand side, we're in fight with
It was a
separation.
9, it is
Blame the
now
hero.
a
You probably
14.
haven't even noticed that this is happening. There is a little bit of a delay, of course, to the stream. So it should be right around now. When
If I have something damage for Frosty Gate for a single target,
keeping
should I sim
tabs.
over 1 minute or
Usually
5
that
minutes?
doesn't mean anything changes, though.
The standard
Usually
is 5 minutes,
route
typically.
that the team has planned is going to be played that
Patchwork,
way because
5
that's
minutes,
how you
one
allocated your
boss.
cooldowns. That's how you plan to move on through. And once you start to go slower, suddenly the cooldowns desync.
Bring
and
it to the spawn
actually
point.
becomes harder to do than the way you practiced it. So I don't think Blame the Healer is going to adapt in any way.
Do you think you guys know how the other team is doing? I mean, they can look at the
what they would
stream.
have played any other way. And we'll
That's
see
like
how
the
that
most
run
info they'll
actually
get.
looks towards the end of it.
Yeah, and I think that's something that you're saying is actually kind of key there. Like, you don't really want to deviate from your strategy during practice, right? There's a reason that you set up your routes and your cooldowns and all of your strategies in that specific way. It's because whenever
Even
you
so,
have all of your offensive CDs,
I mean,
it
they're
actually
more
makes,
than a
in some
stream delay
instances,
behind, right? So
doing
they could,
two pulls
both
in
teams
one
could gather
a lot
information.
easier than having to just like split them up. And there's a reason that the pacing and the design of all of your cooldowns.
I think the
and
stream
when it's
delay is a
happening,
minute.
You know, when you're pressing your offensive, when you're pressing your defensives, healer CDs, stuff like that. There's a reason that you have things that are set up in such a methodical manner, which is why whenever you have a couple of deaths and things get out of rhythm, sometimes teams can actually, you know, almost full wipe or have partial deaths, or things can actually spiral out of control rather quickly, because whenever you don't have things set up exactly like you planned during practice, that's when things become a little bit weird. Or then you have somebody holding their cooldown for 40 seconds, and they're like, was I supposed to press it there? But if you pressed it there, then the run gets
Did
a
we
lot
whole
worse.
just
and it
casted
just becomes this
Cheebers?
kind of weird
Is that what you're supposed to do as a
Blame the Healer,
brewmaster?
I'm 100%
You
with
just
you, Mates. I
cast
think that they
Cheebers
have to
while tanking
continue to
mobs?
display their strategy, even if it's something
Oh,
that is aggressive and can
DPS
potentially
down.
wipe
We have
them.
B-res
If
though
we're barely
coming up.
qualified here, it's tough. I'm gonna level with
We
you guys
just
in
got a
chat.
better rest. We just got a better rest. We can get him back up.
I mean, we're down 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Oh, sorry, 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Okay, 3
It's a
minutes and
build
45
win?
seconds.
Ooh.
You know, a lot of minutes. We're down a lot.
Really? You even like hard
Yes.
cast it? That seems
Well,
so goofy.
you know who's not down a lot? Blame the Healer. They're going right now because Oze is currently activating their skip
Interesting.
here. The way it works is he's going to.
I just thought Cheebers was an instant cast ability. I didn't think it was like
just skedaddles
you had to
on
sit there and
by,
hard
then
cast
he
it.
is going to Wernstone Shadow Meld to make sure that they are able
Like
to.
dude
skip
dodging and
this.
parrying while casting
Here's
it.
that
Oh.
next skip. Jiro is actually going to do Silence of
Can you
Sigil.
move while casting it?
Sigil of
I guess it
Silence,
doesn't really matter
and
then.
then the rest of the team will walk on by, rescue up here on the 3-seater mound, and then the rest of the team just follows.
For root at a certain
We're
point, you're
able
out of
to
Purified Farm
double
boost, and you can
jump
only
those
back hit every few seconds. When a
grasses,
massive
and
pull,
that is
perma
how
red
we're
stagger.
gonna
What's the right
be
move to manage
entering
it? I
this
don't know.
arena
No
here
idea.
to
Not taking
start that next boss, and
Can't
after
move,
it,
okay.
you're gonna
Like
go back
Feldo,
and deal
I
with
see.
that trash just to make sure they have something to do in the
Okay,
meantime
okay.
on when that Laura RP is happening. Something nice that you can see here, you can also learn for your own keys.
On a
is
bright
to
note, their
CC
Lura
one
prog
of
is
those
saved at
Conjurers,
least.
and that allows you to actually play several of those packs together. They
What do you mean?
actually elected to do 2, so there's a Demon Hunter cage and there's a Monk Incap there in the background just for those.
Yo,
two
alright, look into the
Conjurers.
side of Blame the Healer,
Check
by the
what
way.
they have and then pull
So
other
the
team
double Conjurer CC
into
is what we ended up doing
the,
on the
fight
tournament, but we
once they're
didn't.
ready,
We actually
which is very
practiced
nice.
to
It's a lot of casts
only
that otherwise
CC
need
one of
to be
them.
interrupted, makes
Playing
life a lot
2
easier.
Conjurers
Yeah, the
on
conjure kicks are kind of annoying. I would say
this
that the
boss
most,
is kind of
especially for
pretty
live, the most
annoying.
dangerous mobs in that pack are actually the bound.
Although when we did it, we had a
They're
Warlock,
those
and the
mobs,
Warlock could
they don't
not
give any
kick.
count. They
So
just pulse on your group for like a ridiculous
I guess with a
amount
DK,
of
you just like
AoE.
grip it
If you
around,
ever
and it's
have
like not a
access
big
to, like,
deal.
a Warlock in this dungeon, banishing those mobs, or you know, you utilize CCs such as paralysis or
We're gonna
whatever.
have to
on
monitor
them can
kicks
also
for
be
this
pretty
boss fight here.
good. If you
I mean,
pair
Blame the
them,
Healer
they still
could
are
just
pulsing
explode this
AoE,
boss, and they are
but they
still
have a
ahead.
range
So
on their pulsing AoE, so that's another, like you're saying, that's
Probably
something that
got
you can
this
also
one in the
implement
bag.
in your own runs. Like if you feel like you have the kicks for the Conjurer, just then CC the bound Void Callers, get the
Why are we
mobs away
asking
from
shitting about
them,
Brewmaster?
and,
You gotta go to Mirror Stream
just
and get
leave them
ignored.
and don't have to deal with them at all. I
W.
do actually like how a lot of these MDI teams are electing to clear out all of the trash in this room. That
Probably
actually
learn how
allows
to
you
miss
to
some
more
raid,
effectively
probably.
pull Viceroy Nazar on top of these Umbral Tentacles.
I mean, I guess
and
they
get
raid
the
on the
most
weekend, yeah,
effective
maybe.
cleave possible all the time. Where you saw for Blame the Healer right there, they got a God spawn. They got 3 tentacles right on top of one another, and then the
Telling
Demon Hunter and the
broadcast their
DK,
deals, hey,
they were
watching
just
them,
able to
because if
go
they
to
qualify
town
for
on those
tomorrow, they would
mobs,
have to
just
cancel
dealing an
Lure
insane
Prog.
amount of DPS.
Oh!
And look at the Prog Warrior. The Prog
Wait,
Warrior's
that's
doing
actually
more
kinda
damage
funny.
than the Unholy DK right now. What's going on?
That's funny. That's funny.
Well, that's a tiny nifty spell that Prot Warrior has access to. That's called the Spell Reflect. It's one of the
Okay.
reasons we're actually bringing this one, and you can.
I mean, I'll
just
say
do
this,
it
bro.
again.
If you're
So
if you're
every
barely
single time that
qualified,
boss casts an ability called
25th
Mind
seed,
Blast, our
you
Prot
weren't even supposed to be in
Warrior
this
instead
tournament.
says, actually,
you came
I don't want
and managed to take a game off
take it instead, and they
an 11 seed. Like that's pretty fucking good.
Goes back to Nezar. Does tons of
pretty
damage.
Good. It's pretty good.
Very nicely done.
Yeah, and I feel like for Blame the Healer here, how
Trosky in the pass race dual wield?
5 minutes maybe?
It's like, yep.
5 minutes plus death metal.
Are you sure?
Something like that.
Ugh. I mean, it's this feels inevitable, right? There's some maps that you watch that once, and I described it earlier, right? Once things start to spiral out of control a little bit, once you lose your momentum on your cooldowns, once you lose momentum on your offense and your defenses, it's really hard to kind of get back into the swing of things. And whenever you're practicing these dungeons, you don't practice for like these catastrophic mistakes. A lot of times, if you have a wipe, you're like, well, how do we prevent that from happening in the future? But you don't really practice playing through a wipe, right? Instead, you just reset the dungeon. You're like, well, I hope that doesn't happen on live.
Yeah, absolutely. It's certainly never easy to deal with that, but you know, both of our teams have really given us some good maps in this lower bracket round. We're now going to be seeing, who is it actually? Is it Wolf that's going to be dealing with the RP? We'll have to check. For now, everybody is just in fight here. They're waiting for that door to spawn, and then somebody is going to run over, enter, make sure Laura spawns, and then bring it back. Yeah, we're getting the picture-in-picture now.
The rare BM full screen. The sign from production that it's over.
Well, it's not over yet.
What's the sign from production that it's over?
Well, there's still another boss fight.
Yeah, for Blame the Healer here, I actually feel like they've had a pretty good series. It was pretty competitive, right, between them and Barely Qualified. They did have a minor hiccup in that Mysaurus Caverns, but I feel like, you know, moving into that next series for Blame the Healer, if Direwolves continue to play inconsistent like they have, I would not be shocked if Blame the Healer is able to take maps off of them and potentially even winning that series. So for Blame the Healer here, I feel like this entire matchup has been quite well executed for them. They have 100% enemy forces. They've now started their RP. And all that separates them from that 2-1
Blame the Healer versus Lura.
Bloodlust is available for them.
The non-mythic raid version.
About a minute and 45 seconds after the boss is pulled is when Blame the Healer is going to stop that clock. So I think we're going to be seeing around a 17 some odd minute run in here.
Yep, that's right. Laura is going to be spawning in, and we're in fight now as well. Of course, a Bloodlust is going to be saved for the Symphony phase, where the boss just takes a multitude of damage, and you get to nuke it. Now, I'm expecting this team to be able to one-and-done face Laura. Let's see how that one goes, but for now, we'll need to deal with some of these artifacts first. You can see some pings coming out here, making sure everybody knows where they're going. We've also seen some teams elect to, or try to, get 2 in 1 beam, which is pretty cool tech, but not something Blame the Healer is doing right now.
Yeah, I think for Blame the Healer as well, how they navigated the spec variety rule in the series was... I'm interested in your thoughts on this. I feel like they navigated spec variety rule almost perfectly from what their goals were with the specializations that were available in each and every single dungeon. I feel like... it was set up almost perfectly. They went for a maybe slightly weaker composition in map 1, but it set them up quite nicely for map 2 and map 3.
Last second move there on or DK, but looks like he was able to get it. Symphony of the Eternal Night is going to be cast. Lust is going to be popped, and they're going to full send your cooldowns. And I agree. I think
one collapsing star
really nicely on the spec bands.
Yeah. All right. We got to count the collapsing stars here, Migs. We're getting the next Void Ray here for Jayru, and then we're going to be getting the second collapsing star, bang, and 5% of the HP of the Lura goes down. We're going to be getting a third collapsing star here after this Void Ray eradication, and then collapsing star, bang, 5 more percent. So we got 3 collapsing stars inside of this burn window. The boss is unfortunately still at 50%.
Blame Healer does not one phase, much like
more damage here from that Bloodlust.
How we were not able to one phase
this boss. Going to be able to down this boss in another, I would say about 15 seconds or so. And for Blame the Healer here, it wasn't the fastest Seed of the Triumvirate that we're going to be seeing this weekend, but it was
good work, Blame the Healer.
And for Barely Qualified,
nicely done. Looking forward to seeing what you guys pull out in the next map. Blame the Healer will be playing, I believe, again right away. They're playing the,
but not in the
I think they're playing Dire Wolves.
They're going to be having to go back to the raid and kill off Mythic Lura.
They absolutely will, and we are excited to see how this all panned out. It was a very
qualified
strong showing from both of these teams.
Good showing.
Down here in the lower bracket.
That was entertaining. Well done.
Doesn't need to play the blame game after this one because they have won the series and will be moving.
Once again, my Sara absolute cinema of a series.
Maps, taking the series 2-0.
Channel points must now be rewarded.
It was an impressive showing though, especially for our last seed team. Their raid tomorrow night.
Congrats.
Might have been saved,
blame the healers.
Saragon's hair in chat, but unfortunately, that's because they've been eliminated. I'd love to see them back again though, because their runs definitely caught our attention.
Barely qualified still has a chance.
Honestly, an incredible matchup that we got to see
it's over,
these
little
two.
bro.
In the lower bracket, I feel like
the
all
match is
keeps
over.
us on our toes.
Nice try though.
So while a lot went wrong for Barely Qualified, would you say that this one came down to outplaying one another on spec bans or something else, Tettles?
I think that these teams were, it was mostly a who can have the most clean run playing to their preferred game plan kind of throughout the entirety of the series. Think about it. In the Magister's Terrace, Blame the Healer ended up winning, but Barely Qualified, they ended up doing this weird pull at the very end where they accidentally grabbed the Tyrant and the Void Caller into the boss. So that, that was a pretty big time loss. In the second map, Blame the Healer had a full wipe on the last boss. That ended up causing them the run. And then in this last map, it was Barely Qualified. They had some shenanigans, we'll describe it as that, happened throughout the entirety of the Seed of the Triumvirate. So I think that it was just more on the consistency front. Who is going to be able to play more closely to their preferred strategy and their practice and play up to that standard, and less about, the meta game of the spec variety.
Good work, team. Guys, I need to...
That makes sense. I mean, I think we definitely saw that between the maps, but Drakos, is that something that you agree with in this assessment of the
Make sure I have everything I need.
Yeah, this was a tough one, of course, for Barely Qualified. We're not going to harp on it too much, but things went very poorly very quickly for them in this map, so a bunch of deaths stacking up for them, and that was really the most important thing here. Sometimes we get these maps that come down to a spec here, a pull there, a trash mob that gets aggroed here, a failed skip there. This was not one of those maps, right? This was one that was unfortunately defined by Barely Qualified. I think they just were preparing for a 2-map series, right? They were trying to win this in 2, and they were not ready to go to a 3rd map here, and it definitely showed things went very poorly for them very quickly. And yeah, sometimes the MDI is just like that, right? Sometimes you have this 3rd map, especially with the spec variety rule, and you put all your eggs in those first 2 maps baskets, and things do not improve for you after the first couple of deaths. They go even further off the rails. Meanwhile, Blame the Healer, they budgeted their specs out nicely across this series, so they got to come into this map with pretty much everything they wanted, right? They have all 3 of those meta DPS specs. They have the Mistweaver Monk, and they have the Prot Warrior, which this is the dungeon where Prot Warrior does basically as well as Guardian Druid, thanks to that Spell Reflect on the 3rd boss. So really well played by them, right? They only won the series 2-1, but they were ahead for most of that map that they did lose, and they did play their spec variety rule really well. So I think this is a really encouraging sign for Blame the Healer's chances as they do progress deeper in the lower bracket, and unfortunately, we are saying goodbye to Barely Qualified.
We are, but again, really good showings from our teams down here, and I think that just makes these upcoming matches, like you've been talking about, even more exciting. There's possibilities here for either team to take it, and since we still have several series left to us, with our first elimination of the day, where does that leave our bracket?
Yeah, so we know already for tomorrow, of course, Triple Threat and Omtis Angels are waiting in the semifinal in the upper. But what we also know is that Direwolves are going to be facing off against Blame the Healer, so they'll get one series of break time to attune to the maps that are going to be waiting for them there. Unfortunately, Direwolves also will need to stay awake for a little while longer. Our friends in O's Down Under, a little bit of a rough time for them. And for us, Chisle's Bargain against Exodia V is next, and the winner of that is going to be going up against Physical Godcom. So 3 more best of 3 in tonight's competition. It's just going to be a treat. We're halfway through the tournament day only.
I know. It's wild to me. I feel like we go on a whole journey and then there's still even more ahead. Group B is definitely delivering, and there's been so much that has just been fun and exciting and interesting to watch between these different matchups, let alone what we're going to see with some of these teams as we continue on. And while that's it for Series 3 right here and now, up next, as Make said, we are going to be seeing Chisle's Bargain versus Exodia V. We'll have another exciting lower bracket showdown for you once we're back from our break.
Exodia not having the heart of cards. Wait, what? You watched Yu-Gi-Oh? I did. I don't get the ref though. I mean, I know what Exodia. I know Exodia. I don't know what the heart of the cards is. I think it's the most difficult dungeon in the current rotation. On live or in this tournament? On live. What is it on live? I was gonna say Algathar. Look at the breakdown here. Looks like there are 23s across the board except for Algathar, Seat, and Skyreach. I think the timer in Algathar is just really, really tough on live. In the tournament, I think this Mysara 17 is pretty brutal. It's one of the hardest keys. Pulling Mysara fast is just nightmarishly difficult. Causes problems. Is a lot of these add-ons and tourneys? Yes, sir. Add-ons are allowed.
The MDI is back, and our next matchup will see Chisley's Bargain versus Exodia V. So, chat, get your predictions in, and we'll give a little chat about these teams ourselves.
Wow.
Now, before we get to the teams in detail, there is a quick announcement that we have to make. Chisley's Bargain made us aware of an issue that a player was having this morning, and due to this, an emergency roster swap was granted, and EXO will be stepping in. So, just a heads up to everybody as we get into the matches today. Now, Zyro, player change aside, we got our first look at these teams.
Dude, I hope everything's okay.
What are your initial thoughts of them?
So,
I hope everything's okay with the Chisley's Bargain person.
In the matchup against Auntie's Angels, whereas Exodia V, I feel like they're the most
unless it's a feint, and they actually are bringing in a rank 1 player.
Matchup to some of the top teams.
Imagine.
But they also wiped a couple times, which is why they're here in the lower bracket. If they were
yo, shout out Uwe Woo.
They might have just played in our upper bracket match.
Hold up, I want to. Is this guy streaming right now?
they could potentially make a
I'll
run
go
in the
follow
lower
him.
bracket. I mean, it's the same as we were talking about last week, right? In order to win these lower bracket matchups, you just need to put together deathless runs.
Ooh-wee,
whether or not either of our teams can put that together here.
So, really quick for the chat, how do you pronounce that last name? Is that like a sound?
Is that real?
Wow, wow, wee wow in the bottom there?
Oh, wow, wee wow.
Yeah.
He's not even. Wait, it's not even send me to a
What's the
channel.
at the beginning, is it silent?
Well, no, it's like wow, wow, wee wow. It's like that.
Ooh, wow, wee wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, good inflection on that one. Good inflection.
Thank you.
It's very
Dude,
important
there's
to sort
no
out,
channel
thank you so much in
found.
Chat now, you all understand.
Yeah,
how
can you
to
guys
pronounce
find their
this as
channel?
well. But I think Zyro, you brought up a
Hope
good point
logged
in
in.
addition to your good pronunciation, which is consistency and
Yeah,
how
can't
it's been
find the
playing a role,
channel.
especially in the lower bracket. With these two teams,
They just
though,
made it up.
Tuddles, do you think that's really all that they need to focus on for a win, or is there something else that could set them apart from one another?
I mean, yeah, I feel like there's two different types of like lower bracket teams I feel like we've seen. So last, like Zyro mentioned,
Shindig, that's hopeful.
Just
All
as
right.
Bargain, they had slow but consistent strategy. That's how I would describe what they were playing yesterday. Where they were never going to beat Auntie's Angels playing the strategies that they were doing, but if Auntie's Angels shambled their runs, they could have been in position to win. For Exodia V, they were trying to take destiny into their own hands, where they played basically like mandatory routes today, which,
Correct.
sometimes they're fast, but they have the possibility of wiping, and I think it's kind of like I think if Exodia V are going to be consistent, they should have the upper hand in the series, but if they're not consistent, then they're probably going to lose.
Okay, so a lot banking on that performance and that consistency. I mean, it's true that if you go for those big pulls, it can save you a lot of time, but you're going to lose time ultimately if you can't pull them off. And I think that's really crucial, although still good to see that ambition as they come in. Now, the first map our two teams will be facing off on is Nexus Point Zenith, and this is going to be one where they are going to have to, I think, plan accordingly right across this entire series. But with this in mind, with what we've seen of the teams, I'm going to go to our predictions as well. Makes, who do you think is going to take it?
Okay, I'm gonna say 2-0 for Exodia V.
Okay, all right.
That's, I don't think we'll go to that third map in this one. Last one was so close. We only get.
No, it's a
we only
real
get
channel.
one matchup
100%.
that's
It's
that
been
close.
suggested to me a bunch of
This one will
times.
be more one-sided. We can go back to it. With the
That's
Wolves.
the first time I've
Oh,
seen
okay,
it.
sure. So there's only like one allotted per day that we're allowed to have that close.
It's like a push and pull. Rook. No, you wouldn't get it.
Wait a
No,
minute.
sure,
hold on.
sure.
Okay, I was just making sure Mix wasn't trying to predict that the Wolves matchup was a 3-game series, and she's not on that, like on break. But you're on that one, okay? So that's not what it was.
I'm on that one. I still think it's gonna be 3 maps.
Okay, all right. Well, Zyro, how about you? What do you think we're going to see from this one? Is it going to be close, or have we used up all of our close games for the day?
I think it's probably going to be a 2-0 for Exodia V. I think they're the better potential team if they can clean up their act. You really have to take into account the fact that Cheesley's playing with a stand-in, right? That's really, really tough to just like.
I kind of remember how Cheesley did day one. I'm not gonna lie.
Especially if it's like the
I remember
DK
Exodia V
player,
playing pretty
that's a
well.
lot of responsibility on a stand-in, so we'll have to see how that plays out. But I do think Exodia V is favored here.
Okay. Tuddles, you feeling the same?
Exodia, obliterate Chisley's bargain. 2-0.
My team has no pathetic players.
Oh man,
How are you doing, Zyro boy?
I do love it. There's perhaps a reference that some of you may be picking up on in the name Exodia V, but I have to kind of go with I believe in the heart of the cards. I think I'm gonna have to go with Exodia V as well here, and I'm gonna do 2-1 though. I want to give Cheesley's bargain a little bit of a chance to stay in here though, so 2-1 in favor of Exodia V. I think they're gonna pull one off. I'm hoping they'll pull one off at least, and we'll see. But either way, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how they approach this dungeon. Like we mentioned, Nexus Point Zenith is going to be the start here. So based off of what we saw from them yesterday, Tuddles, do you have any guesses about what they're going to bring in for their comps?
I feel like it's really hard. I feel like every team has had kind of like a different... It really depends on your dungeon pool and how you feel about your specific dungeons, right?
Hey. exploded
from since Spellbook last weekend. Whenever we did the winners interview with Sky, he said that having a really good read on what dungeons you're the best in is so important, because then you're able to allocate your best compositions to that, and that's going to be where you see these teams.
All right, map 1, Nexus Point 15.
Indeed, I mean, and we can see what they're
holy
in right
cow!
now.
Look at the comp here. We have a priest on Exodia V. I mean, surely it's for the one phase. We're gonna PI our Ellie Shaman.
Zyro Disc Priest is back together with
okay.
Shaman. We're also
Cheesley's Bargain, basically all in Metacomp map 1 here. So I expect them to be faster everywhere.
On the eye check, you'd think
but they're probably not gonna one phase the boss.
Able to do the one phase.
We do say Cheesley's Bargain go all the way, so they're doing this entire wing in one hole. I really like this. In fact, I actually think they did this yesterday.
Yeah, this also means that
I'll check the bracket as well, but I feel like I remember seeing a team do this.
Boss, but it is a 15. This Nexus Point is a lot faster on this lower key level, so
it is a lower key level, this is true. However, still a very, very difficult pull being pulled off here by Cheesley's Bargain. I almost assure you Exodia V will not be doing this.
Horribly wrong for them, which did happen to Exodia V in 2 out of the 3 dungeons yesterday. You can see health bars dropping extremely low on this first pull as they're all standing in that AoE. But of course, Lilio able to keep them topped with the Bloodlust plus PI combo. They're generally going to take it okay here. As long as you DPS the mana batteries down there, I think you're going to be totally okay there. First pull done for both of our teams here. Cheesley's Bargain is going to be chaining more of that trash on top of the boss spawn RP that they're currently dealing with.
I'm locked back in, guys. I just ordered some groceries.
On the right side here, but I don't know. It seems like it's working out well for Cheesley so far.
Let me pull up the bracket. I actually want to see what
Okay, thus far, like you mentioned, we'll need to keep an eye on that Nazara push, and we've seen teams succeed with both routings as well, either going left or going right. I did want to bring you guys
in Nexus Point yesterday
about our teams, starting with Exodia V, because they gave us some great blurbs on their players. You know, we always ask the teams, like, is there something
okay, yeah, no.
the broadcast? And
Cheesley's Bargain did do Nexus Point yesterday, and I remember they were pretty close.
The DPS player, whose name is Zyro?
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. They said that's our DPS machine. Either drops a legendary.
They were pretty close to Antis Angels, so Cheese's Bargain have a very good Nexus Point.
And I respect that.
I expect this to go the way of Cheesley's Bargain, by the way.
Right? Like, you either go for the rank 1 parse, or if you have no RNG.
We do have a prediction going on right now, by the way. Checking the prediction.
So, you know, it's all right. Maybe, well, I mean, looking at the Ellie Shaman damage on this.
I can't see it for some reason. Oh, I see it now. Okay, yeah, heavy into Exodia V. Guys, I mean, you got some time. I'm pretty sure Cheese's Bargain take this map 1. Now, they are not setting themselves up as well for the later maps in the series, so it might be an angle for the reverse sweep. But bear in mind, Exodia V are probably going to play for the one phase here with this comp. Who's the stand-in?
We're going to be getting through this first boss very shortly here.
I don't remember.
Still dealing with
somebody.
The remainder of that trash that is going.
Actually, I can probably tell you.
The core warden, though, without the bloodlust,
the stand-in is
slightly less than ideal comp. I don't think the one phase is going to be a consideration at all for them.
Yeah, I also don't think that's something they're playing on. We'll see how it goes for them here. They're now in fight, so that was the last
Cheesley. Wait, what?
That they needed to actually get the boss.
It's whoever their DK player is. The DK they had in yesterday was a DK called Chisley Knight, and this DK is Exco Chisley.
Down from the looks of it, still needs
so
to do a little more percentages, one more application of that heal absorb.
They got a new DK.
Coming in, but
they fake Chisley.
I don't think this
Indeed.
One should be in any.
I mean, you know what? It's kind of fitting given their name. Their name is Cheesley's Bargain, and you know what? The Cheesley got bargained off, I guess.
Now is how they're going to be pulling in the middle. But
all right, big damage jam here. What is Cheesley's Bargain going to be able to pull off in this damage jam? I don't expect they can one phase it. I don't think this comp has it in them to one phase. But they've
15% coming out of that damage.
They have done what they've needed to on this side of the dungeon with the massive pull they pulled off. On the other side of the bracket, we have Exodia V with a 349 first boss split. That is fast. That is very fast. For perspective, by the way, our fastest Nexus Point from yesterday came from Antis Angels, and their first boss split with a honestly much better looking comp than what Exodia V have right now was a 3-minute 40-second boss split. So Exodia V are putting up a heater of a timer. But this is where they slow down, all right? They have to split this area into 2 pools.
Lilia was completely doomed.
Have to split this area into 2 pools.
Actually had to sit, get about half that mana bar back before they ended up joining.
And Cheese's Bargain putting up a 5:01. That is 14 seconds faster than their timer from yesterday, so they are on a bit of a better pace as well.
I almost certainly think so. Both Holy and Disgrace struggle a little bit with mana householding, for lack of better
Fregi was good.
So that's something you'll see more and more, and especially with MDI change.
Also curious to hear if the right move is to pull more at the very end before Lothrax, or pick up percentage earlier and just let the last 2 images required for boss.
Just kit to do just that, but even here you
I think what you want to do for the end of the dungeon is you basically just go straight to the 2 images that spawn Lothraxian, and you kill them as fast as possible with whatever trash you still need to pull. Which I think for most teams is like one of the lingering image packs,
continue to spawn over and over again. Now,
but not every team.
Can find a moment to get a Shadow Meld drink off at some point.
But yeah, the more of those lingering image packs at the start of the dungeon that you leave for the end, the more dangerous that pool becomes. So. You can see here on Cheesy's Bargain side, they actually opt to pull. They pull their lingering images onto the wings, so they're doing their count now, which makes the end of their dungeon a lot easier to execute. So in theory, they should be maybe a little bit slower, but higher count. I'm not sure what Exodia V did for their lingering images. I'm not gonna lie, I was not paying attention.
We also are taking an image down here. That's always a little bit of added difficulty.
But yeah, I expect Cheeselay's Bargain to engage their boss first, but Exodia V should kill their... I mean, basically, we're going to see who's faster. I think at this point, I would probably rather be Exodia V. I think they're a little bit ahead with the idea that they're going to one-phase the boss, but we'll see, we'll see.
Yeah, lots of passive AoE damage on the group. Those debuffs going out to a ton of single target damage to the players they're on, and potentially cleave if they're standing on top of each other. For the time being, though, it's looking pretty good. We do have a lingering image still slowly funneling in from the back. This must be from the middle of the
yeah, Cheesy's Bargain like playing these lingering images in Super Late.
It's pretty cool. An eye on that. That's more passive AoE damage on top of this already pretty dangerous.
I think Exodia V are onto their final RP pack.
Finish off those mana batteries.
I believe.
Time being, though, it looks like it's a great pull for Cheesy's Bargain, as they have kind of gotten into...
They kill off this Null Sentinel, and I think that spawns the boss. On the side of Cheesy's Bargain, they have to kill off the Circuit Seer, which is just about done to spawn their boss, so they are going to engage in boss combat a little bit sooner.
This is not looking like a team that is playing with a stand-in that they got, you know, maybe only a couple of hours ago. This
very true. Exco playing pretty well so far, not gonna lie. And the boss has been pulled. Now, Exodia V gonna follow with their boss very shortly afterwards. They're pulling the boss maybe 15 seconds later. But their boss, the Core Warden boss fight, is a lot faster than Khazred. So the question now, all eyes on Exodia V. Can they one-phase this boss? I think they have the comp to do it. In fact, I think they have more than enough damage to do it, considering we're playing the Disc Priest and we have PI available 4-hour Ascendance Shaman. However, is Ascendance going to be off cooldown?
Few seconds here.
Did we mistime our cooldowns?
10 more seconds.
Ascendance needs to be up the moment this Light Scarf Flower hits the ground.
Okay. Here it is. The fraction is coming in.
We're gonna miss, like, I think we're okay.
Here's the damage amp for them. This is the
oh my god, that was timed perfectly. Ooh-wah-wee-woo. And they have to one-phase this.
Take a look at the cast bar for
They're on pace, I think, at this point in time. Is the RNG good?
Still have about 5 seconds of that light scarf.
Looking for Tempest procs? Oh, the RNG was not good! The RNG was not good! Oh my goodness. They are gonna kill it before the second damage amp, but this is in very, very important time for Exodia V that they are losing here. Now also look at the count. It's basically the exact same, so actually it doesn't really matter. Exodia V is just straight up ahead right now.
And Group B, so we'll have to keep an eye on how Exodia V plan to pull. this last section of.
If I'm Exco, I would have pressed Army. I don't know why we're holding Army, Exco. You gotta press that shit on jaw. You have RP, it's gonna happen. Surely you press it, right? I think it. Exco. We need the Army.
We're looking at Chislet too. They're finishing out Kasrith, and we know they.
Oh, okay, yeah. Exodia has the lead at this point in time. Now,
time in the middle section. They should be on their way.
They got their count from somewhere else. They didn't play the lingering images at the start of the dungeon. I wonder where they got that count from. Obviously, we're just gonna go straight down to the images, pull them. This pull is not too bad. You just really need to avoid being disorienting. I'll make sure you purge the bats as well. If the bat debuff goes off, it's gonna heal all these mobs to full, and we don't like that.
Still 3. That's still pretty good.
It's still a lot of passive AoE damage that they have to deal with. Every single one of those Luciferin flares does a ton of damage to the group. A lot of pressure on Lilia, who has fortunately managed to find a spot to drink.
Priest is playing
nearly
Disc.
a full mana bar. That should be good for the rest of the dungeon, keeping his team nice and healthy through this pull. They've been doing a great job at interrupting the random holy bolts that the Light Rods.
Yeah, Exodia V is just putting on a clinic right now. Still, I mean, it's that's such a shame, bro. I love Cheesley Bargain's first pull in this dungeon, but it really just seems like your win condition in Nexus Point is whether or not you can one-phase the Core Warden. Even if it means you have to split up that right side into 2 pulls, even if it means you literally play more trash pulls over the course of the dungeon, it is just faster to one-phase that boss.
And should be able to spawn Lothraxion in just a second, but they are behind on the.
And now for Exodia V, they have very powerful classes available to them for the second half of this series going into map 2. So I think if you're an Exodia V fan, you are feeling pretty happy. Now the fight is not over yet.
Couple more percentages, so we're going to be
the fight,
over to the right.
You know what? There is some trash we need to finish up here. We need to clean up. Things could go awry. Caster 2 goes off with the debuff at a wrong time. We kicked the wrong image during the intermission. Never know.
Projectile at the boss. Don't see any players doing it for Lothraxion. Actually, it's Exo there. Here comes the Death Coil at the last possible moment. And you can see that projectile. Actually, I think it was really close to the boss. Yeah, but it was right on top of the boss, so you could hardly see the projectile whatsoever. Either way, they found the correct mob instantly, interrupted it, and are through the phase. This is what we're saving the Bloodlust.
Alright, so we lust out of this phase. That's usually how that goes.
To burst down the boss,
and I think Exodia V just have better boss damage at the moment, so I expect them to pull a little bit ahead here.
Absolutely right, and with that lust, all of those cooldowns are going to be sent once more.
Cheesley's Bargain are waiting to lust out of intermission. Did we kick the wrong ad? Why are we getting absolutely blasted right now? That intermission lasted 8 years for Cheesley's Bargain. That's a little concerning. They're in lust now, but I mean, Exodia V just cranked this boss. They might even skip the next intermission phase.
15%, and they are determined to take this one in.
I mean, this is such an Elisham dungeon. Wow, it is incredible. What an oversight from I Do It to not recognize the value of the Elemental Shaman in this dungeon.
A lot of us have expected.
But we're now seeing it put out in full glory here.
March towards victory.
In the lower bracket, in Group B,
honestly, from both of our teams,
and Exodia V is going to take map 1.
All
right, uphill battle for Cheesley's Bargain for the rest of this tournament, but we'll see how that goes.
Not just
when it comes to one phasing the boss beyond comp and clone usage, are there techs to be aware of? Not really. Just do your damage as best you can within a 15-second window.
I honestly think Cheesley really did show well for themselves here, especially having that substitute player. So makes
it's 3 images at once. If you skip the 2 at the beginning, there's 3 images that you play.
Measured up to one another?
It's not, which on a 15 is like not actually that terrible, not that scary.
I think
it's a pretty reasonable pull to do.
Replacement in a tournament that's as
it's only scary if your tank gets disoriented, or anybody gets disoriented for that matter, by the frontals.
Really well. And
if your tank baits those well, then
up in this map. Super clean,
chilling.
Super good run, no major mistakes, a little bit.
I feel bad when it comes to watching for the projectile to reveal which one to pick. I'm always hands off for kicking the right one.
what it comes back to with.
Yeah, I never really play a class as a projectile.
Again, but
to like play around that, so I'm usually not really thinking about it. I just like look around.
Very nice first map. I agree. I mean, honestly, impressive to see, especially having somebody step into the team that they were able to stay so competitive here and are definitely running in this matchup. But we have even more insights on this from Tettles.
All right. Welcome to a new segment that I'm coining called Tettles Classroom, where we talk about what makes the good teams good. Welcome to a new segment that I'm coining called Tettles Classroom, where we talk about what makes the good teams good and the great teams great. So, you see this comp by Exodia V. They're playing an Unholy DK, and they're playing an Elemental Shaman. These two specializations actually have a lot of ground damage. You can actually see the Earthquakes and the Death and Decay are dropped off of the pack on the side of Exodia V, because the tank, he just like moves the mobs. He's kind of in this weird position whenever the pack starts to get gathered, and he decides that he actually needs to move the mobs. The Elemental Shaman has lost an insane amount of damage. Krakatoa, a literal volcano is spawned on the ground right there, and the mobs got moved out of the D&D, and they got moved out of the Earthquake. And I think that whenever you look at some of our top tier teams, and you wonder what makes the best teams, the top seeded teams, show up each and every single week and be faster every single pull, those micro movements by the tank, I think that is something that's actually super important. How fast you get the pack gathered, and you know, just making sure that whenever you're playing with different compositions, how you're playing around those specific specializations, those things matter a lot. Now, for the purposes of just this series, it really kind of like Make said right before this, it came down to Core Ward and Nasira, and the 1 phase versus the 2 phase, that was about like a 30 to 45 second time swing for these two teams, where Chisley's Bargain ended up going for the 2 phase strategy, ended up losing a little bit of time. Exodia V, I think they got the boss to like 4%, and they were able to DPS it with like 10 seconds. And that was basically the big kind of turning point for this series. Ultimately, it was very close between these two teams, but I think that for Exodia V, it's like, again, I just want this to be, if you're an aspiring tank at home, you have to really be thinking about what your composition does and how you're playing around specific.
I feel like we have some really good matchups in the lower bracket still coming up.
Like Earthquake and Death and
so after this match finishes, we'll have Dire Wolves versus Blame the Healer. That'll be a heater. And Physical God Comp versus the winner of this match, which I think will also be a heater.
Around this entire season.
I want to see what the seedings were of these teams as well.
As many Tettles Classroom segments as we want. That was very educational. And chat, I hope that you all learned something as well. Now, as Tettles was touching on, obviously we have a lot to consider with the comps for our teams. We'll be heading next into Windrunner Spire, and of course we have
that's crazy, bro.
Rule and bands that are going to be coming out.
By the way,
Zyro, Spec
Exodia V and Chisley's Bargain. This is the 20th versus 23rd seed matchup. I don't think Exodia V is playing way better than a 20th seed.
Notes on the Spec band rule, if you haven't been paying attention, or you're just now tuning
Blame the
in,
Healer is a 17th seed?
Wow. Have to ban 3 of their
There's some serious seed depth going on here.
That they have played in the previous
Did you know you're considered a young person in the WoW community? I don't know if I don't think I would say I'm a young person anymore. I think I used to say that. I think I'm maybe younger than a lot of people that play this game, but I know a lot of people that are younger than I that play as well.
It's always the most played specs.
I'm wishing a downfall on Exodia right now. All my points are on Chisley.
Here are the bans for our teams. Exodia V, unsurprisingly. Dispriest gone, Ellie Shaman gone, Warlock gone. Chisley's Bargain holding on to the Yogg-Evoker, but that means that they're banning out the
most people's points are on Chisley.
As well as their tank healer combo.
30k are on Chisley right now. Holy.
In a pretty commanding position
I actually thought Chisley were going to win after they pulled out that first pull. I thought that the gap that would build for them was big enough that it wouldn't matter if the other team one-faced the boss. But it turned out that one-facing the boss is just the biggest value you can get.
Definitely. I mean, honestly,
it doesn't matter if you pull one less pull.
Well done from them. You wouldn't have thought that somebody had just jumped in literally today to kind of get into the MDI for them. But Tettles, with what Zyro was kind of looking at here with these specs that we've ruled out, are you kind of feeling the same? Do you think it leans more in Exodia V's favor?
I mean, the last 2 maps of this series were like,
I don't play in 2025. You're playing well. Yeah, me as well.
I actually think you need.
I'm 23 playing exactly.
We're ever going to go to a game 3.
Yeah, I'm 27. I'm 20 turning 21. I feel like the people that watch me as well.
At the same time, like
I think there's a lot of like younger people that watch me, kind of.
Like we saw yesterday, and there's
like not like I don't know. I feel like my age bracket is like like 20 to
how they were playing in that Nexus
like 35, 20 to 40 maybe.
So I don't think that Exodia V. I don't think it's guaranteed by any means. But I think like if
the reason I say that is because I get called Unk a lot. Like yeah, Unk. I see a lot of people Unk me.
Execute their game plan. They should be winning this next map.
Like my subs,
yeah, I mean,
there's a lot of people.
like
I mean,
we have seen them have.
I think
a more successful strategy.
I do
than
agree
they're
there
able
are
to
like a lot
execute
fewer people that
it.
watch.
I mean, we talked a little bit about
play
them
WoW
taking
and like
big risks
that
and
are
then
like
maybe being a little bit
young,
in the
like
follow
20,
through or
around
that
20 years old.
consistency.
But I feel like
With
the
this
people
very
that
first
do
map, I know it's not
are
a
that
lot
age.
to
They've
say
watched me.
for
It's
day
kind of
two,
what I'm
but
getting at.
did you feel like they were a bit more conscious of their consistency or a
I'm
little
40.
bit steadier in their roles
Yo,
today?
W.
I think it looked really steady based on that first map. Like you're mentioning, it's kind of small sample size.
30,
so
31,
see
Jordy.
how that Windrunners go. I think next point, with all things
I'm a
considered,
filthy
is
casual
also
who
a
doesn't
little
see
bit
above
more of a
13s. Okay, in the
calculatable
context of
dungeon.
talking about
Kinda know
age,
what mobs are
that could be
doing, when
taken
they're
out
doing
of
it.
context. So,
There's no
Illermus,
crazy, like,
careful.
recast except for
Now I
maybe
know
that
you're on the
left wing
YouTube
with the
chat,
items
and you know
we
you
need to
maybe
be a
missed.
little
You
bit
had
on
that
top
little
of
bit of a
it.
stream delay
Other
there.
than that,
Just
it's pretty
careful with the
straightforward on
wordings.
NPCs. Windrunners, a little bit of a different
Giving you a
story.
heads
You
up.
need to make sure that you have everything under control there. So let's see a lot of potential in this dungeon for sure.
Busted. I'm
There
25
is,
years
there
watching
is,
it.
and this is
Watching
going
it
to be
like 4
our
years. Yeah, it's kind of what I'm
second
thinking.
map
Like,
of the series, Choosela's
I think it's
Bargain
like.
versus Exodia V.
I think
certainly seem to be leaning in Exodia's
of the
favor.
people that play
Choosela's
WoW, like I
is
kind
not
of
out the running
appeal
by
to
any
maybe
means.
the.
However, if Exodia
I have a
takes this
very
map,
slightly
they
more
will
like
get the game point
zoomer
and move on in the
perspective.
lower bracket, eliminating Choosela's Bargain. Of course, Choosela's does not want this to happen. They fought hard to be here today, even with a replacement player. So can they hang in there? Can they pull this team together? And can they get this win?
But I also, my entire YouTube content niche is like video essays, which is extremely anti-zoomer.
We'll see how they face off here, Zyro, as they come into Windrunner Spire.
Keeps the
I mean, this is probably one of the toughest maps we have.
The other unks in here with me.
I mean, this is a dungeon where we've already seen from the 2 top teams this weekend. The strategies are crazy in this game. It's massive pulls. It's on the highest.
I need to give my mods PR trading.
All of those pulls
wow, what do they do?
So
guys, the prediction is ending very soon. I'm not gonna lie, if I was a betting man, I would all in my points on Exodia V right now. It is not looking prime for Choosela's Bargain.
We're not getting one, we're getting
Speaking
two
of
demon hunters devouring
what?
Side by
Yo!
side.
What is this comp?
I'm here for it.
Dude, I love the Havoc. I love the Havoc. Ooh-wah-wee with the Havoc goes crazy mode.
Wow. I think it's, what do you think will actually do more overall damage here? Is it going to be the Havoc or the Devourer?
It's going to be the Havoc.
Let's talk about the damage.
It's going to be the Havoc.
Obviously,
I'll tell you why. Because whenever they do these massive pulls, Havoc is going to hit their fucking meta, do infinity AoE damage, kill all the shitters before our Devourer gets any collapsing stars out,
yeah, so it depends
and that's going to be it.
On how your pull cadence looks like, right?
I mean, both Demon Hunters hitting 800k this first pull is pretty fucking insane, by the way. That's a fast first pull. On a 17? That is a fast as fuck first pull.
Shorter, quick pulls, then your Havoc can do a lot as well. So let's see how these two pair up. I wouldn't be surprised if at the end Devour's on top, but my heart, of course, says this Havoc will win. For now,
like that WoW player that hasn't been playing the game stops in diapers. Yeah.
First segment of the dungeon, they're just now finishing out, and Exodia V is already on to the next pull.
Yeah, and we're gonna have to keep an eye on what the teams plan on skipping.
Okay, so here we go. So first pull, Exodia V just absolutely, they gained like 30 seconds off the first pull. That was a clinic. Now they did lust the first pull. So Choosela's Bargain can make back some time if they pull Giga onto Emberdon. Now I don't think they're doing this all together. My guess is that they're going to the Lynx room, stopping, pressing their cooldowns, killing that off, and then going to Emberdon. We have army available, and we've stopped here. Okay, we did pull Lynx at least. And there's the army, okay. So, I actually think I would rather be Choosela's Bargain at the moment. I would rather have a slower route, but have lust for Emberdon. Now, Exodia V have already played, they played 2 trash pulls this dungeon. If they don't take this onto the boss, this will be their 3rd trash pull in the dungeon, which is unprecedented in this tournament. Every single team that has done Windrunner Spire has done the Emberdon section in a maximum of 2 trash pulls. But the fact that Exodia V is stopping here to do this pull implies that they're doing at least 3. Well, if you include what I mean, okay, well, they're doing at least 2 separate trash pulls plus trash on a boss, which every other team in the tournament has done 1 trash pull and then the remaining trash onto the boss. So I'm expecting Cheese's Bargain to take the rest of the trash onto the boss here. This could actually be their catch-up condition. But for Cheese's Bargain, this is a very, very difficult pull to execute.
They let so many of those poison blades off on this
WWE almost suffering a couple casualties there, looking very, very low. Deervar is in his meta. He needs to drop it and start building insta. Now we do have a long gather here, so he has time to get his meta back. Also, Uwawiwu pressed meta on the last pull, so they're not going to have it for the boss.
Never stop in the MDI, as Cheeseless Bargain has held on to that bloodlust for this specific.
So this pull, if they go onto the boss, is going to be very scary for Exodia V. And here we go. All eyes on Cheeseless Bargain. This is a crazy pull. Bloodlust is popped. Army is out. Breath, stun, all the ads. Our Warlock is going to press Tyrant, and we're in our damage.
So many groundlings. Exo just
oh, the Evoker takes a tick of that fire. He's inside of his wall, so he lives, but it ticks so quick if you greed any casts. Look at the damage on the meters.
You have those swirlies, you have those frontals. You still need to deal with the Lasher. You still
now we've killed all of the little shitters, so our tank should be chilling at this point, but we're scared for the rest of our party. These tornadoes are difficult to track on the ground. We need to stop the fire spits from both Dragon Hawks. Looks like we're getting one more set. One more set. There's one stop. The second one is going off right now on the Warlock. It's going down. It needs to get stopped. The link gets dropped. And finally, the knockout goes out. The Emberhawk should be deceased here shortly. The Bloated Lasher also going down. Very nicely done by Cheese's Bargain. And with that, they are back in the lead with the summon. Holy.
Tapped on personal cooldown, so this next intermission could do quite a bit of damage going into this Burning Gale right now.
Oh, but the Evoker goes down.
Unfortunately, Naz does
to probably greeting a cast. They have B-Res, but that is all the advantage they just carved out for themselves. They lost 15 seconds of that, and it was right before their cheat death came off cooldown. Like guys, if you ever play cheat death, here's a tip here. If your cheat death ability isn't on cooldown, you're not taking advantage of it. So you see good work by Naz Evoker here. They cheated on pull 1. And they're getting good use out of that ability. Make sure that you guys proc your cheat on CD, alright?
Now we also saw Army just come up, so Emberdawn
now we are in execute phase Army here. I imagine we're probably pressing Tyrant when it comes up. It's probably worth its 1 minute cooldown. You just press it when it's up. So this Emberdawn should be going down here soon. But the question is, how far ahead are they going to be with the death?
Behind on the boss regression, they went a lot slower. Access to that lust, so
Exodia V are kind of out of damage. They don't have meta for a while. This is just an I-beam that you're looking at. Deervar's void meta just finished.
Good off of it. Also, absolutely scary to see them double stacking these. But
and
really
yeah, we're in our Tyrant right now, so this Emberdawn should be going down for Cheese's Bargain here. It looks like it's gonna be a 20-second lead, accounting for the death timer. We gotta pay attention to that timer. So I'm guessing that Exodia V kills boss 35 seconds after.
It almost looks like they didn't really have a particular route planned for this key, and they're just kind of playing it safe, pressing W and hoping that something goes wrong for Cheeseless Bargain. I wonder if that's the play for them, because Cheeseless Bargain actually is looking, like we've said, quite good. They've had very few mistakes.
I think top 100 has hella zoomers. I don't know what you mean by that, but W.
A couple of spot deaths here and there. I mean, the only mistake they really made in the Nexus point was...
I tried playing Astarogue with Og in the group. I couldn't invent him half the pulls. I don't know what that means. Why not?
They might have actually won that dungeon. So, doing a great job of keeping it close and playing it clean, but Exodia V are going to have to accelerate a lot in the derelict.
Okay, so Exodia V are behind almost a minute. That's crazy. I mean, they played
have to make sure they don't let any of these poison blade casts go off, because
an extra trash pull. And when there's no one phasing of the boss, they're just straight behind. So they're behind a minute, but it's more like 45 seconds with the death timer, so this is still to Cheeseless Bargain's advantage. Now, Exodia V does have slightly more count after that first boss split. Maybe they can use that to help make a later pull faster. I don't think that saves them a pull by any means, but...
Towards the area, we've seen some of our teams elect to
Cheesela's Bargain here are choosing to kill off the first Woebringer, kill the rest of the trash here, and I assume they'll take the rest of the trash onto the boss. They have army up in 40 seconds. Tyrant up in 10. They're probably gonna have their Warlock send Tyrant on the Woebringers to break the first shield, and then they'll chain it into boss. That's my guess.
It's unlikely that we're going to be seeing any skips in these.
Oh, that puddle placement is so sketchy.
Now, they might have actually decided to opt to go for the strategy that we saw Triple Threat do yesterday, where the
and there is the Tyrant from our Warlock. This is going to be used to break the Woebringer's shield. We're hitting into the Woebringer right now. Once that shield gets broken, we're going into the boss with our army.
But at some point, we're going to have to.
Now, we don't have breath, so unfortunately, this is DK carries solo.
Really a lot of efficient skips to do at this point, so we'll have to see what the plan is for them. For the time being, though, I mean, Cheesela's
I assume they're going into the boss.
Dungeon progression, they are significantly far ahead of Exodia V as we see more players for Exodia V drop low to these trash.
I guess we're trying to kill the Woebringer before we go. I mean, that makes sense, I guess. If we don't press army, though, I'm not sure we kill the Woebringer before the second AoE. Oh, they get a second. The tank goes down!
Back to top wall and avoid metamorphosis. Tank death on the side of Cheesela's Bargain, though. These mobs are low. They do get a Valorous off. We've lost our Warlock and our Evoker as well. They instantly released and started running back. We've lost every single DPS player. They're gonna have to
that is so unfortunate.
Crash back alive, but this is 5 deaths on the board for them already. Makes a minute 15.
That is
doing their absolute best to
why we needed to either
kill off these mobs after the fact.
Kill them.
I
mean, we need to do one of two things. We either needed to commit to pressing army on pull there when it came up to kill the Woebringer. We cannot afford to get that second shield. Or two, we had to pull the boss.
As well. That stagger been red.
That is so unfortunate.
Not to get knocked down here.
Exco, I mean, he tried to play it and hit his army late, and they're trying to save the pull at this point. But at this point, that 45-second gap is completely lost in Dungeon Timer.
Woebringer is casting as well. That's going to be additional AoE.
They will probably still pull the boss faster than Exodia V somehow, which is crazy.
And save them a little bit. As Cheesela is trying to get it back together, they were able to keep some of
how
that
much?
pull
So they're
still,
a minute.
So at least no full reset on the.
They need to be a minute ahead. Wait, also Exodia V had a death somewhere that I missed. So they're only 45 seconds behind on death timer. I mean, I don't know what Exodia V is doing. Why are we not pulling the boss, by the way? Are we? We're 1v1ing this behemoth.
Potentially have another tank death here with literally nothing available.
I'm not sure what's going through Exodia V's mind right now, but if they keep 1v1ing these trash mobs off, Cheesela's Bargain may yet still find a path to win.
A little bit annoying. The Warlock is there for Curse of Tongues, so they'll have a little bit more time to identify who needs to kick what. But
they just had it. One of the DPS died to the ground poison. Oh, is that what it was?
On the group at some point from Callus here, if it's overlapped.
Okay, but I think so. Exodia V should be in the lead at this point, but it's not by much.
Now past the 10-minute mark into the dungeon, so we have recharged that battle res. But you would like to
Exodia V is just pressing Lust on cooldown as well. Bro, it looks like Exodia V, for as comp as they were in their first map, like I don't think they have a plan for this Windrunner. I think this is just like...
Oh, it's just a typical caster curse.
This is clearly not a dungeon they practice.
Also, I have a lot
They're just pressing W. That's the best way to describe it. Cheesela's Bargain have clearly practiced this map, on the other hand.
Just for the record.
I am kidding. I actually did not.
But yes, certainly not the best position, but that doesn't mean it's over just yet. So that was.
And because they practice it, I expect the rest of their dungeon to still be faster, which implies they're not yet out of this one.
Have the potential to accelerate somewhere else. It could be on the final boss. It could be.
Hello, team. How many Jork sessions are we at for the day?
Right before they spawn the boss. That's probably where I would like for them to use it. We'll need to see whether or not that is the case.
I mean, here's the thing, guys. If you're completing this tournament, like, it is such an incredible time sink. Like, we were the 13th seed, and like, you know, if you guys, by the way, video plug if you haven't seen it already, check it out. !MDI. I covered my MDI experience. The biggest thing holding us back from like being competitive with the better teams in the tournament was just the amount of time we had to invest into our preparation. That was as the 13th seed, right? We're watching the 23rd versus 20th seed right now.
Super low. They were
right. If we didn't have as much time, how much time do you think these guys had?
Only really
you just don't have enough time to map out a like competitive route in every single one of the dungeons. So you're just gonna have to sack some of these dungeons. And I think what has happened for Exodia V is that this is one of the dungeons they chose to sack. Now, when are they gonna kill this boss? That is the question. They are 27 seconds behind, and they're 45 seconds ahead on dungeon timer. So if we do the math there, all right, carry the 1, they are 18 seconds. Exodia V is currently 18 seconds ahead of Cheeselay's Bargain. Now, I think Cheeselay's Bargain can make up some time. I just expect them to be faster. There isn't really a lot of time to be made up here in this dungeon, but what you can do is chain the end of this pole into the Mystics. If Cheeselay's Bargain managed that, they have Lust. This would honestly be a really good Lust. Just leave right now. You have Army, leave. Literally leave. Oh, we did press Tyrant though, so you don't have that for next pull. So it looks like we're committed to killing off this pull. Also, our Augvoker breathed the mobs at 0 health. I don't know how I feel about that. But Cheeselay's Bargain need to leave. You can't sit here and finish off this mob. You have to go. You need every possible time advantage, and the longer you sit here 1v1 these mobs, the more you lose.
I mean, we saw it from Auntie's Angels here.
So Cheese's Bargain are definitely going to double Mystic Pull this, but I also expect Exodia V to double Mystic Pull, so I don't think they're that... They kind of lost their opportunity to gain some ground here. Their Brewmaster is getting absolutely dunked on right now. This is Cheeselay Bargain's Bloodlust. Okay, so this is a big lust for them. This will help them accelerate and make up some of that timer. Bibelabube with the tier 1 and the 4 months. Thank you kindly. We see Exodia V here. Are they going for the same pull? I think they're stopping early. Exodia V are accepting the fact that they are not prepared in this dungeon. They are not going all the way. This extra pull will guarantee give Cheeselay's Bargain the timer they need with a full wipe to claw back the advantage in this dungeon.
They have to, and they also have to hope that
very nicely done.
A little bit. And if I'm not mistaken,
they're gonna pull some extra trash onto the boss here. They're gonna pull the boss, and I think that is. I think it's Cheese at this point. It's Cheeselay Bargain's map to lose. But let's see the dungeon timer 16:18 when they pull Commander Kroluk. Pay attention to the timer when Exodia V pull it.
Chain a little bit. As we're hoping for this camera to turn around and show us the boss room. Cheeselay's Bargain.
Bro, can we just see an Arcane Mage in one of these groups, please? I bet they would hit 3 mil bursts.
Run, and there it is. They still have the Mystic up. So
anyone want to comply? Any Arcane Mages in the chat that are also creating the event? Log on real quick.
All at once, and this is crucial because this also spawns the boss. There's a little bit of RP there, and that could be the difference maker.
Cheeselay's Bargain engaged Commander Kroluk at 16:18.
Yes, sir, Zyro.
Exodia V. It looks like they will not be engaging the boss by that time, as that is only a mere 15
seconds. Splitting up that pull. I mean, it is a 17, so it's a scary pull to do. I understand it.
So even with the 4 extra deaths on
but this is honestly an incredible show of resilience from Cheeselay's Bargain with the sub-in. They prepped, they had a full wipe, but they stuck it out, played it out, and they are in the driver's seat right now. They have 2 bosses they have to overcome. I mean, how you can't possibly wipe from here, right? You can't possibly wipe from here, right? Knock on wood. Cannot possibly wipe from here.
15 seconds and change behind Cheeselay's Bargain. A mere 1 death differential between the teams right now.
Yeah, I mean, that might just be the difference maker. We'll need to keep a close eye on these 2 teams with the death differential like you're
so, all right, okay, very important call here, guys.
It does track for me.
Cheeselay's Bargain going into map 3.
Dealing with
very similar to what Barely Qualified did in our last series. They have all end mains on maps 1 and 2. So going into this 3rd map, should they win, they have got scraps remaining, which does give the edge to Exodia V. I believe they still have access to the...
Not at all.
I don't remember what they played last map, so I actually don't remember what they have access to. But they have access to some better specs.
The time that this boss is engaged to the end of the dungeon
Oh, right, it was the Nexus point, wasn't it?
Both Triple Threat and for Auntie's Angels was about 3.5 to 4 minutes.
Pretty sure they have AUG for next map, which is big.
That lust might come up near the end of the final
might have Bear
boss
as well.
and might give them a little bit of that extra damage they need to make
about
up
10
that
seconds
15
behind.
16-second differential that
I forgot to check when they were pulling the
You
boss.
can get a better look at whether or not.
I mean, it's
Spartan
possible
has
they just
opened
have
up that
Giga
gap,
boss
or
damage on the
Exodia
side of
just kinda
Exodia V, but I
closed
think
that
it's
gap
unlikely.
as this
I
boss
think the
goes
single
down. When we
target
take a
that
look at the
gets
actual boss
gets
kill
brought on
times
by
for
Havoc
RTTs
and
as this
Devour
boss
is
goes down.
not that exceptional. I would much rather have the Unholy
Absolutely. First one should
DK
be
Warlock
coming
combo
in
for pure single target,
momentarily.
which this
Commander
last boss
Krulak
is.
into the single
Alright, but look at the timer here. We can get a
Chisels
good
bargain.
measure of where they are
Will
looking
be
at these
fast,
boss splits that
but
come up
then
here.
That should be the end of it. Yep. You're taking note of the
1922 or
timer.
something.
I'm taking note of where we're going as Chisels
Is when
Bargain is
Chisley's
on their way to
Bargain
the final boss,
killed
getting
their
the
boss. So
opportunity
Exodia V
as
have
soon as
just
possible
shy of
will
a
be
minute to finish off
absolutely
Commander
important to
Kroluk.
them
That is
as they're just
pretty
waiting
tall ask.
for
Right now
this
it's immune
boss
and you have to kill off the
spawn
ads for it to
into the
take
room
damage once
try
again.
and shut out Exodia V from the second map in this best of 3. Maybe Chisla has bargained for something with this series. They certainly have cooked up a really, really good round. Exodia V is still going to be in fight for quite a while longer.
I still don't know why Meeks is so quiet. They gotta turn Meeks up.
Able to do damage to the boss once again. Remember, Chisley's Bargain killed the boss off at 19:20. When they pulled the boss, they were about 15 seconds ahead of Exodia V. Let's see if they've kept that lead at the end of the boss here. Exodia V, a little bit of damage here. The Void meta active for Dirva, and a little bit of extra damage to the boss. We're passing over that 19:20 mark right now, but the gap has certainly closed, as it looks like
It's
Exodia
close.
is only now 5 seconds.
It's so
behind
close.
on
Oh my
dungeon
God.
timer
Wait, it's
progression
so
when you
close. It's
factor
so
in death
close.
Timers. And like you said,
Wait, and
they
Exodia V get a
bloodlust
third
timer,
lust.
That's coming up in a minute.
Exodia V
10
get a
seconds for them.
third
It
lust.
will certainly be
No
available
way.
whenever they want to press it about halfway through this boss.
They
They're even gonna
could-
get the
they
Havoc
could
meta
claw
in
this
that
back.
window as well. So it looks like Exodia
They get a
V is
third lust,
accelerating here.
but they
Chisley's Bargain
only
on
get
their end
one
need to kill
meta
this boss off as quickly
from
as
their
possible
Havoc.
to give themselves as much of a cushion.
So they probably
Exodia V
delay the
cannot
lust
kill boss
for the
off within
Havoc,
that
I
1 minute
guess?
window.
It should
Oh
line up
my
with the meta,
goodness,
actually.
You guys, I'm gonna be so real with you.
It's
right
gonna be
now.
so
This is
close. It's gonna be so
actually
close.
Insane what we're seeing from these two teams. Just like playing.
I mean,
out of their
I think the
mind,
Unholy
but maybe those
DK
4 deaths is where it all comes
Lock have
back to.
better
Maybe if they
single
didn't have
target,
that
but
one, it
again,
would've been
lust
all
is a
theirs,
lot
but
of
how they're
damage.
routing
That
look,
is, if it's 5
Exodia
seconds of
V
difference,
on
that
the
is,
back
I
of
think
the
that's 5 seconds, bro.
absolute
I think
Burn
Exodia V with their
Bloodlust,
unprepared route
Burn
may just
MDI
yet
is
make
going to
it
be
past the
accelerating
Spire.
here as well. Let's see if the teams can keep it clean from here on out. This is notable.
Personally, I want to see a game 3, so I hope Chisley's Bargain just dig deep and fuck it. They hit their pots
Still having a little bit of
and just
inferior
send this
target
boss
versus
to the grave.
AMS and stand, just Toba heal me and should be fine. Doesn't need to go flying, allowing.
We have Lust up
a
now.
little bit more uptime.
We have
That
meta in
comes
20
with
seconds.
any other of
It looks
the
like they're going to
classes.
hold it
Warlock might be able
and
to
send with the
roll.
next
But
Devour.
our Demon Hunters, our Evokers, they will need to go flying. and
meta,
come
I
back
guess?
down, losing just a little bit
Probably.
of uptime, but we are getting closer to that.
So they're probably
finish
gonna send it
timer
in,
on the
like,
side of Chisley's
20
Bargain.
seconds. Oh, no, they press it
Remember,
now.
whenever
Why do they
kill
listen
the
now?
boss,
The Devour's on
we
cooldowns.
need
The
to
Havoc
add
could just hold their
another minute onto
meta.
that
What are we
for
doing?
Exodia, and like I
I do
mentioned,
not like this lust. I think they could have
This is not a
optimized
good
this
lust, though.
better.
They just pressed it instantly. None of their buttons were really available.
Yes,
Meta's not off
good
cooldown for the
point,
50
good
seconds.
point.
I believe that's just the IV
However,
meta for
I mean,
Olowiwa,
Devour's
but Void
has
meta
really long
not
cooldowns, so they
active.
get some
For the
Void
Devour,
meta
Demon Hunter,
value
they
out of
should've just
that.
saved this for a
But
little
here we
bit of
go.
time. Why did they
Start the
press this
clock
here?
right
They could've thrown it
now.
back in the other direction. Clock is stopped now
22:27
for
is the
Chisley's
timer. They have
Bargain. 1
half the
minute
boss
for
they have to
Exodia V
overcome
kill this boss
with
off and
lust.
send them home, but that was not the most efficient way to press
Oh,
it. And while everyone
he's
dies,
dead!
15
He's
seconds
dead!
gone.
We died to
I
the...
think that's gonna do
No
it.
way!
They just lost
We
the meta.
died to the
He
thingamajig!
just pressed meta as
No!
they used the lust. That was the lust of what they used it for to play around that meta. Now we're not looking for a 1 minute difference. We're looking for 45
over.
seconds.
It's over.
Those
We're
are
seeing a map
very
3, baby!
soon. There's only 17
Holy.
seconds for Exodia V that remain, in which they
No.
would need to kill this boss here. It is not going to be possible.
No! Oh, I'm
Right
so
to
sad if
come
I'm the
down to
Evoker. I'm
this
so
last
sad.
death
I'm
with
so sad.
unoptimized bloodlust, like you're
I'm so
calling out,
sad
Zyro,
we got-
as the
we got
timer
ringed.
moves
Actually, I don't know exactly
over
how they
the
died.
mark, and Chisley's Bargain with a basically full team wipe that they
Wow.
were able to somehow kite out with a sub-in.
Wow,
They're coming
wow,
back
wow.
here.
That was unbelievable. This is the kind of excitement and surprise that
lower bracket going crazy right now. Oh my goodness.
Turning the tables on us and our expectations here, and managing even with 5 deaths to show that they can lock in.
Dude, that by the way,
too. Oh my
chat
gosh.
prediction.
But they managed to bring this back from the brink and secure victory over Exodia V, which will be bringing us to a map 3 between these two teams. Now, this was honestly, I think one of the most unexpected matches that we've had all day.
Havoc taught DPS. Havoc confirmed meta
between the battle
Demon
of
Hunter
Hunters here. But honestly, anything that jumps out to you from this one, go for it, because this was a wild ride.
Well, I'll take that point. Havoc on top.
But the prediction, by the way, for
winning Woksh. But I mean, you have to talk about Chisley here. EXO coming in as a sub-in, last-second replacement there. This team had basically no practice time with this player, and the fact that they were able to game it out like they did, it's incredible. It's so cool.
48% to 52. Holy even prediction, and we're 1-1.
So Tuttles, please let us know what your perspective was on this map.
Well, what in the world happened? How does a team that had a full wipe win? Like, and the other team that had a full wipe, it was Chisley's
guys,
bargain.
Ads are about to run here in just a moment.
It was
remember, you can
fairly close for most of it.
Oh, ads are already running.
Bargain,
all right, GG. I was too late.
Duo section. They end up having it wasn't like a full wipe, but it was like 4 deaths, and it was basically for all intents and purposes a wipe. And the fact that they were able to claw back, and they had a faster route. There was a couple of pulls on the side of Exodia V that I thought were just unbelievably questionable.
Dude, that was a great match.
For Chisley's bargain, they were just full sending it. I mean, look at this pull that was into Imperdon. Exodia V broke up this pull into 2 separate pulls. And then I thought that, like, whenever we were originally doing the replay, that Chisley's bargain was just going to walk through this dungeon much, much faster, strategy-wise. Just because, like, this section felt pretty clean. But then, you know, they're going through in Exodia V. Look at this. They do an additional pull in the Derelict Duo section, which is a little bit weird. Like, why are they doing 2 pulls in the Derelict Duo section? Most teams do 1 or like 1.5 pulls in the Derelict Duo section.
So as the Med Turbo Gamers,
bargain got punished by doing 1 really big pull in the Derelict Duo section. So it's like this pull, they're gearing up to be looking to pull this into the Derelict Duo. They're trying to kill the Behemoth down. And the Cutthroat, they get the cast off. It puts the poison on the tank. That eventually ends up causing too much damage taken to that Brewmaster Monk and Silva.
Wow, imagine a full wipe and you still win.
Basically partial, if not full team
wipe guys, imagine full wiping, resetting a fight, and still winning.
Like, I don't really know how
it's almost like we've seen that before. I can't quite put my finger on it, but it's almost like we've seen that before last weekend.
And so
I can't exactly remember the series, but I feel like that has maybe happened before.
On the entire route, which Chisley's bargain's route was not the fastest.
You always gotta play it out. You always gotta play it out.
It was so much faster than Exodia V's that they were able to win out on the map. And that was a photo finish. That was one of the closest finishes I've seen in a hot minute. That was really cool. Wow on the Havoc Demon Hunter, he's going to probably be laying in bed tonight thinking about that death if they do end up losing the series.
Oh, it was Wawa that died? I thought it was the Evoker.
That was unfortunate, but you know what?
What?
It is.
If they do end up really cool. Wow on the Havoc Demon Hunter, he's going to probably finish. That was one of the closest finishes I've seen in a hot minute. That was really cool. Wow on the Havoc Demon Hunter, he's going to probably be laying in bed tonight thinking finishes I've seen in a hot minute. That was really cool.
That's so sad.
On the Havoc Demon Hunter, he's going to probably be laying in bed tonight thinking about that death if they do end up losing the series. That was unfortunate.
Question mark for me here.
Okay, guys, look at these bans. Big bans on the board. All right, on the side of Chisley's bargain, we have no Devour, no Unholy Decay, no Og, no Guardian Druid, no Mistweaver. All the best specs for each role are gone. No Resto Shaman even. Literally every top 6 specs of the tournament are gone. Maybe minus War. On the side of Exodia V, we have
Mistweaver. They have the whole comp of it.
They have literally anything they want to play. Exodia V could run the meta comp, and they're chilling. So, guys, I think this map 3 is very Exodia V favored. Now, again, I think their plan all along was to just chalk that map too. So, I think that was in there. That was in the game plan. That was in the books. They wrote that one up. In the playbook. I expect to see. I expect to be quite powerful in this map 3. And for this case of Chisley's bargain, in the Pit of Sauron. Pit is a brutal dungeon to not have meta specs on. I'm interested what they're going to pull out. I have no idea. No clue what they've got on the table. It's always pretty exciting to see, but
I mean,
yeah, I think it's looking very heavy Exodia V favored here.
A few hours before tournament day started, which now is a few hours ago, right? They basically only had so much time to practice maps.
They banned Havoc, yeah.
Sure.
I mean, I think if you want to play, I think Devour. I mean, Devour, Lock, and Holy DK are so insane in Pit of Sauron because the target count of the pulls you do are so large.
4 of these players have practiced together.
I actually think Pit is also one of Devour's best dungeons.
Exo can find a spec that he's comfortable on and just cruise with the ship.
This is a bit of a David versus Goliath situation, I think, that's going on here. Exodia V, they have the Augmentation Evoker, they have the Devourer Demon Hunter, and they have the Unholy DK with the Pit of Sauron, which I think is the best dungeon by far for this composition. I think that the Augmentation Evoker is something like a multi-minute time.
Guys, the Warcraft chat does not believe in Cheesley's bargain as much as our chat do. Although I think it's just one person in our chat.
Exodia V's comp,
all in Cheesley's,
let's say, is much better going into this.
I mean, you know what's crazy, by the way? I mean, I guess it is a stand-in, so that's why people are so like.
But I also feel like I was shocked seeing Cheesley's bargain have 5 deaths.
Anti-Cheesley's bargain. So like, look at the bracket, by the way. Just for perspective, this is the 20th seed versus the 23rd seed. These teams were pretty close in time trials.
Powering them through, but it is
they're fairly similarly equipped.
To them. Now,
it's not that big of a diff.
Pit of Sauron is
it's just spec bans that are the biggest thing here.
But I mean,
and of course subbing. But
there are a lot of things that this is going to throw at them. This is obviously important. Whichever team doesn't make the cut is going to be going home. So, is there anything else that you think about this particular dungeon that would be an option for the teams?
I think that the Chiselers, they need the power of chat, right? The Chisley's bargain. The bargain bin. Can we get some ones in chat?
By the way, well among, I missed your message. Greetings, how you doing?
Need the power.
Could even start a career as a caster. I mean, I would love to cast if I wasn't also trying to compete.
Next 1 minute, probably.
Yeah, listen,
maybe two.
I was seeing from insight from chat there. It's like, oh, they haven't practiced Pit, and he only plays DK. So we'll see how it goes. I mean, these guys have looked fantastic in the last 2 dungeons. If anyone
who hasn't played Pit? What do they say?
It's like you said, Tettles. It's an up. Yep, we're practicing. There it is.
Live POV. Chisel, Exo Chisel, here hitting the dummies, making sure that he's optimizing his rotation. He's like, when am I going to press the Breath of Sindragosa? Am I really supposed to be 2-hand frost?
Oh my god! We have multiple teams breaking out a first-time spec.
You know, honestly, 1-hand frost earlier.
There you go. I mean, I would be so impressed. Honestly, it would be like the biggest flex of all time.
That's insane. Guys, I need to use the bathroom before this map begins.
Like, cool, gonna
Holy
win this map.
if they win that.
Just make it happen. Now, is it likely? Probably not. But thank you, Tettles, for Chiselers. Chat and Tettles bringing Chiselers into the mix here. So everybody, you know, keep it real, keep the hype going, give them your energy, and of course, everybody as well who have become Exodia V fans this season, get that hype in there too. Both of these teams are bringing us to a very exciting Map 3, and honestly, I think no matter what, we're going to have an amazing showing from both of them. Now, of course, the teams are getting ready and assembling, and you know, Zyro, we were kind of comparing some of the play here between both of the teams, so obviously, substitute aside, how do you think we kind of saw the comparison of the output of the players on either side?
I mean, as fun as it was to see the double Demon Hunter, the damage seemed a little lacking, but that wasn't necessarily because of the class. It was just the way they were pulling the dungeon. Obviously, bigger pulls means you're going to see higher DPS numbers, and Chisley's Bargain was able to pull that off in the Windrunner Spire. Obviously, the question on everyone's mind, what's that going to look like in the Pit of Sauron? This is you know, we're at the relatively high key level. Pit of Sauron. This is you know, we're at the relatively high key levels in the MDI. Obviously, it's not the highest we've seen in the MDI compared to whatever the season push levels are. I believe people are doing 22s and 23s right now at the upper echelon of the key pushing levels. But you can kind of figure out a fast way to run these routes, even if you have a stand-in in the group. So we'll have to see what the play is for them. I'm a little worried about the Frost DK though. How hard is Frost DK to play, Mix? How hard is that?
Frost DK is good. It's not hard.
But if you're not
unholy,
used to
you can
playing
play
it,
Frost.
Something I was thinking while I was in the bathroom,
He understands the game.
which I actually really appreciate.
Okay, you heard it here. Makes sense.
The lower seeded teams make this event so much more entertaining because it's so much more relatable to see this. Like seeing somebody
normally I trust you implicitly.
being forced into playing a spec like that's usually only on Holy DK, be forced into playing something else and literally hitting the training dummies to practice is so infinitely relatable. When you're like when anyone has to learn a new spec, like what are you doing?
You know what? I'm all in on
Because the thing is, when you see all the mandatories and the triple threats and the miscounts and the liquids of the tournament that just waltz in and put up like these crazy timers, it's kind of hard to like put into perspective just how good that is. And then you see like the lower seeded teams that are like more average Joes, no disrespect by the way. These guys have put out incredible performances in their own rights.
Wait a minute, can we bring Tettles
given
back?
their circumstances.
But like, survival hunter. Tettles,
just
what do we think
making
now?
it work, and you just, it's just like, it just helps paint a full picture of everything that's going down here. Let's go, let's see the Frost DK. Come on, Cheesley!
Okay, well, first pull for both of our teams. Looks like Chisla Bergen is still going for it. Are you pressing the Bloodlust, though? Do we have someone that can press the Bloodlust? Does their hunter have the
we have out the Survival Hunter.
Maybe
we're not lusting. All good.
Listen,
holding it for later pull.
So focused on Exo, we might have forgotten another class.
Exodia V doing the monstrous pull here in the pit. They play all 3 camps at once. This is a crazy amount of count, and this is crazy fast as well. I think Exodia V's pit is quite calm.
That they pressed it, but it doesn't look like it.
Oh
so
no!
Down, and this is where that pull unravels. Good note though. They have lost. They still have lost.
Let's.
All right, guys. I think.
About how we're gonna press.
I think
there's the assist ping.
I think we know how this is one's gonna go.
There's the pet. We've got the Hydra out. Okay, they're good to go.
Exodia V have a strong pit, just off rip. Okay. I forgot about this.
Well, it's
this pull they do basically
pull.
Makes it so they do one more trash pull and then they pull the boss.
Problem solving is
a very fast pit, so.
They won the
for Exodia V, they're gonna have to. Well. I think Cheesley's only comeback condition is if
in the meantime,
Exodia wipes on a boss, but they have to not die themselves, which is going to be easier said than done. Now I do have Lust here, so they probably have
30% count.
You know, just like run it back, all good.
That's a massive
redo the force pull. They don't have pots now, but straight out Lust, I guess.
20 on top of that, as more and more comes running. They're now in fight with 29 mobs. Machine will need to survive here to make sure that they actually can finish that off. They also need to deal with
guys so much about me
and
sort of put the mandatories, etc. Yeah, 100%. It just helps like paint like a fuller picture.
Damage. Thus far, it's looking solid.
Yeah, super clean. One
of
more
the
grip
range
on the
of competency
do we have the Tigers
within the competition.
Or are we just planning on breaking that shield naturally? That's the play. Shield gets broken.
Also, just like as a viewer, like seeing people
the AoE damage is great in
not know how to play a spec or
massive pull here for Exodia
because of the spec ban rule, or having to learn something for the first time.
They do a bigger first pull.
Like
it's
it makes it
on the first pull
for an event that's kind of obscured by the
52%, and then we can just do a pull into boss. They have an extremely
like uniqueness of
in this pit of Saran. We've already
speed running 15 and 16 and 17 keys, which literally nobody on live is doing. Nobody cares. That's not that's not like the driving force for doing live keys.
I mean,
speed running this range of keys. It just makes it more
was really kind
relatable.
Of a dampener on the vibes. Chat was behind them. Tettles was behind them. But, you know, like you said, they did win the Windrunner Spire with 5 deaths, so they're certainly not out of it just yet.
Jindig talking the broadcast. Why is the broadcast like loud or something?
That is not how that works. Either you're with them or you're not, and you make that choice before we're loaded into this.
Is it over stim?
That's all I'm going to say about this. And Chisla is certainly pushing ahead as they are making.
I turned it up because I thought Meeks was kind of quiet in the previous map. But
they're already at Garfrost, and more
I'm also leaned way back.
Coming for Chisla. Our Warlock has died to falling. Now, I didn't look at the left-hand side of the screen as I was saying that, but that was a Gargoyle smash.
Oh no, and a Shadow Bolt goes off as well as the Warlocks didn't have the Interrupt pet available, and they didn't have Fel Domination to cast it quickly, so they sat there casting a 3.5-second Felguard cast, and now they've died again, so when they release, they'll have to cast another 3-second Summon Felguard. It's just all going wrong for Chisla's Bargain here. Silva's going to do their absolute best.
As a viewer, my team's Hunter might have AIDS, but we win these still. Okay. Bro hates his Hunter.
It's great to use them on trash, but if you're in danger, the best thing to do is to roll
I mean, it's going to take...
Yeah, but I think that might be the solution.
Exodia V are going to need, like, a colossal collapse for Chisel's bargain to get back in the game, but
that is the most important.
That's the reality of the competition.
Goes through, somebody is dead. So they're at least keeping on top of that. They're also doing a great job at
Vlada with the prime.
Entire pool
Thank you very much.
But of course, 9 deaths now, not great for overall dungeon progression, as Forge Master Garfrost has dropped sub 50%. I will say, you know, I don't love how they're putting down these stones here. It's a little bit chaotic what Exodia V is doing, but seems to be mostly working out. I still think we have a lot of space towards the right-hand side here, so should be fine. It's just a little bit of min-maxing.
It seems to
I
me,
wonder,
as long as you're not placing that
can I see the
directly
bracket?
on top of a cadaver, you're generally going to be okay on this boss. The only other thing you can do is not give yourself a safe spot from the Forge AoE lines, but we haven't seen that one happen just yet. That's got to be a proc for another day, as Exodia V is now probably through the last of those phases that they have to deal with. 65% count as Forge Master Garfrost goes down here. They really only have one pull that they have to do between now and Ick and Crick if they want to go for the faster strategy. But by now, if
I don't feel great about
the delay, they could have easily seen what has been happening over on the side of
Exodia V's Windrunner, but it's possible they may not see another Windrunner.
Play it safe. They don't have to prove anything to anyone here, right? They just need to make sure they finish this dungeon cleanly at this point.
Yep, that's right. I also quickly want to mention, you know, we were so worried about the Frosty K, about EXO as the sub-in, maybe not being comfortable, maybe not having played Frost at all this season and this expansion, therefore. But he has been topping a lot of these polls for Chisley, so we were clearly worried.
Exodia might lose its internet, still winnable. Okay.
As Exodia V are on their way to the next poll, and this is Ick and Crick with a lot of extra stuff here, massive poll that they elect to do. We have the Leaping Geist on there. We have just an additional Gargoyle in there, I
mean, a 538
well. There's a lot of
first boss, but by the way, is crazy fast.
Let's see how this one goes. Oh, it's a Proto Drake. I just saw the wings.
They're not playing it safe at all. This is the Giga pull. This is the Proto Drake plus the Lich pull on top of Ick and Crick. This is the fastest strategy that you can do in this key. Exodia V are holding nothing back here. They're going for broke. This is
I don't think there's a Lich on this pool.
But this
they did the Lich on the previous boss.
Make sure you kill off both of these Shades of Crick before they do their overload and they start casting Shadow Nova that will one-shot your group. Looks like they've done just that while also dealing with the AoE trash.
Yo, do you guys think we're gonna get the Blizzard cooldown tracker and kick tracker? Do you think they're gonna give us that in like the 0.1 patch
in this dungeon so far,
or next season?
Yep, absolutely right.
Dude, I hope so as well.
Good here. Last Brave Blade now finally dying off.
Like, it is kind of crazy that they wouldn't give us that as a in-game element, but then it's like enabled for viewers.
I'm curious whether or not Exodia
how does that make sense?
Going to decide to actually deal with the shades, or if they're just going to send it onto the boss. I think they have the potential to just call it.
Just gonna lose their Warlock, no B-res, boss still at 70% health.
And the cadaver is in the back.
This boss gonna live for a long time.
Necromancer died.
I don't think you reset though. I think you just commit.
Fortunately, more mistakes for Chisley's bargain, but I don't know. It's obviously this was going to be an uphill battle for them. They've made. Do they have a Serenite bomb? Yeah, it's behind the boss. Okay, they're good to go. They have a Serenite rock. Okay, we almost procced the thing I was talking about earlier. Have to dodge the AoE while also staying behind the Serenite there. They're good to go.
Well, actually, I'm thinking about how the way they do this overlay. So I'm pretty sure, by the way, the way this overlay works. So what we're looking at
really kind of the MVP of this group from this series, though, saving them in that Windrunner.
This image is
out of them.
We can see this because we're watching through the perspective of another player inside the dungeon. It's an admin, so they have like privileges, so they're invisible and floating around. But like you can see their UI elements, right? They have the boss cast frame right here. They have their damage meters on the left and right respectively. This is their timeline. So like a lot of these are basic UI elements. They have the nameplates on.
We are happily on our way.
This is a Blizzard specific kick tracker, which must be some kind of element that they have access to.
Right.
And your party frames, this is also like on the screen, but they have this somewhere that is off of this monitor. I think it's at the very top of their screen.
Looking to go for that
That's my guess.
round for that encore as they're grouping everything up here together.
Or actually, it could be at the bottom of the screen.
Now, this is a nasty mop, I would say, as far as mini bosses go. So they need to be a little bit careful here right now. But you can see.
Well, this is what we're technically looking at is a UI.
Making sure
it's just
that starting really
fried.
early in this
spectator
to give themselves as much space as possible. And if you're looking at the count, how much you're getting and where we're at,
here's an idea. Guys, what if they made this POV that we're watching available to all players? So anyone could go and spectate anybody else's key.
Add in that extra trash and Wernstone back.
Would that be interesting?
Something to look forward to. In case you've been wondering how that.
I mean, people just stream on Twitch, so I feel like it's like not a big deal, but other games have spectator modes.
In this pit of Sauron, that is exactly what is.
Makes no sense that spectator UI has more information than players. That's true for sports as well. Makes it easier for viewers to parse. That's fair.
On the side of Exodia V.
Great execution.
Chisel is far gone.
This is like what we were talking about when we expected this team to be a team that can make a run in the lower bracket. They have dungeons where they look fantastic. The route is great, the speed is there.
How it
They've
is
got the damage
sometimes
that you need in order to perfect the strategy, but it just doesn't seem to be all consistent from them. In their first matchup yesterday, they had full wipes in 2 of the 3 keys. We obviously saw what happened to them in the Windrunner.
I mean, here's the thing. They're 10 deaths deep into a run, and there have been several runs that have been worse than theirs.
Skyreach yesterday.
There have been several runs with more deaths than they currently have.
Here. I even like the
adaptation. It could always be worse.
Here. They still had a mob alive. Machine was the one tanking that mob. It's actually going to be the Demon Hunter running down to grab this pack and then Wernstoning back up to the group. Gotta be careful with
Glacius, shield direction always feels like a personal fuck you to melee every time.
Make its way up the mountain here.
Yeah, it can be kind of awkward.
Right
I mean,
so very clean from them. Now
it's really only awkward if 2 conditions are satisfied. One, Exodia V have a death.
A Dark Rupture goes off onto their healer as well.
They stood in a swirl is what happened
for this, so that was a little.
I think it's okay though.
That's probably something that happens because the tank didn't pull the trash.
As a tank, you need to put after the ice goes out, you have to pull the mini boss far. Okay, if you only pull it just barely past the ice, you don't give your melee any, or like just all of your teammates anywhere to stand. You have to pull that thing far, well away from where the ice is, because it'll also grow into you a little bit. The second thing is that as a player, a party member, non-tank, anyone really, you want to try and bait the frontal in an advantageous spot so that you have extra room to stand on the other side of it.
Doing a lot of damage on top of everything else.
Do Blizzard will address X-Boss and other game powerful add-ons? I think so. I don't know exactly how they will do it though.
With the rest of
so also find the talents and gear used in the run somewhere? Yes. So I don't think this is available to you on YouTube, but if you go over to the Twitch stream for World of Warcraft,
unfortunately this map was
if you go to the Twitch stream, there's an overlay element right on the left side here. Click this.
Listen, I think
and you can go and see what people are, what talents they're running, what gear they have on,
due to whatever personal problems they have going on. The fact that they wanted to continue to play,
I don't know why it doesn't show the gear.
Stand-in, they practiced
it's down here.
And they looked as good as they did.
Yeah, you can see
something
everything.
That is to be admired.
Only on the Twitch side of things, though, so you might have to go over there.
Something I don't know if that's happened.
Their broadcast
in the MDI before, in the 8 years of MDI that we've had, with a same-day stand-in winning a map. So. Extremely impressive showing from them. I'm very happy that they decided to play, but unfortunately,
all right, Exodia V.
To be the end of the road for them. As
nicely done. That's a fat. They've got a killer pit run. Very impressive.
100% of their
good to see out of them.
Sketchy series for them, but Exodia V
and they're gonna. I mean, I still don't love their Windrunner. I feel like they see that later on. They're gonna either need to rethink that route or
indeed. It was a hard
I mean,
one, but
it just sucks knowing that there's a map that you are like
unafraid to take big risks even in their first MDI as a team.
You're not well equipped to take on, but you never know.
We
never know what's in store, but they'll be facing off against Physical God Comp in the next, not the next series, but the one after the next series. So
their way, they still gave us one of the most memorable series of the weekend.
All right,
to see these enterprising pangolins.
Exodia V believers
Zyro
are being rewarded
up against some tough competition in the lower bracket. Based on this run, how competitive are
Congrats to you guys.
Well, based off the Pit of Sauron, they look fantastic.
Looks like
based off
Jordy BB2
series,
W Jordy.
I think it's a real uphill battle for them.
Or W Mod. I assume it's Jordy.
Series where they played like they played in this dungeon if they want to continue to make a run in this lower bracket. that Windrunner Spire, that's not going to cut it. They're going to get knocked out in the next series. So more of this, less of the Windrunner Spire. That's what I want to see from them.
Tuttles, you feel the same?
Yeah, I mean, I think so.
Oh, you this time? All right. Thank you to whoever did it. Appreciate that.
Much really to show. Unfortunately, Chisley's Bargain, like, they didn't press slots to the first full, and then they, like, full wipe to the first full of the dungeon, and it's like, I feel like it's not something necessarily to just, like, sit here and harp on and, like, dwell on too terribly much. For Exodia V, I mean, that 1323 Pitaceron.
All right, dub.
They were kind of
chat while we take a break and wait for the next matchup, which I believe will be.
Here's that wipe from Chisley's Bargain. And once this happens, once you have a full wipe,
we have Dire Wolves versus Blame the Healer.
I wonder what happened with the Hunter.
Right here.
A little bit of healing your fate, but,
this will be a good matchup. This is the 8 seed versus the 17 seed. Definitely Dire Wolves favored, but Blame the Healer has seen glimpses of greatness. Followed by Fizzcomp and
That could be the case.
I'll be back in a little bit. I'm gonna go wash some dishes.
Yeah.
BRB.
Again, it's one of those things. I don't want to be negative at all, right? They had a sub step in, and the fact that they took it to a 3-game series, like, all we can say is, like, thank you for the exciting content. I think that's all we can really say for Chisley's Bargain.
Agreed. I mean, honestly, I think it's amazing whether or not we have these, like, perfect, flawless runs, or we get to see these amazing stories unfold, these struggles, these players, and the folks that care about them so much. Sometimes those stories mean just as much, if not more, to me as well, to get to see them unfold. So, again, Chisley's Bargain, I think, really brought everything that they could today. They hung in there even with the replacement, and they gave us some amazing entertainment. So, although we will be saying goodbye to them, it was a fantastic series here, and as we look over all the series today and review the action that we've had, Makes, how has our bracket been set up for our last 2 matchups?
Well, with that, our first 2 eliminations are out. 2 more are yet to come. Next up, Dire Wolves against Blame the Healer. Blame the Healer got a match break. Dire Wolves got a little longer of a break. I hope they're still awake down under. And then after that, we're going to be seeing Physical God Comp go up against Exodia V to determine who makes it further into the lower bracket. And I mean, you want to watch those matches. Last group weekend, these matches brought forward the second team that qualified to the finals. So this is where it happens. This is where that magic lies. Make sure you're not missing it.
These are definitely exciting ones ahead, and ones that can totally change the course of the competition. But before we get to these next series, we've got a little palate cleanser mini game for everybody. We're going to be playing another couple rounds of Something Ain't Right, which is a game in which we try to guess what is wrong with the dungeon maps that we are about to see. Now, sometimes these can look a little bit different from what you might be expecting, but keep an eye out for the things that seem glaringly wrong. Yesterday, we had Tettle's face on an ad, for an example. So keep an eye out, and we'll see if we can spot what is not right.
We were told these were diabolical today.
I'm worried.
Yep, they did say that.
No, first one's easy, apparently. Okay.
Okay. There's just no.
Is a Rift Warden moved?
Yeah, I see a 4th Rift Warden off to the right side.
And there's 4. Is that in that spot on MDT? That's always the problem. It's like I don't know where it is on MDT.
I mean, it should be closer to where the boss spawn is.
Yeah,
like
yeah, exactly.
Where that 4-pack is.
Why are there 2 black circles?
I was wondering if those were wrong icons.
I don't know what those are either.
There's a spell in there too. Is that normal in MDT? Is that one of the things that just happens?
You're right, there is a spell. Okay, I feel like these are probably some of them. Okay, Rift Warden does seem to be confirmed. That is something.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Okay, that spell is apparently there in MDT.
No, I'm pretty sure that spell is from a quest that you had to do in that area to unlock this dungeon.
What?
What year?
Yeah. I don't want to talk about that.
Okay.
Wild. Okay. I'm trying to see if any of the writing is wrong. No.
Is Lura there in MDT? It seems like it's off center.
It probably is. I feel like it has
Probably is. Okay.
Oh, we've got a red circle. Okay, that's the one that we already pointed out.
That's the one we already got. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't see it. Like, I don't know what it would be.
Huh.
What are those black circles? under the Shadow Guard incursion and like
probably some additional mobs that you can click for count somewhere.
Okay, we have a hint.
Oh, does that wall have to be broken?
Oh,
is that
maybe.
how it works? Oh, there has to. There's a stairs there.
Oh no,
stairs.
Way.
Okay.
I don't know what the map looks like.
Wow. Okay.
All right. Well, that's mean. Anyway.
Sure. Great. All right. Okay. Well, hopefully, chat. Some of you got it. Let's see what our next one is. I mean, my sorry.
Ain't no way they got that.
There might be a little spelling that I've noticed right off the bat here.
Yeah. I see that too.
Yeah, that cannot be it though. I think
there's some interesting spelling.
There's a lot of things wrong with this one apparently.
At the top.
At the very top.
Oh yes, of course.
Okay.
Any chance we can enhance? Because I be squinting at my screen.
Is the food in the right place?
Yeah, it looks right.
Is
I think.
anything in the right
that's right.
place?
It's in that hut there.
Dude, if the ghosts are wrong, I'm going to.
I'm worried about the prisoners being wrong. I'm thinking.
Thank you for the zoom.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Left side is correct for prisoners. I'm pretty sure. Unless there's, I've never seen that one all the way at like the top right ever get clicked, so I don't actually know.
I have no idea where that one is either. Yeah. It looks like most of the prisoners are right. I don't think that any of them are wrong.
Dratnos guesses off stream. Big caster missing after mini boss room.
So that would be right off screen,
like the
bottom right of Welling Depths.
What's that mob called? Like Soul Render or whatever that thing's called? Like the one that is like the Nova? I can't see. We're too zoomed in.
We gotta zoom back out.
Production. Zoom out again. Zoom out again.
Zoom in. Zoom out. Zoom in.
Yeah, we have a lot of opinions here.
Okay.
No, I feel like there's... Maybe not. Maybe that... Because there's like a defender there too, but I see a defender on the screen.
Chat guesses...
they're both there.
Chat guesses too many bats.
Okay.
There are a lot of bats.
MDI, I'll be honest.
There's a lot of bats in the dungeon. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, was I right about the top right prisoner? Oh, I was actually right about that. Okay.
You were right about it.
That's surprising. Okay.
And there is too many bats.
There are too many bats. Okay.
Yeah, we also identified the title being incorrect. That one also got underlined.
Yep, we got that one. I see somebody saying that the first boss is backwards.
I'm sorry, what do you mean the first boss is backwards?
Like there is.
Why is that getting a cross?
Really?
Why is that getting a check mark?
Dude.
That is insane.
Alright,
Are
so
you
first off,
serious?
good job Googling, but like secondly, what in the world is her production doing?
Amazing. Great job. Oh man. Okay. Do we still have more? How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think there's one more, right?
What's going on in this middle building with the 4 prisoners? Why is one of those prisoners like overlapped by a
picture
mob?
of my
Is that actually how that's supposed to be?
Probably. Like,
Oh, is this another spot in the difference?
What?
I could be gaslighting anything, honestly.
So question. The little thing next to Rodaza, what is that?
It's probably just like the mobs, the phantasms or whatever that spawn.
Oh yeah.
Is that the Phantom?
Maybe.
That might just be so you can click the Phantoms.
I can gaslight myself in anything.
They spelt it wrong, Mia Sara?
Okay, well,
Yeah.
apparently we're calling it there. So, we did our best. But what? Oh, is it? Oh.
What is that?
Those.
Wait, what is wrong with Mordaza?
Were those ads supposed to be by Mordaza?
Oh, the image is
The
flipped.
image is flipped? You're serious? You
Dude.
flipped the image? You
wrong with
expect
you
us to
people?
see that?
Our production's cooked,
Okay.
I think.
Wow, okay,
Take a
well, they
break.
weren't lying. They weren't lying when they said that today's was going to be brutal, but chat, honestly, you spotted some of them that I was shocked were even a thing, so well done, and good job to those of us here on the desk who caught it too. But we will not keep you in suspense anymore, everybody. Well, we will for just a few more minutes. We've got our next series coming up, Direwolves versus Blame the Healer. And this is one that no doubt is going to bring some big possibilities for big plays our way. You don't want to go anywhere, so sit tight until we're back with our next series.
Wait, they're taking a break now? I just finished breaking. What the? Alright, you're doing the whirl. Guys, if you don't want to be spoiled by the Wordle, look away. Oh shit. Wait. What is the 17 me command? I want to, dude, I can't remember the cinema emote. GG. But this is a good ass song. All right, here we go. Let's hit a weird one. Work. Okay. Oh. I have 4 of the letters already. Rover. Clover is too many words. Clove. Lover. Not lover. Is it hover? Not hover. Is it rover? Mover? Mover. All right. We almost 3-banged that. That would've been cool. World Spam channel in Discord. I mean, there's kind of one. It's kind of the not WoW channel, but yeah, I guess it could like get a little crowded if there's chat and also the World Spam in there. All right, quick GeoGuessr. Let's go. Except autobus. Sun is in the south or in the northern hemisphere? Are we in like Spain? I don't know what Spain looks like, but I imagine these hills are Spanish. These are some Spanish hills. Route du Vin. Schengen Remerschen. Okay, that's not Spain in Spanish. That's like... that looks Scandinavian to me. Is this like your guys' backyard? Wait, we have a flag here. Okay, there's no...
Is that Denmark? I don't know what flag this is supposed to be. Is this Wales? Bro, what flag is this? I imagine this is like, this could be like, is it a Switzerland flag that's like all folded on itself? I can't tell. What if I go over here? Dude, what? I actually don't know. It's really nice though. Help. Dude, where are we? I'm so lost, bro.
Break time's over. You've seen them once today already, but our competitors aren't done yet.
Am I like, bro? I don't know. We're hedging. We're going.
Healer. Make your voices heard in our prediction polls chat. And on paper alone, it would seem that Dire Wolves have a history
over here
that gives them a big advantage.
I'm gonna hedge Denmark.
That may not be the case in this series.
It was Switzerland. Fuck.
And Blame the Healer have struggled with deaths in their runs.
Dude.
Which team do you think has shown the most consistency overall, Dratnos?
Yeah, it's hard to say. It feels like Blame the Healer have played maybe a little bit above their seeding in time trials, and Direwolves certainly a little bit below
Valentino.
the combination of their seeding.
La Zanetta.
Team. So when you put those
Zanetta.
together, I think we're in for
Autostrada.
Here,
Rimini.
Consider that Direwolves may
Sun is in the east. I don't know where we are.
But with how they played so far,
Lavenderia self-service.
Eliminated right now.
You know, you got to keep your eyes on the game plan for some of those
I don't know where we are again.
If they trip up here, it could be that they are out of the running. Now, when we're looking at both of these teams,
the sky is I mean, this place and the last place are beautiful, by the way.
Advantage, or do newcomers like Blame the
Two back-to-back, like, beautiful spots.
Bring in with them makes.
The roads are a little less nice here.
I'm not sure you can just blanket statement it like that, because if we're looking
Let's go
at triple threat,
inside the town.
And they're looking fire, right? Like, they're looking so good. And then there are some other teams that have a lot of
nice little
experience,
Audi here.
They never managed to really get to those high.
Del Lesio. Bambino. This looks like Spain.
Middle, you know, I'm thinking of
I mean, this is very Spanish. I don't think we're in South America.
They haven't really had those really
this screams Spain.
You know, trophy runs.
Let's get to the top of the hill. Let's get the high ground.
I think it has to do much with experience, but it might be that there's an overlap between, like, how much experience do you have?
I think we're inland somewhere.
The Echo / Wunderbar /
it seems pretty dry. There's a beautiful cliff face over here in a city. Wow, bro, wherever this is, I need to go here.
And that they think that is
dude, wherever we are, like, I gotta go visit this place. We're somewhere like, where are there hills in Spain somewhere?
So well that teams can come in from pretty much.
Are there any gradients on this map? I don't know if I can tell.
Strategies, and if they're able to
it's like kind of green, so I'm gonna go like maybe Burgos. But outside of Burgos here.
Chat, it looks like all of you are leaning towards the side.
Yeah, let's go here.
Experience a bit here with Dire Wolves.
Oh, it's Italy.
I
forgot that.
In Mysara Caverns
Italian
first.
sounds similar
so as we
to
take
Spanish.
a look at the series ahead of us, I've got to ask my fellow co-casters.
Thank God anyone Jazz Rock Trucks is frustrating to watch. All right, my bad.
What do you think? We'll start off.
All right, we have one more attempt today,
but.
Well, see, the thing that you're not taking into account is in this.
We'll save that for later.
Wolves, all 5 players on their team.
All right, Direwolves versus Blame the Healer.
We already know.
We do have the prediction up, guys. What are you thinking here?
There's only one.
I'm not gonna lie. I think Direwolves have the advantage, but Blame the Healer has put out some heater timers. They almost took out Physical God Comp day 1.
Think about it, but honestly,
they are. If there's any team to slay Direwolves, I think it is Blame the Healer.
All right, well, we'll continue. We'll consider it. Dratnos, has this swayed you? Are you leaning towards Blame the Healer?
It's a compelling argument, but I'm gonna have to stick, I think, with the Dire Wolves here. I'm gonna follow the channel points, follow the herd. I'm gonna go for a 2-0 in favor of the Dire Wolves. Look, it's 8 a.m. over there right now.
I feel better about Blaine the Healer beating the Dire Wolves than I did about
should be a good time.
Chisley's bargain beating Exodia V.
You know it.
Take that for what it is.
In the middle of the night, trying to play in the like
Exodia V.
We can make many points, but do not come for the OS players just diminishing the stuff that they do to participate.
The birds are chirping in the background. You know, they've got some scrambled eggs, maybe.
Don't know how that sounds like.
They've got toast. They spread.
Guys, Dradnos has got the
fresh new day.
NVIDIA GeForce camera blur. Should I set that up?
As well. I mean, Zyro and Dradnos
I can blur my shit too.
Wolves, like voice comms and have them hear.
Do you guys prefer blurred background or non-blurred background?
Sometimes you're awake so long you just enter a state of delirium.
Is the last series of the day? No, second last. There's one more after this.
Kind of slip in between both of them and just play even better.
Yes. Okay. What does that mean?
2-0 for Dire Wolves.
How am I supposed to interpret that?
Okay. So flow state is where Zyro is going. Makes you the only one that hasn't
non-blurred. We need to see fridge
yet, other than me. So
2-0. 2-0.
2-0.
Yeah.
Okay.
0.
Well,
dang.
You know what? 2-1 worked out pretty well for me last time. So I think this time I'm going to give a little credit to Blame the Healer. I'm going to say they've got 4 perfect players. So clearly, like you said, Zyro, they have the advantage. So I'm going to say it's 2-1 with 2 being Dire Wolves. So, but I'm going to give them the 1 because I think they've got the potential for it, honestly. I think they do. But
also,
Ratnos is just cute, so blurred works for him. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. This is pretty much par for the course for them, especially I feel like when you are
Dude, I don't know if you can call Dratnos cute anymore with his like
anywhere in the world. I think you just start making those sacrifices. But this is going to be our first game. Neither of the teams want to sacrifice this one because in the lower brackets you can get eliminated today. Dire Wolves versus Blame the Healer. We'll have them here on their
impeccable facial hair.
Mysara Cavern.
That's something I could only ever dream of.
Teams have to lock in and they need to play cleanly. Deaths have been the biggest cost of time for both of them so far in our Group B stages. Can they clean up and can they take it?
Backing a Shindig
Meeks?
Dude.
Between these two as we see.
Why are you asking me that, bro?
Now, Zyro.
What? I'm not gonna answer that. Like that is not a question I should be entertaining.
This weekend, even though it's on the highest key level, the big pulls are still available for our teams, and we're getting.
All right, pull one. Here we go.
Right now, both
lock in. Dire Wolves with the mandatory comp, Blame the Healer with
like a dungeon where
the DK really instead of the Devour, but also otherwise mandatory comp.
To get one of their potentially
so we have the DK versus the Devour. Both teams breaking out all of the strongest classes on their map. One.
This dungeon in particular, it's a great spec for this dungeon, and it's a spec you're.
I'm curious to see the difference in pull size here. I wonder if Dire Wolves pull a little bit bigger.
The divergence between the teams is whether it's time for a Devourer, Demon Hunter, or an Unholy DK, and in both cases, it is the top of the meters on each team.
Yeah, the big difference there is that the Devourer, Demon Hunter, similar to the Affliction Lock, are not necessarily tied to their cooldowns, although Dark Glare is, I guess, a pretty nice 2-minute cooldown. It's not really the majority of the damage you're doing in these AoE pulls. Devourer is pretty much more free flow, free form with the Void meta.
Pull one's done, and they have the exact same count. All right, guys, we're in for an absolute heater.
So Dire Wolves should have
same route. Who does it better?
These pulls, and you can
lock in.
I mean, the teams did the exact same pull, but it was
who does it better?
The Healer who got that pull done with more quickly this time around. So,
guys, my money, if I had to put points in this one, I'm actually taking Blame the Healer here. This is the first big. This is the big upset of the competition right here.
Yeah, first pull, though, going well for Blame the Healer is a big thing in their favor because the first pull in Mysara Caverns is a very large and very dangerous one. We have seen teams wiping to it and dying to it. The other thing that you're worried about then is the second pull.
Oh, Rio dropping really low.
Sleeper
guys, this Dire Wolves pull on the left
than the first pull.
is really scary because when you're doing this pull, you just let the bolts go off. You don't have enough kicks to stop them because the Shadow Binders are also in this pull. I mean, I usually stop the Shadow Binders, but yeah, we didn't do that. So they're letting bolts go off, which is what you see they're doing as well. Also, the Headhunters getting their root off, Very scary. The Warlock is rooted in this circle. They get rescued out. Incredible play by the Og, but the Og then eats the breath with the Warlock.
We're going to be in for a really great series.
But again, we're alive. We're alive. That's what matters. In the MDI, there's a lot of avoidable damage. The question is, how much of it can you take and not die?
As maybe the tracker is not 100% accurate. It's a new tool this weekend.
And it looks like Dire Wolves will be wrapping up this poll a little bit faster.
Like, just a Headhunter versus a Laborer and 2 Shadow Blades is the difference.
And the count is...
Is it actually going to be dead even? No, it's not. Okay.
A little bit different. But basically, effectively equivalent. Now let's see... I saw a gate get dropped to the side of Blame the Healer. Where are they going?
Yeah, the survivability is huge when you're playing a Guardian.
Are they going straight into the boss? This is okay. This is a time save on the side of Blame the Healer. They're pulling the boss. This is a terrifying pull, though. We have
on yourself. That was
actually
the kit that was slightly nerfed this week.
It's not that crazy, but the Hexer is plus all these other ads are going to make the ground an absolute nightmare. So the DK, our Windwalker, our Bear Druid have to stare at their feet. If we're a range of this pool, we're kind of hanging out a little bit more. It's a bit more payphone. But on the side of Blame the Healer, this pool is very scary until the Hexer, well, basically until everything except for the Soul Eater is dead. Even when the Soul Eater's out, it's still a little sketchy. But it's a lot easier to manage the Soul Eater when everything else is deceased. It looks like they've made it there, so very well done. However, do note now, Dire Wolves opted to play an extra pull, and they will have a lot more trash count than Blame the Healer. So, while Blame the Healer will accelerate, they're going to have to play more count later in the dungeon.
That Crackling Jade Lightning allowing Ryu to just grab a bunch of extra bears, and then the Wordstone letting him teleport right back to the group just in time for them to pull the boss. So we're just going to have a bunch of bears attacking from the stairs here, but bears on the stairs is no worry for the Wolves here. They've got a lot of cooldowns ready. They're going to be having Incarn fairly soon. It is going to be Survival Instincts and Life Cocoon overlapped to keep the tank alive on the side of Dire Wolves. Those are both expired now, so it'll be 1 Bark Skin to bridge the gap to the Incarnation. Looks like that may not even be needed here. Nope, there it goes. There's that Bark Skin. I think we are going to be okay here on the side of the Wolves. So they are going to be exiting this area with a substantial amount more count than Blame the Healer.
Alright, now we're just checking out Dire Wolves because Blame the Healer just has a boss fight ahead of them.
But Blame the Healer are certainly ahead in terms of dungeon progression.
Dire Wolves, at this point in the pool, they're kind of chilling. They have 1 Headhunter they have to kick. It's not that difficult.
Well, the other thing as well is
looks like this pool, as Trash Ball into boss, actually is not that crazy for them, so they should be doing fine.
Dangerous trash pull on top of the final boss that actually ended up causing a full-on wipe for them in their previous run in this key. So if they go for that again after having practiced it more between then and now, that could be something that gives them a little extra edge over Dire Wolves. But like you said, some of that trash in the later parts of the dungeon can be a little annoying to deal with. If you get to skip any defenders, you don't have to worry about having to have perfect positioning.
So I do like the way
time as well. We'll have to see
these cooldowns have lined up for Blame the Healer. I don't know how Afloc's damage cooldowns work, but Dushy DK should have their army come up just in time for the next pull, so their cooldown timing is quite good.
Yeah, this is going to be very important to track.
Rest should also be up at an appropriate time for the next pull.
13% count.
Might be up a little bit late, but it should be up in time.
45 seconds. Let's track it. There it is. The first boss split is 5:46 for Blame the Healer, as they'll be mounting up and traveling through the rest of the dungeon.
Yeah, we'll see this count difference versus the time difference as well.
On Necrax and 30% there on Murogen to chew through. The Void meta is active. Not an awful lot of other offensive cooldowns here. We'll see if this Breath of Eons does get sent when it becomes available here. And indeed it does. And the Dark Glare will not be available in time for this boss fight, so... Yeah,
is Dark Glare the Aflock cooldown?
A substantial count advantage,
I guess J-Rao doesn't have that up for this pull, which is a little unfortunate.
This dungeon. And to the credit of both teams, 0 deaths so far this is the best run of the weekend for, I believe, both teams up to this point.
Well, so far. I mean, there's a couple times now.
It looks like Blame the Healer opt to pull the entire room short of
so let's hope that doesn't happen.
The Skirmisher pack, a couple of Shades, and a couple of Warriors.
Being wasted as they quickly make their way.
Hey, this is pretty normal. I feel like Most teams would pull the extra 2 warriors as well onto this, but maybe they don't need the count. Not really sure. Basically, once this pull dies, they're going to run probably down the middle. I think you can skip the other pact. You don't need them.
As this trash has started to die off, very clean pull from them.
Although Blame the Healer do need count.
Issues where someone is stuck on the altar as well.
And they do pull in the skirmisher pack late. Okay.
But it looks like they didn't quite gather all of the trash in this room. We're now back.
So they're probably going to chain the skirmisher pack once the mini boss mob dies into the next room, I would assume.
This room also, they are 1 minute and 1 second slower on the first boss split. So the question is, would you rather have a minute or 13% trash count? My suspicion is the minute is better, but we'll have to see, because like you said, the end of this dungeon, how you decide to play it can add a lot of danger. And we know Blame the Healer, they have an idea for the end of the dungeon. We'll see if they're able to safely execute it this time. They are traveling forward, taking a bunch of trash with them past this doorway.
Chain the rest of this
pull into pose very little
the next
but the Grim Skirmishers, while they have that shield, are very dangerous.
We have
and it looks like we actually
a full health Bound Defender, a full health Soul Render in here, plus a bunch of mobs. I don't know if they got the Shadowbinder pack in the corner of the room. I can't tell.
Attacking the Augevoker to death. Looks like they are going to.
It looks like they didn't.
This one, though.
So there are a few packs up top here that they've opted not. Oh no, they do have it in. Okay. They need to stop that on their Unholy Decay. Good knock.
And we promptly shadow melded. And Ryu taking the time while they're cleaning up the rest of this to go and activate some of that incense around the room.
Okay, so this is something I don't think Blame the Healer did. They basically chose to ignore the incense
they're probably
mechanic.
Going to be skipping past the majority of this trash here.
So I think we're going to see some route deviations here. Now, Direwolves are coming up on the same trash pool that Blame the Healer are on, but they are well ahead in percent. So
they're already at 72%.
Yes,
again, Blame the Healer are going to have to find this count somewhere else.
They got very high in count here. Then they did one more big pull onto the next boss, and then they just skipped the whole bridge, which is very impressive to do. It's made possible by virtue of having this many Night Elves and the Augevoker for the Wordstone. It's quite technical, but it is definitely doable for a team like Direwolves.
J-Route is in the bouncy house right now.
That is their plan here. That means they will accelerate towards the end of the dungeon, but they are quite a bit behind still in terms of just where they're located in the dungeon. They have now gained the lead in count.
They've caught up though, right? Like this, they're essentially on the same pull right now. Blame the Healer is going to finish that pull right now, but Direwolves is on that same pull, and a lot of these health bars are starting to get pretty low.
Alright, so Blame the Healer fully kills off this pack. I imagine same for Direwolves. And Direwolves, I don't think they meant to pull that pack. I think that was an accidental butt pull on the side of Direwolves, because if they meant to pull it, they would have pulled it in earlier, I would assume. I mean, unless they wanted to chain the caster in later, but all the mini boss ads are nearly dead. So I feel like that wasn't intentional.
Perspective of the team here.
Oh, we see Angel Evoker now also doing the RP. Okay, so they are doing it just a little bit later.
The Evoker is going to be activating that spirit and then using the Wordstone to rejoin the Mistweaver Monk. There it is, the Wordstone activated, and both players are now together, bringing that spirit with them as well. And they'll be running down the left-hand side here, so not exactly the not the mandatory route, which goes down the stairs, but over to the side there, the mandatory route.
Okay, so Blame the Healer played these easier packs onto the boss, and I think they play a more difficult end of their dungeon, so
you are on the clock.
It's going to be, I wonder how long it'll take. It's going to come down to whether or not Blame the Healer can deal with the trash and pull last boss fast enough to justify playing the trash there versus Direwolves, which
it took them a long time to prep it. They didn't
are probably not playing any trash in the
dungeon. They already have it active. This is instant from them. Jack is already with
Direwolves are way faster on the skip too. Wow.
Exactly like the mandatory route that we saw last week. Blame the Healer only just now engages Vortaza, but Direwolves are going to be right there mere seconds later, so the gap is certainly closed, and they still do have that pretty large trash advantage, which we suspect is going to be completely done with by the time they're finished with this boss.
So I think Direwolves have definitely made up time pulling this boss, although I expect their boss to actually be slower than Blame the Healers, because the Defender and Soul Render mobs are kind of a pain in the dick to deal with.
About 40%, 35% HP of the boss is the lead that Blame the Healer have accrued here, but I like the side of Direwolves here. They're going to need so much less count. They're going to get to not pull.
Notably, Direwolves opt to lust here. Okay.
They're not lusting the damage up. Interesting.
That makes sense, yeah. So we've seen in a couple of teams
So,
get the boss
alright,
basically
the
dead
danger
without less
on
than
the side of
damage
Dire
amp,
Wolves
which,
is kind of
if you can
out of the
do
way
that,
right now.
then you don't
Look
want
at
to
Blame the
lessen
Healer.
damage
When these
amp
skirmisher
anymore,
shields
then you're sort of
pop,
losing some of the
health
damage
bars
over
will
time, right?
disappear.
The only time you'd
So
want
we
to
have
lost is if
purged
it
2
means
of
that you
them,
go
so
from
there's only
not
going to be 2
killing
that
the
pop at the
boss
same
in the
time. That's a
damage
lot more
amp to killing
doable.
the boss in the damage
But if they
amp.
pop during this
Even
mission,
here
that
at
can be
17
quite
keystone level,
scary,
it seems like
especially on
this
17.
comp
And our tank goes down!
damage. Oh, take the first death of the map. Blame the Healer. Are going to be
Do we
losing
recover
a
it?
tank.
This
That's
is
gonna be
really
followed
difficult in
by a
mission.
Warlock
You
death.
can't just
No
free
Shadow
kite because the
Melt
ball's
there.
over the
Shadow
floor.
Melt pressed
Our
by
tank
the
needs to
Death
live. We
Knight
have survival
and
instincts.
the
We get the
Healer to drop
taunt
that
out.
aggro, which means it'll just
We
be the Evoker that may have
also
some residual threat.
we died to an orb in the ball. Oh, we are so close to getting through with that. We have one B-res,
in that intermission phase. They
but
are
I
able to
think at
break
that
the
point
shield
it's
and interrupt the
too late.
boss. But unfortunately,
damage
that
dealers.
third death
Yeah.
means that they are going to be unable to resurrect the
Dire
entire
Wolves
squad
are in the
here.
driver's seat right now.
So blame the Healer just like that. They went from having an advantage in one metric
Yeah, Dire Wolves are also
disadvantage in
overcount, so they
another
actually
to being
Dire Wolves did
behind by
accidentally
all
pull them
reasonable
up. I
metrics
thought that was
here.
the case, and it was the
Yeah,
case.
I mean, it was really, really, really close. But Dire Wolves is already catching up off the back of that Lust. And I guess like you identified, right, the Bloodlust on the last boss, really not that effective if you can still kill it with the damage amp. So Blame the Healer is
Well, the
be in a
lust
rough
for Blame the
spot.
Healer in the
Actually,
last
it makes sense
boss
as well
is so
with
that they
Blame
can
the Healer's
finish off the
strategy,
remaining
right? 'Cause they're
trash.
probably
They're not
gonna
going to
be
lust the
using
down
the
jam, they're going to
lust
lust the lust pull,
trash that
so they can
have
kill
on
the
top of
trash.
boss rather than
That would be the
saving
idea.
damage amp. This last 28%.
But yeah,
of Mordaza
unfortunately,
is going to take forever for them though. They
just not
essentially
gonna be
only
fast enough.
have 1.5 DPS players because
So
they have 1 DPS player for the Ogg debuff.
it's a little bit less true than it used to be, right? Because Ogg splits their Ebonmite among the affected targets, right? So if you have one alive, you're still getting the full percent of the Ebonmite now, which didn't used to be true, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, sure. But still, like, you don't have a DPS
It's still
to
not
presence
good,
for
don't get me
presence.
wrong.
It's not great, obviously, but it's not as bad. Maybe it's like 1.75 instead of 1.
Now, Dire Wolves
Either way,
could fail this
they do
skip,
get a
by the
second
way.
shield, which is something that we haven't really
That
seen
would be
a lot
bad for them.
for teams that have had their entire player
Oh,
alive.
wait, hang on.
That's really unfortunate.
Ebonmite
What?
splits its effect when applied to more than 2 other
We have gate skip,
allies. So
gating.
one
We
block
pulled a
is
defender.
still the end of the
Okay.
world when you lose a DPS player.
They
If
could
he
play a
is only
defender,
in range,
and they
that
might
kind of
choose to
doesn't
do that.
Lose the value anymore, but
That's fine.
all right.
You just pull a defender on the
Never
boss,
mind.
and you ignore it.
I'm
So if you're Dire Wolves here,
deeply
this is totally
mistaken,
doable.
and, it is to the
You can
detriment of
completely
Blame
ignore the
the
bound
Healer there,
defender.
as you
It
can
will
see.
reset
It's
when
just
the
taking them
boss
so long to finish this boss
phases.
fight. Meanwhile, though,
You
the Wolves
are
getting in
very
combat
much
with that last
chilling.
boss.
Being
They're already
chilling.
at 100% count. They don't even need to kill the drummer. They could just ignore that thing for the remainder of the time here if they wanted to.
Now, unfortunately, it looks like they were in combat with a defender. I think they failed the Shadow Melt skip. I believe it's still active in combat with them over there, but we don't really have a good POV of it if it's just sitting out there with its shield up because we're on the wall. Yeah, there it is. So they're still in combat with that, but it's really not going to be part of the fight for them. As a matter of fact, it might actually like run after them when they get transported for the intermission phase. So this really isn't part of the encounter for them. It actually might be a single target increase to have this on top of the boss for the Affliction Warlock, who can see to corruption away, and it'll actually be a boss damage increase for them. So this might have been on purpose. Either way, that is.
I mean, I think from the perspective of Dire Wolves at this point, this is.
Skip it off, but with 0 deaths. Never mind.
Wow.
Crushed Souls.
Double death. We have 2 B-reses.
That is 2 deaths.
But now we
Fortunately,
don't have damage
they
for
the
these
2 battle
Soulbind
reses for that,
totems?
but now there is literally
Guys, we have to kill
zero
Soulbind
room
totems.
for mistakes at this point.
Yeah,
oh man, that was.
Okay, they're
And
going to
look at all
recover.
those
They
mistakes they
Soulbind
have.
totems
These
don't have enough
tornadoes
health
are
for it to be a
zoning
big,
them off,
really
but
much of an
they
issue.
need to not go too much farther back because
But I
then
think
they'll
they
get hit
greeted
by
the.
drum.
That's crazy.
Mercifully, we do get to that soul rending war, so we are
Holy,
gonna
they almost
enter
greeted a little
intermission
too
here.
heavily on the.
I mean, how bad was that death here? Donnie is not going to have a void meta for the damage amp here. He can try to start stacking.
Wait, that's
one
true.
up
They're
on
not gonna have
Golden
void
Eater, but,
meta?
like, that's 1 devour on each of these souls. That's really not.
They
going
might
do
not
much
be able to
effort.
one
It's
phase
not gonna
it.
be active for this damage amp. So their damage during the damage amp is going to be significantly lower than it otherwise would have been, and they might.
If
end
they
up having
can't
to play
one
an
phase,
actual extra phase here. Let's
there
see
might be
just
an
how
avenue
well
for
they
Blame
can
the
get
Healer
boss
to
with damage
finish
amp.
this
This is a
dungeon
massive amount of damage.
before
Blame
they
the
do.
Healer, meanwhile, going for that massive trash pull on the boss. They were able to kill off the second boss. They're also in a
Yeah, they're not going to one
situation
phase.
where
Not even
they're
close.
But the bloodlust on the trash has gone
Wait a
well
second.
for them this time around.
Dude, Zyro, look at this soul expulsion for Dire Wolves.
This is not good.
40% is the amount of health they still have to get through. This is going to take them so long. Now, they do have 15 seconds of death timer advantage.
They do have the
over
death timer
Blame the
advantage, that is
Healer.
true.
So they will get a little bit more time at the end of this, but if Blame the Healer can accelerate during the intermission here and just murder the boss quickly enough, that might be able to save them. Although the boss is
the boss is so low on the side of Raktul, on the side of Direwolves though.
They don't want to walk into range of the
They have to kill it and then also be 15 seconds faster.
Keep the Warlock away from the souls this time. Got all those totems nice and stacked up. 11% on Raktul. So best case for Blame the Healer here is if we can get to that next intermission from Raktul. Which
it's too low for Direwolves.
In 4% or 4 seconds or not.
They can't do it.
Is it time for another intermission?
Wow.
No, it is not. So that will be it. Direwolves
will
be able to win this map.
Direwolves escape by the skin of their teeth.
Saw those deaths come in, and these bosses going head to head here, but
wow.
take the first map of the series, which will put them ahead here.
Also, my apologies, chat. I forgot to pre-run the ads. You guys got hit with an ad right at the end there.
The biggest thing for these two teams, we see these deaths coming in.
My bad.
And it costs them, even though Direwolves got away here with those couple at the end. Now, with their different approaches in routes, gathering count, less timings, things like that, in a perfect run from either side, which approach would you personally back as the faster ones?
Did Physical God Comp already play? No, they play next. They are the last match of the day.
I like the mandatory route. The deaths there for Direwolves. That's just like being, I don't know, a little bit lazy with positioning. I don't think we've seen players die to that mechanic before. That should have been a lot more clean from them. The boss would have died in the damage amp if the Devourer had the meta. So I think I like their strategy a little more. But Blame the Healer, like, their route's good too. It really just came down to a matter of execution, and for Direwolves, even with an S at the end, the execution was slightly better.
Indeed. I mean, obviously, they took the map, but between those two makes, you had a different perspective as you were running Analyst for us over there.
That's right. I was taking a close look, and honestly, it shouldn't have been the teams I should have been watching. It should have been the casters. These guys just throwing curses left, right, and center. I don't know what's happening, Zyra. It's 2 in a row for you now. But I did want to mention some minor changes.
Yeah, I guess Direwolves' route was faster, especially their setup for the second boss. Way faster.
Was doing is that instead of
doing they almost tossed at the end.
1, 2, 3 into boss, they did 1, 2, 3, 4 into boss, and on that fourth.
Also, the deaths that
Blame
Healer had on second boss did not help.
Acid Crackling Jade on 2 additional mobs, and then Okan also went out and got some extra trash in there that allowed them to really rack up a little bit of extra count, which I really liked, just having that in there. And then here, Blame the Healer lost so much time. I don't know if you guys were seeing this, but they were just standing there for probably 10 seconds waiting for Angel, and we went back. We were like, did he get hit by one of those ghosts that are walking out? You know, you can get stunned by those. That takes some extra time. That's not what happened. He must have just left a little bit later than everybody.
All right, final Geo Guesser game
is where it all went wrong. The theory that I have is that the Warriors synced up on the Dread Slash because they were AoE CC'd before, and that's what killed Ozai.
Oh my god, I have no idea where we are.
Double hit while also being low.
We're in the north.
That just took him 60 to 0 real quick, unfortunately. And then here, that's just lazy. That's unapologizable, but I'm gonna blame the casters and not the players. So do better, Zyra.
No, I don't think I will.
All right, Zyra, you know what? You're sticking to your guns. I stand by that. Honestly, I think that no matter amount of curses that the caster team might have doled out there were clearly a few things that maybe even fate couldn't necessarily direct, but the teams had more control over.
Like water over there?
Our next one will be Pit of Saran for our teams, and we will have spec bands
Japan?
coming in shortly for this. Now, with the level that we're at and with the performance
I have no idea, man.
from both of these teams, are there any picks you think that they're going to be angling to get banned out right off the bat?
Driving the left?
Yeah, so it's interesting. We saw a couple of different specs in that last dungeon, like the Affliction Warlock, that are kind of obvious ones to lose here.
Oh!
I think you want to save the Guardian.
That's a giveaway.
3 here. I would maybe
all right, lock in Japan.
It, but also not play it in this series, and it looks like we are going to see it banned out by Blame the Healer there. Both teams are losing the Affliction Warlock. It's the Mistweaver as well going away for both teams, but then the disagreement is whether you lose the Devourer or the Bear. Interesting. I wonder what the plan is going to be.
Wait, is this Hong Kong?
Especially if this does go to map 3 for both teams.
No, it's
that map 3, I feel like it's just the sort of like ominous death toll at the end for whichever team hasn't planned, just in case that eventuality unfolds.
We're not doing too hot.
Given
back to the match.
Bans that we have coming out, is there anything you think the teams are going to?
All right, Direwolves ban Athlock, Devour, Mistweaver, Blame the Healer. Same bans, but they also get rid of the Guardian Druid. Okay, so I think keeping the Guardian Druid on the side of Direwolves is ideal. Guardian Druid is insanely strong right now, and you want it for as many maps as possible. However, it's pretty common, and this was definitely the case for us, that we ban the tank and healer basically almost always, because the depth of our DPS players is worse than the depth of our tank and healer players. So for the case of Blame the Healer, it's probably a comfort pick, maintaining their
that's going to be the
Unholy DK and AUG, keeping those guys around for another map. On the side of Direwolves, I guess they have the flexibility to maintain the Guardian Druid.
Probably what it should be correctly.
Oh, Zyronic Curse.
Prediction ending soon. Is the prediction ending?
You have transformed into your final form.
Oh, I think the prediction is over.
I mean, I think you make a really good point, right? In this whole series, we talked about
right from the start that 92% in favor of Blame the Healer. Wow, you guys love Blame the Healer. W.
But Zyro, consistency, right? That's one thing. Do you think that really ultimately?
I saw Subro playing like 12% haste in a plus 21. Is this a thing? He had like 1200 mastery rating and 1k crit.
It's the consistency. At this point, like,
so haste does less for you in AoE. That's kind of always been a known thing.
It doesn't matter what comp you're playing. Right?
Even so, my understanding was that you still want to run the minimum amount of haste to get the extra bubble off inside your dance window, which I think is like 700. So
the meta is not like that well defined right now.
I did not anticipate that being a thing. It would make sense, I guess. I don't think I would play that little haste, although I haven't been pushing live as Subro, so I should have a great perspective on it.
That +1 can be like 10 different specs, and I think it's totally okay.
Who is the rogue doing it, Arrow?
They could play the Demo Warlock. They could play Ellie Shaman.
That'd be cool if you ban specs of the team. You're not the only person to say that.
And they would probably be fine.
You might be right, but I think that would be a lot more difficult to coordinate from like a group perspective. Like, how do you play the dungeons without certain specs?
Because it really seems like we are all
maybe it would be cooler, but I feel like in World of Warcraft, like each spec has a lot of value. We have Holy Paladins. Double H-Pal. Wow.
Right off the bat, what the plan is going to be. The Wolves are in fact using the bear here.
Interesting.
The healer, of course, banned it out so that they could keep the Devourer Demon Hunter, which they'll be pushing into map 3, it looks like. And the Brewmaster Monk is going to be their choice. Both teams, though, are using a Holy Paladin.
Like, it's really difficult to plan around a spec that you don't have, and you can't control what spec that's going to be in World of Warcraft. It's not impossible. Like, maybe it would make for an interesting competition, for sure. But I think it's different than like something like League or Dota, where you like there's so many champions, and like the complexity of each individual champion is like a lot less than each individual spec in WoW.
Both of them are doing it. It's kind of neck and neck here. It's also
so like typically it's like more normal, I think, in League to like have a much larger pool of champions that you play from, whereas in WoW, like it's pretty common that you just play like one or two things.
Whereas Brewmaster really not doing nearly as much damage, and it's a much faster pull for Direwolves.
Yeah, so this is the downside on the side of Blame the Healer, not having the Guardian Druid.
Some of the strengths that are unique to this map is Blessing of Freedom. Now,
Guardian Druid is just so much better. There's so much more damage.
Blessing of Freedom will allow you to completely immune a few different things.
Right? I saw Pick of an Aloe Rogue and MDI running 3k crit. Is that real? I don't play Rogue this season. No, it's not real. It's like it was like some kind of snapshot that doesn't correctly embody the secondaries they're running.
That are removed with Blessing.
It's actually a good point too for Arrow. If you're looking at like secondary stats, that may not correctly indicate the actual amount of haste that Subro is running. You need to like actually tally up the amount from their gear itself. Because if you look at secondary stat snapshots in Warcraft logs, they're sometimes not accurate. Nether Burst goes off. Direwolves.
So you're not to shadow meld skip.
Flapjack does not proc their cheat. That is insane that they got away with that. They let the Cadaver Cast go off.
Which Holy Paladin,
that is very, very scary. But we are in Aura Mastery here. We should be stabilized for a little bit. Wings are back in 10 seconds. On the side of Direwolves.
Direwolves has been struggling on this pull. I've seen health bars going up and down, nonstop yo-yoing back and forth here. Ryu doing a great job keeping people alive, but there's just been a lot of passive extra AoE damage going out in the group. This is a really unfortunate plunge grip on the side of Flapjack outside of the group, but they had that Blessing of Freedom ready to remove him from that spot. Normally you'd want to AoE that down and then just interrupt the shield, but the Freedom being freely available.
Direwolves are pretty far ahead with the Bulls as well, by the way. Oh yeah, Ryu goes down to the swirly on the ground. That is their B-res.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so Ryu was in the plunge grip, freedomed himself, and then
that does
fell into a Dark Rupture. And that
retract from the time advantage they had gained from doing the pulls the way they have. However, believe it or not, 3 minutes into the dungeon, I'm pretty sure they're further than 15 seconds ahead. I feel like they're closer to 30 seconds ahead. So that death timer, even with it, I'm pretty sure they're still in the lead.
Teams for missing it on some of these boss
In fact, they're actually a full pull ahead right now. That's just how fast Direwolves are
going.
They
wait a little bit, they stall a little while for Ryu to get back in range for that Wernstone to rejoin the pull. And I expect that they'll be
eyes on Direwolves right now.
Even though they did have
cooldowns available, but after how scary that previous pull was, I'm a little concerned for this. Our Holy Paladin does not have many cooldowns. We have Wings pressing on pull.
Little bit scary.
And then we're low on resources.
Here. Only charge of SI being used by Okan there. We'll get to the Barkskin here momentarily. Has the sack available from Ryu if they need to use it, but we should be able to get to that Incarn as well in just a moment here. So it looks like the tank should be safe from the damage on this pull. The main thing to keep an eye out.
We get the kick on the Cadaver this time on the side of Direwolves. Very nice.
By the team there. Not going to be taking them out this time around. Looks like we have room to get behind the Serenite for this Glacial Overload cast as well. So the positioning is good. I don't think we have any Dark Rupture circles on the ground here for this hide as well. So we're in a safe spot here for Direwolves. I think this has been a textbook pull from them.
Yeah, meanwhile, Blame the Healer, quite a bit less count, and still not in combat with the boss. So despite the death for Direwolves, they have been pulling a lot more ambitiously, and that should mean
I think
that they will
after this pull onto boss, Blame the Healer will be maybe 5% ahead in counts.
Continue pulling like this,
but
it's a pretty dangerous
yeah, I would much rather be in Direwolves'
future
situation. Like they're just so far ahead on timer.
Onto Ick and Crick, so that will be something to look out.
Yeah, they also don't have a B-res, so like they have no room for error.
The boss is at 50% now. It is a plus 16 key, so without Lust, these bosses do take quite a while. They have now dealt with all the trash, which does mean they can now focus their efforts entirely on the boss, but they have lost all of the funnel interactions that these specs do have. Meanwhile, Blame the Healer getting into combat now. They have a little bit less count than Direwolves, but if you factor in what they are in combat with, they'll actually be 3% ahead of the Wolves. So will that allow them to do anything differently towards the end of the dungeon? My suspicion is no, but maybe.
That is a perfect explanation of it. But yeah, I mean, this is also both teams going for a lower count strategy on this boss than we're used to seeing from some of the faster runs that we've seen. We just saw Pit of Saran.
I'm playing Blood DK and decided to try a Guardian Druid. Bro, it's so brain dead. At this level, but at this level, nothing really brain dead. I have heard that from people that play Guardian Druid is like the version of Bear that gets played is very, very, very simple.
What's the pull routing going to be onto Ick and Crick? Are we going to be going for the more dangerous but faster strategy of pulling the Proto Drake plus the Lich Pack on top of the boss? That includes the Cadaver that can just
when you're pulling this many mobs, even with a simple rotation, it's still scary, I'm sure.
Safer. Just the Leaping Geist plus ghouls. We'll have to see.
All right, so we're 54% ahead on boss health on the side of Direwolves.
They have a commanding lead right now.
All right,
minus 5 to 15 seconds, but like if you minus that 15 seconds right
of course, they're not stopping there.
Now,
43%.
It's still very far ahead.
Into the fray there, just launching a bear into all of the enemies. And it looks like this is where this pull is going to stop here, so not doing anything too crazy just yet.
Okay, so hold on a second. Blame the Healer. If they were to take this next pull into Ick and Crick, they can make up a lot of time. Direwolves opted to play this as its own pull.
And Direwolves, this is
I don't know if I remember if Blame the Healer has done that before. It's a very scary pull. However,
yeah, the thing about this pull is I think
they're still going to be behind.
Group A, but
I mean, with the 15 seconds, if they go straight into boss for the next pull, they'll be a lot closer. I just don't know how long it would take them to set it up.
To the dungeon here, so this should be slower overall, but they are able to deal with the trash relatively quickly and get onto Ick and Crick. But this is allowed Blame the Healer.
Blame the Healer on a zero death run, and they have a 7-minute first boss, but this is just not fast for them.
So they'll have a little bit of a chance here to catch up just a little bit. Stayport taking a lot of damage from that shade.
All right, looking at the side of Direwolves. So there's a lot of trash on the boss, which looks scary. It's not actually that scary. They're pretty much chilling.
Indeed
the only
and,
concerning overlap is if a gargoyle picks somebody up inside of one of these swirlies, but we have the freedom on the side of Ryu.
On the last boss,
so I think we
are
net,
but
chilling.
They won't while they're here. So very important for Direwolves to avoid
freedom. Anybody that gets picked, it's
fight.
on.
Meanwhile, it is Blame the Healer.
Our DK, they get freedom.
Way towards that boss as
Easy.
well. Setting up a
Easy
similar
does
pull
it.
to the one that Direwolves did. If you look at the bottom of the screen here, you can get a little bit of a sense of the lead.
It looks like Blame the Healer are
Direwolves
not
have
doing the
opened up
Kajiga
here.
pull.
It's about a minute and 20 seconds.
Direwolves are gonna it has to be.
Lose 15 seconds back. So
Blame the Healer with tank death.
About a minute 30.
Can we save this pull? It's going to be very, very difficult. There's cheating from the Ogavoker, IBF from the DK,
but unfortunately, even
wall
with
from
that
the
Shadow
Warlock.
Meld, and even with everything that
it's just chaos. How does it tank it through it again? You have to meld, right?
We're seeing the aggro still be a problem.
J-Rao dies.
Actually, it is going to be a
don't
cast.
have meld.
That's normally a cast that goes on the
tank.
The
DK melded.
It's going to take out the
Ogavoker doesn't have meld, but they're alive somehow.
No battle res available for them, so
they get the Warlock back up, and it looks like they're stabilizing.
Situation, which is quite a painful thing to have to do in this dungeon. And are they going to be able to prevent any further deaths
bro?
here?
Use your shield, J-Rao. Use your shield.
Use
Use your shield. What is that? The fist weapon.
For
the fist. Is that not a shield?
The Evoker not being here means you're missing even more stops for the casters that are still alive in this pull. Another Ice Bolt goes off from the Cold Wraith. This one takes out their healer. Now they have nobody keeping the group topped, but Wolf was already tapped on mana. The tank is in so much danger. You're going to try to roll away to mitigate some of this damage, but with no one of the group back with him, this pack is not going to be going anywhere anytime soon. And we are just chain-feeding deaths here. Somehow Chozai still alive, but I believe it is not for long as the team has decided to stop releasing. At this point, I feel like it's just all she wrote for them. Is this Nether Burst going to be the final nail in the coffin for them here? It does go off, drops Cho even lower.
Why did they take so long to release?
Hello? Alive, though. This is just costing them so much time.
Nah, there's no way, bro. There's no way you stop releasing and you just give up.
Top of the boss here. They didn't
Don't show me that, Blame the Healer.
Play it safe. They killed off that second set of totems. They're playing it safe. They've only got the one death they had at the start of the key.
Play it out, man. You never know.
Very, very strong in this Pit of Saran.
And in a show of perseverance, Blame the Healer do eventually get that pull taken care of. We'll call it a draw, okay? They got 7 deaths.
But yeah, at this point, Direwolves.
It's kind of a win if you think about it. 15-7 in favor of Blame the Healer against that pull. But yeah,
they have one scary pull left, and then that is it.
And Direwolves have freed the final prisoner. They actually left one a little ways behind where they usually would like to have, so maybe they missed that one earlier. And now the rescue on the 3-seater is going to bring most of Direwolves up the stairs. The final player, Ryu, there is going to activate that Wernstone to join all of his teammates. And along they go, taking this pack forward. Meanwhile,
okay, so there is wipe potential on this pool. They have a B-res. You have to wall the mini-boss circles.
That was a costly pull for Blame the Healer a little bit ago.
And you need to wall it early. Flapjack with the incredibly early wall. I don't think it'll be up for the swirlies, but they had 2 charges of scale, so they can just send a second charge.
Upwards of 2 to 2.5 minutes.
So they need a second wall right now, Flapjack. Very well done. No risk taken from the side of Direwolves.
They kept themselves in the map.
Donnie sitting in AMS.
Dangerous pull of their own.
Stayport did not press their defensive, but they're max health for some reason.
Moving to not get instantly one-shot by those.
The most dangerous part of the pool is over. They're going to take some pulsing AoE damage here, but the Geist should be dying off in a second or 2 here, and then that'll be it.
Finally takes those guys out in there a little bit safer. I think most of the danger is gone once that trash starts to die off.
Absolutely, yeah. I think they have made it through the worst of it. So Dire
it's kind of interesting that teams are allowed to look at stream.
Lord Tyrannus
I mean, how would you monitor that, right?
And a chance on Sunday.
I think it's impossible.
The lower bracket run of their dreams to stay alive and keep their BlizzCon hopes alive, but in front of them still is the last boss of Pit of Saron, the Scourge Lord himself, and not only is it the Scourge Lord, they are also going to need to grab a little bit more trash. Now, you might be looking at it and thinking, where are they going to get trash from? Nothing lives up where the Scourge Lord resides, but the Dire Wolves have a plan. It is the same plan that a lot of teams
CS, though, it's
have shown us last
impossible to
weekend.
uphold.
It is going to be using that Augmentation Evoker Wernstone once again, as the Dark Rupture from that Graveblade is going to be its final
play
action.
WoW even
So
just a little because of
95%
Xal'atath's
here. Now let's see how they decide to set this one up. Previously, the Wernstone was on Ryu, who could drop off with Blessing of Protection to grab that extra trash. Or they could
have to do a live
event,
and Blizzard isn't hosting that many live events. Yeah,
So
I mean,
Guardian's
I'm sure that'll be the case
here.
for BlizzCon, but outside of that, it's impossible
to
to.
hop into bear form. Moonfire to tag this pack. Make
How
sure
delayed
all
is the
mobs
stream?
Have been hit by that Moonfire as well to start building. Wernstone to rejoin the.
So
group.
the competitors
So
are supposed to have a 1 minute delay.
And then just make sure he's standing over on the side here, so that those mobs will actually start walking up the mountain rather
Not
than getting
Xal'atath's toes,
confused,
but
by the
Def
staircase
White
there.
Veins.
They'll be on their way upwards momentarily here. Yeah, the Graveblade.
Look at Donnie
joining
DK
the rest
gear.
of the party.
How
And really
come?
taking this
do
on
you wanna see?
in towards the boss here. And this is the start of their Bloodlust pull as well.
Super clean from them. Yeah, Staircase is notably very confusing, especially for
Alright,
casters
this pull
who
is pretty
don't know
chill
that there's
for
supposed to be a
Direwolves, unless their
staircase
tank
there.
explodes
The,
randomly.
little game
Should
section
be
that earlier
chilling on
today,
this one.
That was a little embarrassing. We know that Staircase is there to be the Triumvirate. It's just kind of hard to identify when you're looking at a map and trying to figure out what's different.
He's playing
Either way,
Teresa?
Direwolves just absolutely blasting this key. Still deathless. Still no deathless runs for them on the entire weekend. The Dratnos. They can't shake that one off, unfortunately.
They are deathless, one might say, but hopefully they'll be able to change that tomorrow, because at this pace, they will be surviving to tomorrow. 56% on the Scourge Lord. The trash has been taken care of. Now,
How'd you figure that out?
Small problem is they have unfortunately
Did somebody mention
not
that?
frozen the maximum amount of freezable plague spreaders here, so there are going to be 2 rather than 1. This does increase the ticking damage. It doubles the ticking damage on the entire group here, so you can see it's quite scary. We've got
Is this
Divine
real?
Protection rolling. We've got Obsidian Scales rolling. Are we going to be able to actually get these plague spreaders killed off before this poses too much of a threat? The Holy Paladin in particular, not great at group healing as well in a situation like this, or a mastery.
Let me clear this pull. Well, that is why I said that pull was difficult
here. But is the group going to be able to stabilize? It looks like they are indeed, as the last plague spreader is going to get one more shot at a tick of that aura, and it has been handled by the Dire Wolves, by Ryu there on the Holy Paladin. Yeah, it can be a little bit tough though to do that healing on that spec, especially if your group is not cooperating and staying nice and close for your mastery. But it looks like the Dire Wolves, with this composition, they are able to all play quite nice and tightly packed together, which is increasing Ryu's healing power. So, all right, nicely handled by the Dire Wolves. 16% left
Our Dire
on
Wolves.
the boss. They shouldn't get to that
Nicely
Army
done.
of the Dead. It should
That is
be
a
case
2-0
of doing
on
their
their
damage
side,
rotation for a few
and,
more seconds, and that will be all
It
they
looks like
need
I gaslit
to
you
set
guys
to
into
blame
picking the
healer
wrong prediction
Unfortunately,
yet again.
for Blame the Healer, Wolfish
Mission
had a really rough dungeon, letting
succeeded.
die.
Shout out to the
It's all the
the
healer's
2
fault,
people
but
that
what
put
can you
800
do?
points
Dire
on the
Wolves
Dire
have
Wolves.
played an extremely clean dungeon and have solidified their position in our
Very
final
nice.
day tomorrow, taking a quick 2-0 victory here.
Direwolves kept the death count low to lay claim to the second map of the series, securing their win over Blame the Healer. They'll move on to our lower semis and will be saying goodbye to Blame the Healer, who have been eliminated. As Zyro said, be sure to blame the healer for their loss, but really though, send the team off in chat, and we'll be keeping an eye out for them in future seasons. The Spec Variety Bingo card.
I mean, maybe you don't need Forset to win in the MDI. Like, that's just clearly how it is.
About why they opted to bring this one in, and I had to ask you.
Is HPAL getting played because of the spec ban rule, or is there a reason that would be good in Pitasaron?
Yeah, I mean, I think this was.
I think the answer is yes to both those things. Both those
played if we got to a map 3, but
both teams didn't have access to Mistweaver in here, which is a very common healer.
The damage and healing graphs
because of Tiger's Lust.
Warcraft logs in this series.
I assume.
You can see how Direwolves.
And well, if you don't have Mistweaver, you can bring a Paladin, you get Freedom.
Spike at the 4-minute mark.
Freedom is very strong.
Blame the Healer do. So Blame the Healer were at one point able to set up a larger pull there, but pretty much every other spot things looked better for the Wolves.
The Wolves definitely had the advantage, especially as we saw those deaths, I think, just continue to come in. But, I mean, impressive play from all of the teammates across the board. Makes, when you were watching the plays that our teams were bringing to the table, how did you see this map playing out?
Okay, we went in, and I was really excited to see that Bear do it because it can do a lot, right? Pulls like this, that is Guardian Druid territory. They hold aggro so well, they can deal with them so well. We've seen many tanks try to come just as close.
Oh shit, guys, my food's here.
Moved a lot closer together. This, that's Bear. And tanks have moved a lot closer together. This, that's Bear Druid territory. Now, I looked at this boss fight, and I just want to direct your attention to the left-hand side of where our damage is, because Donnie is popping off, and you wouldn't think by the look of it that he only equipped 3 of his 4 pieces of the tier set, but he did that. He did that. What also happened is this. The Icy Blast from the Dreadpool's Lich took out Ozai, and from there on out, they had a little bit of a rougher patch, not able to get this one back together quickly.
Is there a reason to go his set? I think I have to imagine it was an accident. I can't imagine it was
them a bunch of deaths just
intentional.
All over. A little bit of a
You want to kill XTV an idiot? Yeah, I do.
Situation, and then I wanted to point something out on the Dire
What about him?
Because, as you all know, huge fan of O's, but they're chickens. They didn't do the thing where they leave the shades up. They played the shades down. That's such
I
big
put my
the fact that they opted to do that. I don't want to see it again. I'm directing this directly to the team. Don't do that again. You're gonna lose so much time if you do this, and other teams are not doing it. You gotta be on top of that. Maybe the 4-piece will help. But here's that last skip that we've been seeing from so many other teams as well, making sure that they can bring up those Grave Blades onto Scorchlord, Tyrannus, and all in all, that one death on Rio, we didn't even bother to show because it wasn't really all that important. When it first happened, I was like, let's make sure we have that. It didn't matter in the end. The team with the least deaths has taken this map, and yeah, there it is, and there is that. I'm not kidding. Unfortunately, this happened. Yep. Sorry, Donnie. Better luck next time.
I can just hear the calls of shame in the background, but
and they won.
They won.
I
so
wouldn't
honestly,
be doing this. I mean, I probably wouldn't be doing this if they lost, but I am very happy to do it because they won.
You know, honestly, maybe it just goes to show that they were like, yeah, no sweat. We don't even need all of the set for this. We're just going to rock it. We're going to go for it. And I mean, honestly, they did. They brought it home. But of course, Makes, like you were saying, there's still some work to do, especially for a lot of our teams in the lower brackets as they look at how they can clean up and then compete with some of those top teams here in Group B. Well, now that we have seen how this series has shaken out, Zyro, we are headed to our last series. So can you take us through how today has set us up in our bracket?
Yeah, so we started off today with a couple upper bracket matchups. Unsurprisingly, Triple Threat and Antis Angels, teams that looked the best yesterday. Both
final match today is coming up, guys. Exodia God Comp versus wait, what? Physical God Comp versus Exodia V.
But of course,
after this break, make sure you guys tune in.
Day 2 is our
big final match.
First series, Sit and barely qualify home with a very close 2-1 series. Second series in the lower bracket.
David, is he a stand-up guy?
Barely edged out. Tissless Bargain with a stand-in. That was a fantastic series to watch. If you missed that, I'd go back and watch that. We just saw Dire Wolves.
He's a stand-up guy.
The healer, and we have one final matchup here. One last elimination of the day. It's Physical God Comp, who have
I would definitely say he's honest, yeah.
For a very, very long time. They were the first match to start the day today at noon Central Time, so a little under
I sent the missing tier to Zyro, so Meeks mentioned it on broadcast. Oh shit! What do they say about it?
Probably riding high off that win that they just had about an hour ago. So this is a tough spot to be in.
Actually, I'm not really sure how to describe. I never describe people as being a stand-up kind of person. I don't really know what that means. I had to search it up and think about it. I don't use that as like a common explaining phrase. We're on like 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Is, you know, I
Central Time that I'd go easing up
today has
that didn't matter in the end. That they can bring up death on Rio, we didn't even bother to show because it wasn't really all that important. When it first happened, I was like, let's make sure we have that. It didn't matter in the end. The team with the least deaths has taken this map, and yeah, there it is, and there is that. I'm not kidding. Unfortunately, this happened. Yep. Sorry, Donnie. Better luck next time.
Dude,
I can just hear the calls of shame in the background.
That's so funny, dude.
They won.
They won.
I
so
wouldn't be doing this. I mean, I probably wouldn't be doing this if they lost, but I am very happy to do it because they won.
Shin, who's your least favorite member of your MDI team? Guys, dude, what kind of question is that, bro? I don't have a least favorite. Fuck, marry, kill with your MDI team. Dude, what the fuck? Two more maps. Yo, Mulio, thanks for the raid, bro. Hope you a good stream. Oh, I remember the mode now. Holy. Chills music. We're in Portugal somewhere? Oh, Ecuador. Okay. Guys, we're in Ecuador. In Quito. That was not Ecuador. Never mind. One more. San Martin. We're in the southern hemisphere, maybe? Yeah, we're in SA somewhere. Encontrados EN. San Lorenzo.
Good to see you again, chat. Last but not least, we have our final
San
series
Alfonso.
of day 2 for you. Physical God Comp versus Exodia V. Get your predictions in, everybody. These two teams have unique strengths and weaknesses that may very well leave us guessing as to who will win it. Physical God Comp has pushed themselves to adapt to spec variety.
Argentina!
But, I mean,
the Banco de Argentina. Okay, Argentina is like a massive country,
Kind of
though.
an interesting question. I feel like with this matchup,
Go in Cordoba.
Physical God Comp should probably
actually, we'll
have
go Buenos
the
Aires.
edge if we're going to go 2-0. Like, I feel like from... They're one of the top teams on live. I think they're probably, like, top 5.
Oh, it was actually this... It was this...
Squish Vegan and his crew... I mean, they love playing Bear Druid Mistweaver every single season.
It was not the
And
Equator.
With that being the case, I feel like they should
All right.
kind of be an advantage in a 2-game series. But with the spec variety rule, if it
Well
goes to a
done.
3-game series, I feel like that's where Exodia V kind of has kind of the advantage. And so I think
Physical God Comp! Oh my, this prediction is insane. Are we doing one?
I think it's going to be super, super pivotal for this entire series.
Oh, that's a good point. Honestly, I think getting that
We're not
first
doing one. I'll
point
throw it
on
up.
there is going to be something that, just like you're kind of
Fuck
highlighting,
it. Last
will
one.
really kind of set the tone for where the teams can go from there. And Exodia V, right, they have their own strengths as well that we've seen this weekend, even with them being a new team. They have big aspirations in their polls, but they're kind of working on that execution and really making that something that they can land. So Zyro, do you think that their routes can buy them the time that they need in the series?
The routes can, if they're deathless. That's the big if with them, right? The dungeons that Exodia V has looked good on are the ones that they don't die. And while they have the routes, it seems, in every dungeon, the consistency just really hasn't been there. Even in the last series that they scraped by 2-1, they had routes in 2 of the dungeons, and they didn't really have a plan for Windrunner Spire.
So what was that Windrunners? Like, that was
it was a press
insane.
W. It's what it was, and it's the first map of this series, so like they're already starting off on the back foot, and they didn't really have time.
All right, guys, my submission period is shorter than
like, okay,
the other mods.
What's the plan for this series?
I'm ruthless with it.
Like
you guys have 10 minutes to
like
make your predictions.
Scenario for them.
Dratnos, I mean, yeah, we have seen them not perform particularly well in Windrunner
Okay, actually,
Spire,
it's not letting me change it.
We'll have our opening picks as we come in.
Why can't I change it?
Do you think that coming in here on the first map is something that might change this for the teams, Dratnos?
It's actually so interesting because for Physical God Comp,
never mind, it's 30 minutes again.
There's a series without a Skyreach.
It was letting me change it, bro.
They used Skyreach as a, here's where we won't play Bear. We will do our role swap and we'll have a Brewmaster come in here. But if you look at this map pool, the third map in this pool is Magister's Terrace. Now, I can't think of a dungeon in our pool where I want to be a Bear more than Magister's Terrace. So if they use the first 2 maps, they won't be able to play it in the Magister's Terrace. And that could mean that if this isn't a 2-0 in Physical God Comp's favor, they might be in a huge
we have another 30-minute prediction.
If we get to that map 3. Or maybe they'll save the Bear in one of these first 2 maps and give themselves the option to then play it in that Magister's Terrace.
All right, guys.
No, please do not save.
My money's on Physical God Comp. Listen, I've been trying to go for the underdog for a lot of the tournament.
That's different.
Hasn't worked. You did it for 10 minutes? Okay, hell yeah.
Sense to just kind of
WW.
Like FF your first map, right? Like
I'm going with Physical God Comp, man. I have to, bro. NA, they're playing the row. We gotta rep it, dude.
Where if there was like a huge mistake, they could win a map. I feel like you do not do that if you're Physical God Comp here. I feel like you have to commit to a 2-0.
Okay, well, we're going to have to see how they decide to play it, because, I mean, I kind of agree. You don't want to just bank on the third map unless you feel really confident that you can take one of the other 2. But at the same time, this is something where they have to be thinking about where they're strategically going to use these.
I think Exodia V's,
you know what, regardless,
has potential
behind Physical God Comp. They are voting for them.
I think the consistency of Physical God Comp and their straightforwardness will be enough to net them the win here.
In favor of Physical God Comp, I think. How about you, Zyro?
Yeah, I think Physical.
Yeah, that's the thing, Nines. If they get Aspire,
I was thinking of if I wanted
that's
to
like
go
an Exodia throw map
here, because I think Exodia V, like, they're the perfect.
Exodia is not winning in Aspire.
I think Physical God Comp
so,
is just. I think they.
If Spire's in the pool, they are cooked.
Okay.
At least on that map.
Yeah, I like Physical God Comp for this one as well. I'm also going to go with the 2-0. I think a 2-1. I mean, that would mean that they win the Magister's Terrace, which that is the path that I think is going to be quite difficult for them unless they save the Bear in one of these first 2 maps. So yeah, 2-0 for me.
Okay, Tuttles, where do you think
Spire's
the
first map?
Do you think that's going to affect the score?
Okay, you guys know that now? All right,
yeah,
good. I can talk about it.
Also,
yeah,
like,
Spire being first map is not great for them. I'm not gonna lie.
They're gonna win because it's like 2-1. I feel like for Physical God Comp, if they're gonna win, it's because it's 2-0.
Okay, all right. Make's leaning towards that 2-1 as well, so Make's not aligning here, seeing that we're going to go to that third map, maybe. But again, I think that there is a lot weighing in the favor of wanting to try and get this over swiftly and decisively. Now, are the teams going to let that happen? Who knows? Probably not, because whichever one is not going to be able to make it through will face elimination, and both of these teams have already blazed the trail through here in the lower bracket to make it this far. When you have things like Championship Sunday in sight, you want to be able to get there and be a top contender.
I actually have so much respect for Physical God Comp. Running the same comp
versus Exodia V
year after year.
On Windrunner Spire.
Who cares about the meta? We're just playing what we play well.
Variety rule counting against them, with clean runs being something they need to lock down, not just big strats. We're really going to have to see which of these teams.
Now we see Banchers on the brew.
Alrighty, we're going to see some pretty interesting comps out of both teams here. So Physical God Comp
Exodia V on some crazy classes.
They're opting for the role swap in Game 1 here in the Windrunner Spire. We have Squish Vegan over on the Feral Druid, and Banchers off of that Hunter onto the Brewmaster. This is going to give them a lot of flexibility if we get later in the series, but Exodia already having their first death of the map just on this very first pull from that Restless Steward, taking out their Ret Pally. Exodia V V are playing
They didn't pull his
Resto
groundskeeper.
Shaman combo that we've seen.
This door will not
really
open
nice
without
way
his groundskeeper.
to sort of knock out 2 birds with 1 stone on the spec variety rule.
Yeah, and I mean, I think for physical God comp as well, this is Banchers ended up playing this Brewmaster Monk. Was it?
I can't believe we're dead on pull as the Pally. Man, that is
I
tragic.
believe it was Skyreach's both days.
Skyreach? Okay, yeah, okay. I feel like for physical God comp, if there was a dungeon to play it in, considering like what we saw from Exodia
it's over.
routes in this dungeon before, it would definitely be the Windrunner Spire. Exodia V, it looked like they just had like a very slow, methodical, conservative route in this place, and for physical God comp, I feel like
God comp will have to full wipe for them to come
I would
back.
describe this as probably like their 3rd best comp.
Exodia V had a death on first pull, and now they're having to 1v1 a groundskeeper from 100% health to open the door.
Spec, sort of when they've had the freedom to play all 3.
Listen, okay. To nobody's surprise, Exodia V do not look convincing in the Windrunner Spire. If you put your points on Exodia V,
like a lot of people view like ARMS.
You did so knowing they were not going to look too hot in this map.
Like,
it's the maps that come afterwards.
High key viewed as better than Fury. Outlaw,
that there is potential.
I feel like it's generally a little bit better than Assassination in like the high key scene, but I feel like the physical composition has been one where I don't think that it's been explored to its fullest potential in the MDI season so far.
Yeah, I think there are some
on the
options
glowies.
to play ARMS,
the route
in
helper.
The higher level keys.
Yeah.
In dungeons where you can take trash onto bosses safely. In particular, ARMS Warrior shines when you can take trash into the start of a boss and the end of a boss, which is not always true. We are going to have a second death of the map land on the Warlock this time for Exodia. This time it's also not going to be battle res. And the third death landing on their Paladin, unfortunately. This is not good.
Is there about to be a 4th? Is there going to be a 4th?
I mean, where are they taking this pull? Like, this is so
weird. Like they're stable for now, but whenever you have players going down, that doesn't mean you're going to have fewer stops.
Never take that on the stairs.
Dragonhawks may be allowed to channel those flame spits longer than they should be.
I mean, this is brutal. And on the left side of the screen here, physical God comp has pulled the Deerlight duo, and for Exodia V, things are going from bad to worse. Their Restoration Shaman dies, Ox dies. No, we have lost 30 seconds from deaths, and now our Restoration Shaman is running back from spawn, and the Steward is still alive, putting dots onto players. Exodia V is dropping unbelievably low. We have another
Exodia.
Death of Warlock. He ran back from spawn, and they have accumulated 6 deaths.
Yeah.
All right, looks like somehow they've been able to prevent any further deaths, but 6 is a lot. That is a minute and a half of death timer that Exodia V are now down. Meanwhile, while all of that was going on, Physical God Comp ran to the
Shouldn't worry about you, bro. Back when you were in school, you had sun on your skin. Now you look sickly.
A third of its health bar taken out, along with much of the trash.
It's just my camera setup.
Sylvanas' quarters over on this
my
side of
camera and lighting
Spire.
setup is fried. I look like a ghost. I need a new camera to like adjust the color balance.
Whereas Exodia V definitely are struggling here, and it's going to be insult added to injury as the Ferocious Pounce takes off the Warlock on the return to the pull.
Bang.
Now wait for Blizzard to disqualify Banch's group
the
again.
only person who hasn't died? Actually, no. Wow hasn't also not died. Our Demon Hunter and our Bear are deathless.
I mean, Fizz God Comp need a full wipe for
rest
Exodia to have a chance.
Oh no, not again. The die release die, it looks like that time for Exodia V. And somehow they haven't used any battle reses, despite accumulating 12 deaths now.
I see Zyro, and he is literally slouched over, just giggling to himself as Exodia V are dying on cooldown.
Yeah, so let's highlight just how difficult this pull they're attempting is, right? They're running in. This is a plus 17 key. It's the highest key that we're offering over our group weekend so far in the MDI. And they're running at these big pulls, right? Trying to make them work out.
But they shouldn't.
And when one person dies, it is very easy for that to turn in to a full wipe. To their credit, they were able to kind of try and stumble through that pull for a little while. But yeah, of course,
they should play it out.
Falling apart.
There's no point.
In somewhat humorous
there's still a
fashion,
chance, albeit very small, that Physical God Comp
at the situation, right?
just have an equally abysmal time.
We've all been there. We've all been in these keys ourselves. It happens to everybody. And Exodia it looks like taking the time here to wait until they're all back together. They're going to have all their cooldowns ready. They're going to be able to throw themselves at this dungeon once more with renewed vigor. In the meantime, though, Physical God.
All right, yo, I got a question for you guys.
Advantage in this map now.
Somehow,
3 minutes purely
after
off of death
so you guys can still predict,
by
the way.
Another 3 of dungeon progression, if not more.
For some reason, somebody like
kind of funny.
dropped 10k points on Exodia V after this performance.
They have a
like just
to
now.
Spiral out of control in this format. Mostly
somebody saw us and was like, "Yo, Exodia's winning this one."
CDs. Oh, my bear used in card here and he wasn't prepared. And
yo, you guys are
like again, they
you guys are
spiral out of
wild
control rather quickly because whenever you don't have your cooldowns perfectly set up, some roles tend to not be doable, and getting those cooldowns realigned, especially after
okay, my bad.
mistakes like a full wipe or a partial wipe or
I mean,
a couple of deaths.
Point still stands. There, we already knew their Windrunner was chalked. It's the remaining 2 maps.
Bad to worse in a hurry.
The downside is that Physical God Comp are also playing their later maps and will have their mains available.
Everybody's been there, honestly. There are 2 types of people: those people who've been there and liars.
Yeah, exactly. And people who haven't done Mythic Plus, which, you got to get in there. You're going to have some runs that look like this. And the good news is you can always come back, try the key again. The good news for Exodia V is that they can come back and try the next key after this one. But of course, they will then have their backs against the wall, right? They will be in this position where they will need to win both of the next 2 maps or be eliminated.
Forex odds couldn't resist to do some of my points.
Isn't over yet. Physical God Comp still do need to execute their half of the dungeon.
We will see.
The half of the dungeon that is still ahead of them. Even potentially the slightly more than half of the dungeon that is still ahead of them. They still have 3 of the 4
one thing I wish
bosses
Exodia V
to
did differently.
With here. They would like
I wish
to
they
put
didn't
their
play
stamp
Bear.
on this that says, hey, even though we
Playing
have a
Bear is
role
really
swap
good.
in this dungeon,
But playing
even
Bear
though
now
we're playing some
guarantees that they
off-meta
can't play for the
stuff,
last 2
we're playing
maps.
like the off-meta
I wish they had a different tank.
versions of
If they
the
did,
off-meta
I would
stuff.
love their comp right
We are
now.
going to be able to get this dungeon done with 0 deaths in relatively quick fashion.
But now they're forced into
hopefully
a
they're able to keep
non-bear
this
for one of the
run
maps.
going at the pace that it is. Although Exodia V are just making sure
Let me
to
check
keep
what the
on
other 2
going.
maps are.
If you look at it, Exodia V are actually going to be pulling Ember Dawn first. Now, haters will say Physical God Comp have already dealt with the Derelict Duo side, and Exodia V haven't yet. But if you ignore that, it
it's
looks
Windrunner,
good for Exodia.
Seat, Magisters.
It's one of those things.
I think if they can push it to a map 3, I think Physical God Comp is going to probably be slower in Magisters.
Not that bad for next map.
But really high charge count pulls.
If you look at the specs
that Exodia V could pull really big, and I think they would struggle. Physical God Comp would struggle on. But I think Seed is very good for Physical God Comp.
Bang, that's 2 of your 3 required restrictions after this. And then you can throw away that Affliction Warlock, notably the Affliction Warlock.
My guess is that it's either a 2-0 for Physical God Comp, or it's a 2-1 for Exodia V.
Making an appearance outside of a Mysara Cavern.
I guess those are the only 2 remaining possibilities.
Home,
so.
But there's no Mysara Caverns in this pool, so you were pretty happy to throw away the Warlock as well. And then you keep the Bear and the Devourer, and it's not even a Devourer, it's a Havoc Devourer that WoW was playing, so you can swap over to Devourer for the remainder of the series as well, or play another round of Havoc if you want to ban the other 3, of those specs that are up on the screen right now.
I think that you could get one of them banned.
Is
Rizil bans too.
Yeah,
I think that everything except for this. I think that the only thing you really want to protect is the Bear Druid, right? Like everything else.
Seed is the next dungeon.
Another map of Bear. Problem is you can't have another 2 maps of Bear, so you're gonna need to win when you don't have a Bear and Physical God Comp do in one of the following 2 maps in this series, which is that's gonna be a challenge, Tuttles. I'm gonna level with you. I would not want to be placed in that position.
Less than key level.
That is exactly what you signed up for.
Wait, guys, tune in. It's actually kind of close right now.
This is the position.
Look at the boss percent.
Into, and hopefully Exodia V are embracing
it's close.
the
It's close.
and they are ready to try and make this happen. For right now, though, they're gonna have another death befalling their Havoc Demon Hunter.
The problem is you don't practice for this, right? Once things start to go even medium levels of wrong, in practice you reset the dungeon and you go, well, I hope that doesn't happen whenever we're doing it live.
It's neck and neck!
How do you recover from not just a medium level mistake, but like a catastrophic mistake if you're Exodia V, especially whenever you probably haven't spent time practicing for this exact case. For Exodia V, I feel like for them, it's almost an insurmountable challenge. And for Physical God Comp, while we've been talking about the catastrophe that's happened to Exodia V, Physical God Comp's just been kind of quietly playing a pretty good run in the Windrunner Spire. They're completely deathless. They were on probably their tier 3 comp, their 3rd best composition, where Squish Vegan's on this Feral Druid, and it looks pretty good. it's a little bit slower than probably their maximum potential, but now they are set up quite nicely to be able to win multiple maps in this series. And I feel like for Physical God Comp fans, they have to be happy about how their team is performing.
All right, the Territorial Dragonhawk, the Groundskeeper, and the Steward tagged quickly by Banchers as he rolls forward and grabs all of the ghosts as well. Let's see if they take this any further. I think they'll want to finish off the archers first.
Yeah, so a lot of teams, some teams are actually skipping these Phalanx Breakers. It's kind of interesting. I don't think we've seen a consistent route.
I think it's going to take.
Far. I think it was.
It's going to take like 3 full wipes from Physical God Comp for them to be.
Maybe it was on
for it to be close. I think.
I can't remember exactly. It was one of the first two matches of the series today, where they just killed off the archers, and those were the priority mobs, kind of like you were saying.
They're like
possible to kind of move
5.5 minutes
into
ahead
this
right now.
next area.
Actually,
Phalanx Breakers,
more.
Those
they're like 8 minutes ahead.
Dangerous mobs on live, where their interrupting shout just does so much damage. In the 17 Keystone level, you just kind of live the AoE, and so getting the archers and the mobs that don't like really move that well gathered quickly, that is the more challenging prospect, and so those are the focus mobs in a pull like this.
Now, without a Mistweaver, I would say the Phalanx Breakers are quite a bit more dangerous if you try to take them forward. The thing about the Mistweaver is you don't get interrupted by interrupting Screech because you're spinning crane kicking anyways, but the Resto Shaman, on the other hand, could. And if your healer is having to cancel a cast to avoid an interrupt that is also doing huge raid damage, that can be something that absolutely kills you. So we have our 15th death of the run for Exodia V over on the right-hand side. Yeah,
Janos, why do you have to say 15th? Why do you have to specify that?
Of all of this trash before traveling further into the dungeon. That, I think, makes perfect sense, especially with this comp. I think if you have the Mistweaver, you can try and take this further forward, but without it, I'm pretty happy to just clear it all.
All right, alternative perspective just dropped. Exodia V is unlikely to set the death record for this season's MDI, even at current pace.
What is our death record currently? It's like 30?
29, I think, is with the Mysara Caverns that This Is Fine put up last weekend.
It was 30.
Let's go!
Okay, it was 30. Okay. Yeah.
That was our opponent.
But I think it's unlikely that Exodia V hits 30.
Yeah, Physical God Comp are nearly in position to stop the clock here. They are playing quite conservatively once more. They're not going to grab the final trash pack with all of the previous trash here. So this pull, then the next pull, and then 2 bosses back to back, and that will be all that Physical God Comp need to handle to stop the clock here and put Exodia V out of their misery in at least this map.
Is Feral just good? Like, should we be seeing more Feral?
I definitely think it's not bad. I think it is a little bit like Patty in the sense that
what can you do?
A lot of the stuff that you're hitting.
You only have so much time to prepare for the event. Only so much you can practice.
If you're ferocious biting or if you're just doing your full AoE. If you're biting, then I'm pretty happy to call it great. Especially if you're putting up those kind of numbers while biting, then I'm very happy about it because that's priority damage as well. So it depends a little bit on exactly which buttons Squish Vegan is pressing here.
There's one crew on live that's pushing like super high keys, and they're playing like Outlaw Feral Arms Warrior, and every single time I look at their logs, the Feral Druid seems like it's like a little bit behind both the Arms Warrior and that Outlaw Rogue. But I mean, Squish Vegan, this guy's doing real damn right now. What's going on over there for that Feral Druid?
Yeah, that's quite impressive. I wonder what the overall will look like at the end here as well.
Yeah.
Make a mental note to check that as we do get.
I don't think Feral's doing that much damage. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I think they're gonna pan to the overall at the end of the dungeon, and Feral's gonna be 30 DPS. I'm gonna keep it real.
Available for everybody.
I'm gonna keep it very, very real.
Combat does begin, and boss a little bit of a pretty chill boss, I would say. For the most part, one of the big things that you want to look out for is these reckless leaps. Now, these target
they would have hit 30, given a full key, but luckily for them, Fizcom will stop the timer before they get there.
So you can try and make sure that at least one of those, the second one typically,
goes
on your tank by making sure that your tank is the other side of the boss relative to all your melee, and the boss jumps over your melee and then jumps back over your melee to your tank. And that can be a nice way to prevent any of your non-tank players, except for one.
When you want to bet on it?
Physical dot.
I'll bet one gifted sub.
I think that this dungeon and the Restless Heart are actually
if I'm right, you owe me a gifted.
But from like an NDI perspective, the hardest bosses aren't the ones that are individually.
If I'm right, you owe me gifted, and if you're right, I'll gift the chat. What's up?
And so like, for Physical God Comp here, they have Commander
What's Kilo today?
Play with 2 mobs.
And they have the they're in a 17 right now.
Play completely solo, and so I think that those are kind of the points of time where, especially in an MTI,
I'm gonna lose all my points to someone from Physical God Comp using glitched enchant from 2 expansions ago.
Whenever you're playing 20, 30, 40 in some cases trash mobs at a time that require really intricate like kick and CC rotations. Where this is like, oh, okay, you know, we played this mob on a 21 solo. He's completely fine on a 17.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we're going to see Physical God Comp here just about to enter the next of the ad phases here on the Commander. Should be just after this intimidating shout, the Rallying Bellow getting cast. And that's going to spawn a bunch more of these ads. While these are active as well, the boss does have a shield wall, which is a little bit awkward for the Feral Druid, as you may have, you know, an empowered bleed that is ticking on the boss and now effectively doing nothing. So it is a little bit of an anti-synergy, maybe part of the reason why the Feral Druid is currently on third.
I heard you were smack-talking us before our series today.
Not getting full
the triple
value
threat
against the shield wall there.
So interestingly enough,
I was?
So a lot of people, I think, especially in like the audience, will
I don't know what I said that came across that way.
And undervalue single target. As it turns out, especially like this is really true whenever we had like TGP style formats, whenever teams are pushing the highest keys in the world. But it's also true in the MDI. It's really hard to get more single target damage. So a lot of the times, the same with like priority damage or like potentially even funnel damage. So a lot of the times, some of the best.
I might have been rooting Physical God Comp on. That was probably true.
Tend to be the specializations that have a really good balance of like single target and don't lose much to continue to AoE, right? Where if Feral was so good at doing a lot of AoE damage, but then in that build, in the process, they do less single target than most of the other competitors, then it's going to be one of those specializations that, you know, it's just a lot less valuable. And so I think
Teach-Up, who are you in Triple Threat?
Always been kind of this really interesting question whenever you're thinking about like, how do you make
We're gonna prove all non-believers wrong?
Like,
all
how much
G?
damage do they lose whenever they're going and doing single target versus AoE?
Oh, Gum? Dude, W.
I think you spend, and it's like a
surprise. I will say, you guys were lights out today.
Right.
You guys were definitely not giving Fizz God Comp any room to win.
Well, you have to think about
you guys played super well.
Group, right? Especially like what are the
looking forward to seeing the match in the winners bracket tomorrow.
Great at single target.
Best of luck, dude.
You don't need to be as good at single target, and you can support them by carrying the AoE. Whereas if the OP specs or the rest of your group are great at AoE, then you might instead want to prioritize being good at funnel damage, or maybe even being good at just pure single target damage, right? Maybe there's never going to be a funnel situation because the OP spec just melts the entire screen right now, and you won't be able to have extra targets on bosses.
Almost come to win. I really like the game.
That sort of thinking is
it's just cool.
Why you see
it's just cool the fact that they play the same comp every MDI.
Like Physical God Comp, they're trying to play these
they just do their own thing.
Specs that cover each other's weaknesses.
It's easy to root for. Also, they have a rogue, and I play rogue, so you gotta understand.
Do pulls that prevent that weakness.
Something personal
too.
I think
I am biased.
DK was like a really good example of this last season, where the OP spec, it was undeniably Elemental Shaman. That spec was completely broken, right? How do you want to play around Elemental Shaman? All right, we're pulling big every 3 minutes. What do you want to do if you're an Unholy DK? Never die, drop AMZ on top of my Elemental Shaman's head, and do as much single target damage as I possibly can.
Yeah, exactly. It is. It's all about figuring out how you slot into the group, and typically it does mean that single target is more valuable than overall. You know, at the end of the key, you're trying to look at like making the pulls shorter, right?
Okay.
If you do an extra 20% in AoE, you're often going to make a few pulls like tiny bit shorter.
All right, guys. Physical God Comp could wipe
make the boss fights
4 times from now, and it might be close.
The counterpoint to this is if you're trying to impress the tank in your group to get invited to future keys, because if you do big overall damage and you're known as that guy who does big overall damage, then you'll get invited to more groups. That's the thought process, though.
Yeah,
I mean,
that is
it's 1-0.
You know, there's some important incentives that you have to balance on the
1-0 heading into C.
In the MDI, it is of course all about that optimization, and Physical God Comp have shown us just that. This is an impressive run from them in this Windrunner Spire. They are on a role swap. They are on off-meta versions of their off-meta classes, and they are going to be putting up a 0-death sub 20-minute run in this plus 17 Windrunner Spire. They are going to advance to a 1-0 lead and be on the cusp of making it to Sunday.
They are indeed. We had some uncertainties about how Physical God Comp would approach map 1, but they have laid all our worries to rest. Their steady performance won them the first point of our best of 3, while Exodia V's run fell apart. This isn't the end of the series, but let's go over what went down here at the start. So, Tuttles, in this first map, how did this run change our expectations of our teams?
Well, I think that...
Did you say that mid-dungeon too?
Exodia V cannot have this many deaths in the future. I think that is something that I'm gonna have to say.
Antis Angels will make it quick for you. Dude, what the fuck?
I think that they look really fast whenever they're able to play their preferred composition.
I mean, I will say so far, based on what I've watched,
a little bit less fast whenever they're
I think
on their
this group has looked very top heavy. Like the top two teams.
True. Zyro, you have additional
group.
Thoughts?
From my first impressions
I don't
watching,
harp on this dungeon for Exodia V
pretty big step up over the rest.
This is a dungeon that
so the Winners Finals will be pretty
don't
fun
have
to watch.
a lot of practice on.
I think in the
as kind of evidenced by the 2 runs that
Group A, it was more
so
like top
far,
3 heavy.
I think the major take.
I would have said top 2 heavy, but Sensibilbook ended up kind of like
generally
clutching up in
this
the
dungeon
lower
was for
bracket
them.
finals.
1930 with 0 deaths on a clean run.
Next week, next week will be really fun to watch.
Significantly slower than what we've seen
with
from
Miscount
the
Liquid going at it.
Just to put this into perspective, Triple Threat had a 1648. Auntie's Angels had a 1630. Now, of course, those were with probably their tier 1 comps. We know this wasn't Physical God Comp's best comp, but can they go 2.5 to 3 minutes faster if they're playing Guardian Druid and a Hunter? I don't know.
What are we banning? So Physical God Comp, we're banning the Brew,
one step closer
Arsham.
there on Sunday. But if they want to compete for the main prize
Actually,
this weekend, which is being
Feral
a
Druid.
team and playing
Brew, Arsham, Feral Druid, they play their normal comp.
Go a decent pace faster than this.
Exodia V are banning
as we kind of went
Ret,
through that, obviously,
Havoc.
there are better runs that we've seen Exodia have, and as well, you know, this kind of warm-up coming
healer?
into the series, it's just the
I forgot what their
starting
healer
point
was.
here. Sometimes things compound, and both of our teams will have a chance to bring it back here in Seat of the Triumvirate. Now, of course, Physical God Comp...
Feral number 2? Wait, hold up. Was that real?
I mean, the good...
And they look a little bit less fast.
You know what?
Over here,
I'll say this, bro.
Exodia V, they want to make sure that they can stay in the running. They
if you had agreed to it, I would have gifted.
Really try to make sure that they can contend.
But you didn't say
with what
shit.
the next map will have in store. So, in order to achieve
You didn't say
that,
shit.
Drat knows.
You just had to say yes.
Exodia
I'm
go
down.
From here.
Yeah, so one nice thing you can do in this map that we've seen before is bust out that Prot Warrior.
It's like, hey, I bet you this, and then the person leaves you on red.
Variety
Like,
rule.
okay.
And we also know already that Exodia V, they played a bunch of stuff that they're
What
going
is
to be
zero?
pretty happy to restrict with that spec variety rule already in the Windrunner Spire too. So I think they're going to have their favorite comps.
Oh, the Sub-Rogues Law with
or
low haze?
one spec maybe, but close to
Oh, I know
it
this guy.
for both of the remaining
I see him on
maps in the
Twitch
series.
sometimes.
So that's got to be the strength for Exodia V, because they're coming up against Physical God Comp who...
yeah, I don't know. This guy kind of does his own thing, I think.
Warrior player that will be ready for the Seat of the Triumvirate, so they'll probably be using Bear.
This guy kind of does his own
I think
thing.
The counter analysis of why Physical God Comp should be favored in this.
I mean, he's
map is
doing
that
some of the
Physical
highest
God Comp had to
keys
play
in the
Seat of
world
Triumvirate
on
in the
Sub-Rogue
first
right now,
series yesterday.
and he's making it work with
In
that.
theory, it should
So
be one
clearly
of
it
their
can
most
work.
practice to dungeons.
That's true.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it definitely gives
You might gain a little bit of
advantage.
AoE damage
The
with that
time
kind of
and
a build, but I think
repetition
you
to
lose
just
single
put in
target
and try to get that dungeon
without
locked
hitting the
down
haste
and
break point,
solidified.
so.
Tuttles, you've got like sunshine just like
Dude, you got some
beautiful
blinds or something?
glimmering.
No.
No, but I mean, it's something where I think that coming into this next map, we've got Seat of the Triumvirate. That experience, that practice might play a big role for them. But I mean, Tuttles, overall, do you think, what have we seen from this dungeon for both of these teams?
Well, we saw the first, I would say, half of this dungeon, the Physical God Comp, and it looked okay. I didn't think that they were going to be breaking any time records or anything like that, but I thought it was pretty decent. Have we actually seen Exodia V play this dungeon so far?
No, not yet.
It looks like no. So I think that there's a lot of question marks, I think, for Exodia V. I think that Protection Warrior is something that, like Dratnos called out, it could be really good. At the same time, you could play Guardian Druid just in 2 straight dungeons and probably not be too mad about it. I think the thing with Prot Warrior that's really good in Seat is that it's kind of a free ban on every single dungeon that's outside of Seat, but Guardian Druid's not bad in that dungeon.
No, it's not.
I think Mike Gill might be doing a heroic clear later.
If you're playing a DPS warrior,
I'm trying to see where he posted
we know
about
that
it.
the Taunt Reflect is tech that Physical God Comp have deployed in Skyreach. They could use it on the third boss of this dungeon as well for some big damage from a DPS warrior as well, and you don't get to do that really as much if you have the Prot Warrior too.
They could. Now, we have our
Okay, here we go. So,
rolling in,
oh,
Zyro looking
Athlock,
over
okay.
what has been banned out.
So you just ban all the DPS. I like that. I like that.
Thinking, or do you think this is going to set up any problems for our team?
I think they ran a Humus Sweeper healer, which
God Comp,
lets
no
them keep
surprises
that.
there. They banned out the same 3 specs that they banned out the first time they rolled out this comp.
Gonna go to bed. Big day tomorrow. Hope you'll be hate watching.
And no
Yo,
surprises
GG's.
for
Good luck,
Exodia
man.
V as well. I feel like both teams protecting their Guardian Mistweaver potential for the later parts of the series is pretty typical here. I've seen, by the way, I think at one point in the past, Noxiv has busted out the Prot Warrior.
It's like if you can't make the extra global, there's no point for haste for the whole extra 1 second. Well, I think the extra global and dance in AoE, like it doesn't even really matter.
Do that, though.
I'm pretty sure in AoE, like legit don't care about haste. You guys have mastery and crit, but you lose single target by not adhering to the haste.
Something other than a druid is possible,
right?
But,
on a fight like in a dungeon like Seed of the Triumvirate or
it's the only other tank I've ever
Nexus
seen
Point where there are damage jams, like single target damage jams. I think that would
but I just want to let you
probably
all know
do
that
more
this entire
harm
time
than
chat
good.
has just been talking about how you're glowing Tuttles. We see people saying it's a remnant from your holy days. We see people saying that you look like you're
I don't know. I can't. You'd have to ask the guy. I'm not sure why he plays that way. If you look at other sub-road vlogs, I imagine they're probably not doing that.
It's too much light for me.
I'm so sorry. Hopefully we can return you to the darkness soon. But in the meantime,
dark mode for this.
Thank you all for illuminating the spec picks that we have coming in. I mean, honestly, this is going to be a big one, right? We know Physical God Comp, they have the experience to back this up, and they've shown some extra flexibility, like we were talking about at the start of the series, with things like this variety rule. So some of the adjustments we've seen them make this season, we weren't even expecting that they would make in previous seasons or could make in previous seasons. But Exodia V, while they had those deaths on the first map, they do have big plays. Ultimately, do you think that if they were just looking at like comparing their timers, comparing their strats, is Exodia overall faster, Zyra?
I mean, look where Tettles is streaming from. Tettles is like in a fully windowed room, bro.
The potential, yes, ignoring the death.
If it's a dungeon that they've practiced, oh my god, Tettles. What is happening? What are they doing to your camera?
No!
Do you remember back
he just ascended, bro. He just went to heaven. Yo, the timing of that was crazy.
Incredible. Well, now you won't all have to look at.
It's not be like he's literally subject to the weather. And I was like, look, the sun's coming out, and he just.
Instead, we're going to be taking a look at both of our teams as they come in here.
Just disappeared into the light, bro.
Now, Exodia V, they theoretically have the speed and the aggressive strats, whereas Physical God Comp, while they may go a bit slower and steadier, they have adjusted, they have grown, and they have really been able to lock down a lot of their runs.
Just the last video of my watch the MDS, I'll have to keep being interested in another hour. Almost done, you can watch it afterwards. Here we go, Exodia V's on full meta comp, Physical God Comp on their version of full meta, minus the Ally Rogue, they're saving that for the next dungeon, I guess.
Physical God Comp, of course, using their namesake.
I gotta give the edge here.
Survival being the flavor of Hunter
to Physical God Comp.
Alongside
I think they have the advantage in this dungeon. Now, Exodia V should finish this pull faster than Physical God Comp. Also, why is Squish doing 800k and Grizz Machine is pulling 600? Hello, Squish Diff?
Really strong for Exodia V, but of course,
so they are going to spawn the boss like 3 seconds faster?
What is Vegan doing on the side of Physical God Comp? Look at this. He was in second
place.
That
is not that much faster. I think the rest of this dungeon is going to be Physical God Comp just slowly accelerating. Now again, I was talking about this in the last time they were in Seed. Physical God Comp goes to the third boss. Their route plays less trash on the way to third boss. I believe they don't skip any. They're not doing like the normal meld skip the destroyer mobs on the way to the third boss. I'm pretty sure they just natty play a pull on the way there, which will slow them down if Exodia V skip it. Now, notably, Exodia does not have a Warlock to gate skip, which means if they are opting to skip, it's going to be a little bit more tricky. So we'll have to keep our eyes on that. But I think from this point on, for the rest of the dungeon, Physical God Comp will just slowly create a lead. And that's what we need to look out for.
That is an impressive feat that the Bears were capable of last week. They did get a little bit of a nerf this week. But I wouldn't be surprised
if I've ever eaten that Nightingale before.
To be perfectly honest with you,
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't recognize the name.
Guardian Druid. This is probably one of the strongest we've seen from like a tank DPS perspective. And
assuming you aren't allowed to swap specs before last boss in MDI, correct? You can't. You cannot leave the dungeon.
Fairly self-sufficient, but I mean, I don't know if they've ever done damage like this.
So. That's actually probably why.
I mean, there's been high damage versions of Bear before.
Wox is playing Asa instead of Outlaw because if they're trying to one-phase Lura, they probably can't. They definitely are not doing it within Outlaw.
That was Dragonflight Season 2, and that was mostly off the back of just not being killable.
In fact, I'm not even sure they'll.
Oh my And he shifted into the puddle. The puddle instant ticks you too. I'm surprised he actually didn't die to it.
Alright, Exodia V's positioning here is really weird.
Wiggle room than most from those sorts of deaths.
But they're chilling
though, running in nearly for Exodia V. That's going to be the Ring of Peace to prevent it from happening.
I'm scared.
But this knockback is ugly as they make their way around.
Yeah, their positioning is
kind
of fried here. They almost assuredly lost some amount of boss damage to this goofy ass movement.
I feel like this positioning is
but yeah, Physical God Comp going to be about 15 seconds faster, 20 seconds faster maybe.
Like they are going to be able to down the boss. I feel like with that movement that they had though, they just like randomly lost a bunch of time.
Yeah,
look at Physical God Comp here. They do have a little bit less trash count.
We're so how are we 30 seconds behind? 27 seconds behind.
6 seconds ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah, a little bit of an advantage for Physical God Comp, but certainly not.
Okay, and I mean, I think Physical God Comp are just going to accelerate from this point onwards.
In the first room of the dungeon.
This is a Physical God Comp favored dungeon up until that final skip that they may or may not choose to do. So,
as Physical God Comp are going to run left.
All eyes on
over here. We've seen some
Physical God Comp right now,
and then just jumping down the wall to quickly get access to the Rift Warden that lives over on the right hand.
How's
side.
Ass's funnel?
It looks like Exodia V.
Ass has some of the highest funnel in the game right now.
Starting off here over on the
or highest prio damage rather.
4 total Rift Wardens.
Better way to word that.
Down before the boss
with funnel.
Active Physical God Comp.
In this map, that is helpful for killing off the
a little bit of health still left on
Rift
these
Wardens,
guys, but they are going to just take it with them. Not worried at all.
More quickly.
Squish Vegan is an animal.
The only downside to a lot of these pulls is, like, if you look at this pull, there's basically 2 prio mobs. There's the Rift Warden and the War Adept.
Whenever the Rift Warden went down, that guy
and
was
this is there's
DPS
so it's like a double prio pull.
To the next pull in
the next pull they do after this, it'll be the same thing.
That is that is something because cat
these
form,
double prio pulls aren't
so
really good for Asa
because all of the cat form.
It's good if there's one high health mob that you're killing fast, which enables you to go to the next pull. But if there are 2 high health mobs, it doesn't really help. Now you can chain the Umbral War Adept into the next pull, but it's kind of sketchy for the tank.
He is playing a lot of.
We'll see what Squish does here.
It's a very aggressive shift to cat. To be doing.
Yeah, he's kind of moving with it, but he's probably telling his team, "Yo, we gotta kill this team."
Why did he do that?
Or he's leaving.
This build actually that he's
same thing. Look at this pull. They have Subjugator and a Rift Warden, so it's like the value of the double of the SS Prio isn't super great here.
He's got free regrowths being cast.
I wonder if he Feral Frenzied. Like I wonder if that was the reason.
Yeah, you don't get any funnel from your hero talents like you did with Deathstalker back when Cossack wasn't bugged with your singular focus.
That is something that you'll
just baseline. You just do a bunch of damage to your primary target. That's just how it is.
Yeah, I mean,
and for funnel, you're just getting basically main stat from having more ruptures out. That's the funnel that Asa Rogue has right now.
Long-time Bear main. Even when Bear's not good, that guy is going to be logging into Guardian Druid no matter what. So I feel like if there's ever a player that has been prepared for this
basically,
moment of time,
Physical God Comp are a full pack ahead right now.
The limits of the
I think
to the point where he's like,
Exodia V have a little more count.
Yeah, it is actually crazy that he
which would make sense if they're not playing to skip a pack later on. We'll have to see though.
His 5% movement speed on himself over that bear form benefits.
Here's a great Prio too. Assume they're going to
after shifting out of it. So
if that's the plan, then that's a lot better. Yeah.
You can see
I don't know exactly what they're
entering bear form and instantly hitting the stampeding roar to keep that full speed ahead. Really has identified, and I think this is an important.
If they're spreading out their Prio damage, then yeah, that would be good.
At the end of a key.
Here's another pull again. 2 Prio mobs. So in this case, everyone's probably hitting the Rift Warden because that's what spawns the boss.
But what it doesn't show you is
so like this is a great Prio pull, despite how many mini boss mobs you have in here.
If they start this pull 2 seconds sooner, that also saves us a bunch of time.
Yeah, and I mean it's something that we know as casters, but like I think it's a lot of the time really difficult to tell as the audience where do some of these absolute top tier teams make up a lot of time.
Yeah, so Exodia V are about 5% ahead in count right now.
But impactful things. First off, how quickly does your tank get a pack gathered and stacked? Also, additionally, how stacked is the pack?
I like that Pierce Sigil from
a lot of specializations to be able to do a lot more damage. That's like number one. Number two,
he gets the meld
what
off.
is your movement from pack to pack?
You have to meld.
A lot of the times,
nice.
Especially in like previous expansions, I remember there was a thing with like Lightfoot and Skystep potions in like Legion and BFA, where you would send those suckers on cooldown. Basically, they were way more of a time save than any damage potion.
3 target cleave
was. Now things are a lot
I think Exodia V have the
the movement speed and getting from pack.
I think Exodia V have the advantage for 3 target cleave when this boss eventually spawns.
And that's why you see
because
things like Wernstone
Rogue is not doing much 3 target cleave. I don't know if Survival has good 3-target cleave. I haven't seen any Survival Hunters on Paladins recently, so
powerful piece of utility,
unsure about that one.
I'm actually curious what Physical
Fury
God
Warrior,
are planning to do.
I assume is worse than Arms.
Because they have neither the Evoker,
Bear Druid is
nor
good,
the
but both teams have a Bear.
that is,
On the side of
often used
Exodia
by
V, I know
teams
Devour
navigating the final
eats
section of the
3-target
dungeon.
cleave.
So, they do have Shroud of
DK is
Concealment. I
like,
guess that
it's
will
kind of like
proxy
mid,
in
it's not that good.
and really let them move through the dungeon quickly and safely.
But yeah, we're about 40% ahead on the boss for the side of Physical God comp.
They are going to need to pull a decent bit of the remaining trash in the dungeon.
I think that this...
Yeah, I think it is going to be the difference of one. I think Physical God comp are going to play one more trash pull. I think that is going to be the difference. The question is whether Exodia can make up the time in that, in whatever they're skipping to compensate for
compared to what some of
not
the
playing
meta
that trash.
strategies that we saw from like last weekend were, where they're like, actually, we were playing this on live and we thought this would maybe be a little bit faster, and because I don't think a lot of the teams that we've been seeing over the course of this weekend, except for maybe Miscount, have played a ton of live keys.
Yeah, exactly. The experience that you build up, the familiarity with just baseline dungeon mechanics, and practicing maneuvers like, say, Taunt Spell Reflect, or even just understanding which mechanics you can stack on top of each other, right? Like, there's a lot of mechanics that you are supposed to spread for, but look at the way
I don't mind on Sin either.
Mechanic, where they're like, you know what?
I mean, Paladins as a melee is just like
stack this
Frogger.
one and not lose
It's just dodge simulator.
Well, additionally as well, what Squish did is... Okay, whenever the balls actually get blown up by the circles, they do
dodge or
a
die.
Small amount of AoE damage. On high keys, you actually don't want to blow up all of the orbs with those circles because the amount of AoE damage that it does is actually quite high to you. So instead,
Physical God comp are killing this boss.
You elect to let like 2
ahead.
or 3 of those get soaked by the tank as well. So what they did was just kind of like a high.
I'm pretty sure they're
strategy,
like
not even necessarily just something like where they knew the amount of
seconds
damage
ahead.
that they were
5-0. Okay, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing?
But also they wanted to minimize the amount of damage.
We're turtle skipping the destroyer.
Okay, so they were waiting for, it looked like Turtle to be available for Banchers.
Feign Death.
Bancher's going to pull that Void Infused Destroyer to the side. He's going to Feign Death as pet.
So they are skipping.
Now
interesting.
Going to be continuing to move
what is this count difference going to mean for them?
And the Shroud is actually getting deployed here.
Try to get past. They're playing. They're skipping the destroyers.
So
I think.
Squish is pulling to the side.
They skip. Okay.
Those off. Wow,
nicely done.
Skip into this room.
But they need a lot of count though, don't they?
Everybody else is elected to do something with like
how
a
are they...
Hunter Sigil of Misery, but the PGC.
What is this 5% difference in count? Like, what are they playing differently?
Skip as well. The thing that impressed me about that skip is how quickly they.
Also, by the way, I assume that Physical God comp weren't going to do that skip, which was my catch-up condition for Exodia V. So at this point, even though Physical God comp still needs count, I think they have this one in the bag.
And they were able to manage.
They just have to not explode.
They aren't going to be.
They could not, unless they fail to one-phase Lura, but they're so far ahead that even if they don't one-phase the boss, I don't think it's going to matter.
They are going to leave that one side, though, of the room, and they'll take this potentially into boss here, and this will be a nice way to get some funnel into the boss at the cost of...
Okay, this is kind of interesting. They're pulling... This is a scary pull onto the boss.
Yeah, look at this. Noxiv taunt Spell Reflects to initially do a huge amount of damage to the Viceroy there. Look for that happening roughly every other Mind Blast cast.
This is a scary pull for Physical God comp.
In advance,
like the mini boss mob and the
this one's gonna go on
2 casters.
As the next one.
I think if they don't kill everything off by the time the intermission happens, they're in trouble.
Watching who it's casting on.
So it looks like they kill off the Conjurers, but they need to kill off this mini boss mob before the Repulse.
Wow.
The mental capacity to have the taunt reflect not only as but also
taunt reflect danger.
The tank to know to re-taunt.
There's Repulse.
That's what I was exactly saying, right?
And it looks like the mini boss mob will die.
And I feel like in the past, add-ons would have played such an integral part of that.
Yeah, they managed to kill it in time. All right, I think they're okay now. They could live a couple tentacles channeling on them.
I don't even think that's worth the spell reflect damage anymore. Like that is the downside of the taunt.
All right, interestingly, I looked over, and Exodia V are almost through with their trash pull and they're about to pull the boss.
That's right. The only way that you can make up for it right now, you're in debt on the timer. The only way that you can make up for it and make it worth it is to land some successful taunt reflects.
Wait, I like that. That's a good call.
That's exactly what Noxiv's
if you die the taunt reflect, you got to do more to make up for it. Amen.
The taunt reflect as well, but unfortunately, they weren't able to juggle that threat back over in time. And it looks like Noxiv is the only person ever.
Okay, so now that they have the exact same count, so it looks like maybe Exodia V are just not playing that corner pack whatsoever.
Maybe after the next Mind Blast, you go for. Oh, no,
I think Physical God Comp are still far enough ahead to the point that
this time it is the threat back.
Even if they fail to one phase the boss, it's not going to matter.
Silly, right? We're laughing about it, but it's a lot of damage. If you look at the end of this dungeon, probably 10% of this boss's HP has been melted just by virtue of those taunt reflects.
All right. And for the Physical God Comp here, they are going to be downing the Viceroy here at a pretty significant time advantage over Exodia Vis. Exodia Vis on the right side, they are also at that 89.44%.
Also, Exodia Vis had a death somewhere I must have missed.
Health Viceroy Nazar separates them from the Physical God Comp. PGC, they just need to down this one trash pack, and then they have Lure with Bloodlust. And those are the only things that await them from being able to stop the clock and take down this series 2-0.
Yeah, Physical God Comp collecting that final bit of count. Meanwhile, though, Exodia V are very close behind them. Both teams have one death, so that is going to be equal between the two.
Off our healer goes to start the boss RP.
Still over on the side there, so they'll be able to collect a little bit more count whenever they want after this boss, potentially. And they're really aren't far away here from Physical God Comp. One death really might be enough for them to catch up here.
I feel like they would have to have like a medium level mistake. I don't think it's just like the one death that's separating them.
One death on Lura causing you to miss the burn by 20 seconds?
You know, all right, all right, I can buy that, right? Like that is a big death. That would be like a minute 20 lost from a death.
Yeah, there are ways for it to happen. Although I will say Lura a lot less lethal in the dungeon than
Lil Monk goes down on the side of Exodia V. There are they pulled trash into the boss.
That is pretty catastrophic.
I don't know if that was
They're
intentional.
Now behind on the death timer and the dungeon progression.
I feel like there's no way that was intentional. There's no way.
They're out of battle res, Tuttles. It is a very
That's
bad
not enough count for them to not need anything
Exodia,
else.
And there's only one boss left.
Evoker
in the
down,
for
Monk down.
God Comp, and more deaths happening now for Exodia. Those Umbral Wave projectiles just mowing them down here.
Look at this for a Physical God Comp. They're doing the strategy.
Devar died to standing in the pinnacle.
Right on top of the relics.
Our Bear needs and Bear and DK need to kill off Viceroy. They managed to do so.
Line it up with two of those relics across the room,
but at this point,
that reduces
it does
the amount
not
of
matter.
stacks that your healer has to heal during this phase.
Unless Physical God Comp, a team that has, I'm pretty sure, killed this boss on a 22, wiped to a plus 16 Lura.
Pretty active, it looks like, from the amount of stacks they're getting. So they may have
They'll
missed
be advancing
one
to
of the
the
beams,
lower
got the
bracket
semifinals. Boss. So now they are able to.
But here, out of curiosity, do they one phase the boss? We have Deathmark.
Will they have enough
Warrior cooldowns. I don't know if they are. Hunter cooldowns. Don't know if they are.
The Deathmark is
here we go.
Bloodlust is rolling.
The Rogue is praying that they get into execute range, and then the Rogue will ascend.
As we get the boss lower, takedown also
sub 35%. The boss begins to melt right now.
6 more seconds.
Humongous Rogue stocks.
I think we're going to be dealing with a little bit more of the boss after this ends.
The boss is healthy.
All right, they're playing.
The boss is kind of high, no?
They're going to be playing for a little bit longer.
The composition here, you know, you've got the warrior. It's a Fury warrior as well, so it's a little bit less burst damage and a little bit less execute damage than you might be able to get out of an arms warrior set of cooldowns there. I'm not surprised that this is going to take them a little bit more than 1 damage amp, but that is okay. They do not need that extra time as Exodia
actually kind of melted the boss outside of the damage amp. I mean, I guess it is 16.
Comp will be taking it down here. They will be ending this series 2-0.
Good work, Physical God Comp. PGC. Very nicely done.
They have made a
very nicely done.
God Comp is playing to their strengths this season. They made the best of their comp, and even with a death, kept up pace and took this series 2-0. This win will move them ahead in the lower bracket and eliminate Exodia V from our Season 1 here in the Mythic Dungeon International. But Exodia V gave us some very good runs and ambitious strats. They weren't able to bring home those top tier strats this season, but we see a ton of promise in them for the future. So wish them well, chat, and see them on their way.
All right. Physical God Comp believers.
3 of the players.
Wow, there were a lot of points put down in this one.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Jeez.
And RIP to my Exodia V believers. However, we have day 3 tomorrow and a chance for you guys to make back your points, probably.
But Tuttles,
it'll also be a shorter day because there are less matchups, but
was, I think, really efficient in many ways.
3-0 vulnerable damage taken? Wait, real?
Was, I think, really efficient in many ways.
Holy chills.
I feel like
the way that they played
literal
this
chills,
comp
0,
was,
0,
I think,
0.
really efficient in many ways.
Damn.
they always show up and they always look this good.
They do.
Yeah,
and
this
Zyro,
was really solid.
Yeah, go for it.
In general, like, this is more what I was expecting to see from them as being a team that is a potential competitor heading into the final day. Again, we're in the top 4 now.
Yes. You called me 3 times. Zero. What's going on, bro?
To grand finals, where you then get to
oh
play
shit! Wait.
for that coveted spot at BlizzCon, where a majority of the prize money for this season is.
This
they
guy,
were
bro.
3 minutes off the pace of the top 2 teams.
It took me a second
so
to
far in the Windrunner Spire.
Bro, I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
They were on pace with Auntie's Angels on the second boss. They lost
today was good.
A decent amount of time
some crazy matchups, some crazy, mainly crazy like collapses that we saw.
Just to give
it was
you
pretty
an
entertaining.
example, Auntie's Angels with a 0-death run in this dungeon.
Yeah, I think it's joke
today, 1509.
Excited for tomorrow.
With
excited to see the winners bracket
damage they lost from
semis, and then also I'm excited to see Physical God Comp versus Direwolves. That should be a good matchup.
Right? They're in that area where if they play a little bit better, or if the other team they're playing against makes a mistake, they're going to be right there to pounce on that. Again, it's a real tough question mark for them, being the fact that when they're not on their A game, when they're not on their personal Exodia comp, I feel like they're kind of just forfeiting a map to the other teams right now, and that's going to be a real tough uphill battle for them. But you know, for the time being,
I tell you what you want to tell me.
Too, and they're on the bracket.
People watch MDI for the same reason they watch NASCAR, waiting for huge fiery crashes. I'm sure some people do, yeah.
And how it panned out here on day 2.
Triple Threat and Auntie's Angels is going to go top 2. I mean,
so Triple
I think so as well.
Over Auntie's Angels.
I think this group is like pretty top heavy.
Really solid across the weekend so far.
But
they have a lot of MDI.
I think both of these matchups will be pretty good matchups to watch.
Tickets to the finals in
this
June.
matchup. I expect one of these two teams to win.
Gets sent to the lower bracket where
but I'm still interested.
I
said 9.9, bro.
Teams as well.
Not even the 0.1, bro.
The lower bracket today. We expect that series most likely from the time trials would have been a rematch
probably
Auntie's Angels and Direwolves. But with the way Physical God Comp have been playing, I think there's a very good chance.
Bro is taking the
to stay alive as well.
Now.
Should be an exciting day though.
Taking the odds of that one. Yeah, I'm not even logged in, dog.
A Clash of Titans and then 3 elimination series to end out our day tomorrow.
Those eliminations are definitely going to see us off of the ring, and honestly, I am so interested to see who those top 2 teams will be.
I log in and hit
who our champions will end up being from Group B.
And
while
this,
day 2 ends
MDI.
here, our Championship Sunday is just 1 sleep away. Only one team can be our Group B champion, but all of our Group B teams have their sights on reaching those top 2 spots. If they can take one, they'll move ahead to the Season 1 finals and be looking at BlizzCon later this year. See who rises to the top tomorrow at 10 a.m. PT, 7 p.m. CET here on the Warcraft channels. Cool, that's it. Tuttles, you can fade into the darkness now. We'll call you tomorrow, and everybody else, bye.
Dude, Tuttles, bro. This camera's so funny. Is it still like just not working?
7 p.m. now. We'll call you tomorrow, and everybody else, bye.
Oh, he just turned it off. I see. All right. Well, GG's. Chat, we're gonna do a... I'm gonna hit a quick heroic raid on my rogue, so I still need some Ascendant Void Cores. Pretty sure? Yeah. I haven't upgraded anything on this guy. So I'm gonna hit one of those real quick, and then I might be linking up with some of some friends later and doing some more keys here. So I'll keep streaming for a little while longer. But if you guys are hanging out for the MDI watch party, thanks for being here. I appreciate you. I will see you guys tomorrow, 10 a.m. It should be a fun final day to watch. G freaking G's. What was this? M. Hickory? Oh, the sun thing, dude. This has to be so funny.
comparing their timers, comparing their strats. Is
Exodia
Exodia
V
overall faster, Zyra?
I mean, look where Tails is streaming from. Tails is like in a fully windowed room, bro.
The potential, ignoring the dust.
If it's a dungeon that they've practiced, oh my god, Tails. What is happening? What are they doing to your camera?
Dude, the timing of that was crazy.
He just
ascended, bro. He just went to heaven. Yo, the timing of that was crazy. Dude, that was so good.
Incredible. Well, now you won't all have to look at.
It's not be like he's. Because his, bro, the light's so funny. Holy, that was so good. Let's put some music on and BRB and then raid down, baby. Baby. What are we doing? We're doing heroic everything. Heroic everything. Heroic all of it. For some Void Cores.
I hunger for the opportunity to work together again. Come, let us forge a weapon worthy of your allies.
Heroic dungeons. Okay, not that. We're limited to raid. And by the way, if a heroic Gaiden drops off the first boss, I am hitting the need button. Still don't have a Gaiden. The chat's back on the screen. Welcome back, chat. That SK Hop Sky in your gate in your raid is bold, by the way. W. W no hair. Oh, we have 2 healers, and oh, we do have 2 tanks. Are chilling.
You will all submit to our hunger.
The void consume itself.
If only. Strength? I'll show it to you firsthand.
Wagwan Kroski. Isn't it Crody? Wagwan Crody. I think you mix up Broski with Crody.
And it wasn't even me who broke it apart. It was the light. I will silence once and for all!
I'm saying Kroski because it sounds funny, but it is Crody. I mean, I kind of like Kroski. Be a new one. Shout out to my Crodies. Shout out to my crocodiles. Shout out to my crows. Shout out to my crocs on my feet for keeping me up and supported.
We're selling Lura boosts? Yep. Oh, I never cleaned bags, by the way, Jan. Let's see what I can do here.
Oh, do I have a deal for you?
What can we do? Yeah. I just realized this album is censored. Why is the album censored? I was listening to the wrong one. Okay, I was listening to the clean version. Whoopsie. Whoopsie.
Hurry back!
1,600 a pop, yeah. I don't know how much it is. I don't know how much gold it is. I guess, when somebody asked me last time, I guessed 20 mil gold, but I actually don't know. Dapper with the prime. Was good, bro. Thank you kindly. Mill is not bad at all. Well, I don't actually know if that's what it is the thing. I genuinely don't know. But
And the reason why Unda said 1600 is because if you convert 20 mil gold with WoW tokens, that is $1,600, which is insane, by the way. We go by WoW token value. That's like $2 grand to clear. Just under. Do you have any add-ons us low rank players don't know about? I watched your CE crown kill and you had some strange soundbite thing that also, like a week or ish, popping up on your screen when you say faint. So that add-on is called Liquid Reminders. It's a add-on locked behind a subscription, I think a Patreon sub. But it was made by a former Liquid raider, but you can basically, it gives you a timeline of the boss and shows you all the breakdown of mechanics. And you can make notes for stuff that will happen. So for instance, on Crown of the Cosmos, at 1 minute 33 seconds of the fight, there's going to be a text thing that appears on my screen that says arrows. And this is corresponding to some kind of mechanic. So I can add my own personal notes, like I might do for Feint, for instance. And I'll do that when I'm progressing a fight. But this is locked behind a paywall, so... Yeah, I don't actually know Dapper. You'd have to ask AJ, our GM. You fuck with the new Lil Shine album? Bro, who is Lil Shine? No, Lil Shine.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I don't think I make it to my puzzle box. I'm just gonna send. In. I'm needing it. No! Stop. Dude. I got owned. GG, bro.
To divide and conquer.
Then do it. We'll meet up once you're done smiting our foes.
This could be just what Xal'atath wants. Mother, father.
I'm just gonna pull everything to these guys and see what happens. What the fuck? Let me go, bro. Chill, dog. Spider says no shouts about X time. It's an add-on called Etrulia QOL.
She went missing soon after we entered the Void Storm.
Power grows in the belly of an ancient beast.
What's your main name? Like in game? Shindig? Do you mean IRL?
Ancient one, let your power engulf my mortal.
The tune? This guy's Shindig W. Wanna kill Lurwith? Oh, Lurwith Slayer. Doing heroic? I need these guys. Sorry, doing a heroic raid. Remember when he doxed himself during the charity team? Why would you say that? Bro? You're supposed to leave that buried, dude. They're gonna pique people's interest.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Are you pressing defensives like I'm on a... I hold my, actually... Should use my Sectech on cooldown. Should hold for puzzle blocks here. Boss live long enough that it's worth it. It's a Sectech again, it's fine. Press this one, hold the next one. I've lost Sec Tech this boss. We'll see. Looks like it might be fine. Why does sub do infinity damage on this boss? What the fuck?
They stood with us while others fled. You owe them more than suspicion.
Did I loot the boss? I did. Thank God. Tires less. W. I wonder what happened if I just tricks everything to them. Surely it's fine. My eye level is 283. Reduce that UI, trying Ellesmere's UI to make a new one. Mainly AJ Clone Manager is the central thing you see here, and then my frames are unhalted unit frames. I loot that thing, shit. Also, Iceman hype. I'm still deciding what song I like. I'm going through the album and adding songs to my like Spotify playlist, and I haven't decided what I want yet. I think I've gotten most of the ones that I like. Sinrogue or Frostmage ult? Sinrogue clears. Unquestionably. Sinrogue clears, no contest. Next. Only mages I've seen do damage in pugs are fire. What? Dude, what kind of mages have you been played with? Holy.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I don't think I'm making it to my cooldowns here. Puzzle blocks early, I guess.
Another story of a mortal asking for more than they can handle.
Archon's more now with higher levels and perfect stats. Seems better on Luro at least, but Frost who targets OP. Interesting, interesting. Bro says, imagine not listening to Iceman when I'm literally listening to Iceman right now. Okay. What's Blood talking about? I'll just reset. What's happening? What is this guy going? This is like tricks them to the wrong guy. They're just fucking freaking out. Mobs are actually just tweaking right now. Oh, it's back. Holy shit, that's funny.
I need a target.
I assume at this point in your journey, your current guild / any you know, join your goal is to keep moving up. Okay, I'm really struggling to read what you wrote, but I'm guessing you're asking if I'm gonna try moving up, and I'm not sure yet. I haven't really thought about it. I mean, I do still want to compete in the race one day. I just don't know what my immediate steps are. Shindig for PvE and Peekaboo for PvP. I like it. Alright, W.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Great summon keys recently. Yeah, I've been plugging 18s, 20s, and I saw it does more damage than Sin. An Outlaw?
I played it very fleetingly, pre-MDI, post-Rogue tuning, and I decided I didn't like it. For MDI, at least. Oh. Probably still okay here. I thought it did less, but I don't know. I didn't play it a whole lot. It's possible I didn't give it enough time. Oh right, I don't have potent powder, so I have to eviscerate right now.
Who needs to be careful.
You shouldn't have to do crazy pulls or sin or full fizz buff for outlaw and plugs though. That's true. I mean, I guess sub's damage profile is like really flexible, so you can probably like fit in quite well to like different damage profiles of plug groups and such. I could see that. I could see that.
You can come back from this. We all stray sometimes. What's important is finding our way back.
No, not all. Get a hold of yourself. Breathe. Let go of the rage. For now.
This guy's fast as hell.
Windrunner's power has only grown stronger in this place. You can feel it, can't you? The darkness in her heart.
I didn't fool this though.
Her son excuses her every crime. He is blinded.
Hey, shit, I'm in this raid with you? Oh shit, are you? W.
Commander Terralion, don't you see the light? Join us, or burn with the rest.
No. No! I will not let you harm my family!
Love your content. I thought it was fake shit at first, did you? Thanks for carrying our streamer. Okay. Interesting.
my lore guy. Not really on retail. More so on classic. Okay, Kyle? My best rundown of the lore of this expansion. Sec. Alright, so Xal'tath the baddie took the Dark Heart from Dimensius, or took the Dark Heart,
5,
sucked up Dimensius,
4, 3,
and she's now
2, 1.
putting that shit on Silvermoon, and we gotta kill Lura to save Silvermoon from being crucified by the baddie. That's basically it. That's pretty much it. Really? So that's how it's gonna be. It's detailed. This ring kind of owns.
I shouldn't be surprised. Not after Turalyon cut open your own son.
Your Greyloons? Holy. You farmed that, boss. Is your group Pug? It's mostly a guild run, but we are listed right now. Black Powder does less damage than Eva's in 2 target if you don't have Potent Powder. I think that's my understanding of how that works.
What are you doing to her?
Keeping my promise, of course. Taking everything she loves, leaving her with nothing but the void.
With Potent Powder? I don't know what to tell you. Your math is not mathin'. And with low mastery? That's true. You might just have very low mass. Why are these light motherfuckers wildin'? Dude. I'm asking the same questions.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Stay back! Do not interfere! This burden is more than you can bear. The burden is more than you can bear. Don't make me do this! The burden is more.
what you truly are.
Release her!
not want this neck. Rats, thank you.
Lesser manifestations escape from the rift. Send them back where they belong. But you can. Slay this malformed creature before it threatens lands beyond the Rift of Aum. This one was allowed to grow for too long. The rift has formed it into something terrible. Without the goddess to shape it, it is only torment and rage. It must be stopped.
I need to think about making some dinner here soon. I don't know what I'm gonna have. I forgot to get more pasta when I got groceries earlier. So I don't have any pasta. I have some cooked sausage already. I could make some rice. Basic rice, sausage, and frozen veg. Could go hard. Is it possible to plug Mythic Chimeras? Yeah.
Certainly. You just gotta find a group that is able to do it, which can be easier said than done. Picking stream? No, not today. No, not today. What dance macros am I using? This one, this one, this one, this one, not this one, and this one. So, these 6. There's only an Empathy Plus player, but I want to have a shot at the trinket. Yeah, I mean, you can definitely find groups that are doing it. Probably groups that bug it. Do I normally stream on here or on Twitch? I stream both. I multi-stream. I've been streaming on Twitch longer, I guess, but I've been multi-streaming on YouTube since, like, the new year. So it's been 5 months, something like that. Guys, I agreed to talk with a Wu tank about my MDI experience. But he lives across the world, and like he's only online at like 11 p.m. Dude, I'm so tired. I have to stay awake for another like 6 hours. I'm tired because I woke up at 10 today and I did not go to bed early last night. I was binge reading until like 6 in the morning. So that is good. But yeah, it's hitting me pretty hard. I just need to eat something. If I eat, I'll probably feel better, but yeah, I'm tired. I'm feeling tired, bruh. Reading? It's like fake reading. I'm reading like manga and stuff. Not the actual like text on page, like pictures and shit. Is that a flex? Yeah, I was reading the other night. I was actually, I was doing my 1 hour of no screen time, reading my book before I went to bed last night. Is that a flex? Yeah, I just came out of my ice bath. Just went for my 10-kilometer walk. Well-being flex. I think we one phase this. Sure we do. Holy double gaze. Oh, chills.
One day, the goddess may be able to shape what forms here into what they should be. Until then, the Shulka must protect the
Guys, I'm throwing rice on the rice cooker. We're cooking the rice. accidentally like put a ton of rice in. Leftovers for days. I'm gonna do the rest of this on my Demon Hunter. My rogue has 3 items I can convert. I think my Demon Hunter needs more Ascendant Void Cores. More urgently needs them for potential keys. Ezra, I noticed you doing at the end of the fight where you have Apex and press dance. Plus spender. Is it worth it even though you won't get a free refund of comp points? I don't know if it's intended or not. It feels like a bug. I have Apex and I press dance and I do a spender. I see. What would be the alternative? How would I play that differently, Nez? What are you suggesting I do differently?
I need to target something first. It is too far away. I need to get closer.
But no, I was just wondering if it was worth spending the Apex. Worth spending the Apex to get comp points refunded. Worth spending the Apex, get comp points refunded, and then dance plus spender. Not if it delays your dance and sec tech. You want to keep your sec tech on cooldown as like your #1 priority. Also, I'm pretty sure like it is actually good. Like, let's say you're entering your dance with your Apex proc available at max comp points. Okay. Your sec tech is a finisher away, so you have to use eviscerate and then sec tech. Just by the sequence of how those events played out. It's actually good to supercharge your Apex talent, even though it doesn't give you the refund. So you would still want to evis
with the Apex on your supercharged comp points. I believe. Yo, what up, Kyle? You're my run? No way, bro. Other than the free global from getting full comp points? I believe so, yeah. In fact, if anything, it's good because it forces you to proc your Apex talent again. So, like, imagine this, alright? You have Dance and Sectech off cooldown, and you enter your Dance, right? You want to use on cooldown, so you hit your Sectech, but you're not refunded, right? Because of the bug that you just pointed out. That's okay, though, because it's technically more damage anyways to use a builder. So, like, I don't know, are you aware of the min-max where sometimes it's correct to use a builder at max comp points, Nez? It's like a very minor thing, but...
4.
Okay, I'll finish my train of thought after we kill this boss.
1.
But basically the point I was going to get to is, like, even if your Apex talent refunded you off your Sectech, you would still use a builder anyways. So, like, it doesn't change what you're doing. Yo, do I even press Void Beta? This guy is getting melted. I'm not pressing it, dude. I'm just... This boss is exploding. Request.
In the end, he knew.
Yo, Plume?
He sacrificed himself for us.
Plume is kind of crazy.
He'll return on you.
Is it better than a max out Heart of Wind? No, it's not. I doubt it.
Is there no end to their armies?
So yeah, just going to Apex optimization, you only press generator on full comp points if you can spend the Apex on the supercharge. Correct, yeah. But yeah, because of that, the existence of that, like, interaction where you want to line up your Apex talent with your supercharger, the fact that it sometimes doesn't refund you, well, the fact that you don't get refunded after you enter your Chow Dance doesn't really matter. Because even if you got that refund, you'd still want to, it's still technically better to press the builder anyways, so.
constant reminder of her failure. It sickened her. Liar.
Yeah, no worries. Is Acid better than sub mythic raids? No. You can play either rogue spec and do fine. The only fight that sub is like really kind of behind the other specs would be paladins, and even then, the top. If you look at like the top logs, I think the best sub rogue is like 10k DPS behind the best Asa and outlaw rogue on paladins. It's not that different.
This was the only outcome.
What a box. Yo, good shit today. Good shit today. Good shit today. Fun to watch you guys go up against Direwolves tomorrow. Fed first round. Oh, against Triple Threat. Yeah, I mean it's a tough matchup. We lose anyway. Probably, but never know. I don't remember how exactly that match went, but I remember. I do recall. Oh, Squish got owned in my Sara. I remember that. I don't remember the other dungeon. Out to right. That's what the lower bracket's for. Claw your way back there. I think honestly, you guys in Direwolves, I think either team could go. There's a very real chance you are able to take them out. But I think the match after that will be very difficult, which is most likely against the 5 seed. 5 seed looked pretty good this tournament. Watch my VOD? Hell yeah. W clip farming.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Darkness.
I am denied. This was the only outcome.
This is fucking hard. True. Weak aura check. Did we just kick the guy that messed up, or like what exactly happened? I don't know. I don't know.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Darkness.
Dude, Kimsey get gone into her meta so much faster than I did. Holy.
You waste your
No.
time.
Fuck. I just wanted to turn my camera, not my entire shit.
This is the certainty you must avoid. Shatter in shade. Shatter in shade. Enough. The dark well calls, and I answer. Can you hear it? Shadows hate you.
We're fucked. Oh! Oh my god, bro. That's a new one.
Swallowed by shadow. I grow. You cannot stop what has begun. You cannot end the ending. Midnight falls.
What spec should I play? Rogue? Any rogue spec is good?
An inevitable end.
I don't know if I've ever seen the boss live this long in Heroic. Soaks are down? Oh no. I think we're cooked. Wish I was there for Void Cores. I'm in SSC and TVC. Is it not going well? I thought SSC was supposed to be a good raid.
Night is this was the only outcome.
2 hours in and 2 bosses dead? Oh shit. Oh shit. Yeah, that reminds me of my classic experience in raiding, for sure. Yo, any good loot though? That's the real question. Any big rogue loot? Not yet? Okay. Or I found out that apparently you can pre-soul ammo. It's good to know. Yeah, the problem, Rune Blaster, is that there's another whole raid that we're forgetting to mention here. The 10 boss tier, isn't it? 6 bosses SSC, 4 bosses TK.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I misplayed. I should have boxing started and stuff. I'm a seed carrier, baby. Yeah, I don't think I'd have dropped that there, but all good. Wasn't punished for it.
You waste your time. I am the darkest of tides. Darkness blooms. This is a certainty of loss and embrace. Slice of shadow. Slice of shadow.
I don't know why I used my trinket there. That was not optimal.
Enough. The dark well calls, and I answer. Can you hear it?
I'm not soaking, bro. Fuck that. Oh shit, we died to it. Maybe I should have soaked. Sure, I didn't need to.
shadows take you.
No, I fucked up. We're dead. We missed one. I think.
You cannot stop what has begun. You cannot end the ending. Midnight fall.
Maybe we live.
Your efforts are the absence of reason, of life, of life.
We're somehow not dead. Don't really know how that works.
Night is infinite, eternal.
Almost did it.
This was the only outcome.
If Vashtor's a great boss, you can't kill KT and Vash on the same raid night. Oh, yeah, it's just impossible. Remember Vash super fun? Shame it's all post this time around. I don't know if I would say it was fun. It was difficult for sure. I don't know if that was... I don't know if it was necessarily fun that was hard. Especially for the audience of people that play the game now. Guys, my rice is done. Oh shit. We need to kill this boss so I can eat. I do pre-nerf Bash and most of the pre-nerf heroics. That's understandable. Heroic dungeons are pretty crazy.
Watch my play say no CC, then walk in and die. Is that the new meta now?
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Darkness.
I don't have to drop the seed, I'm pretty sure.
You waste your time. I am the darkest of tides. Darkness, gloom. This is a certainty you must embrace. Shadow shades. Shadow shades.
Oh, sketchy mode. Yo, W save. Frecky, holy shit.
Enough. The dark well calls and I answer. Can you hear it?
Bro, that sucked. It sucked. Hey, we missed one again. Alright, maybe we kill this time though.
You cannot stop what has begun. You cannot end the ending. Midnight fall. Admirable, but futile.
No, I should have blurred before I went to that. I thought I'd live with the dark.
Dude, we keep missing the planets. No.
This was the only outcome.
All right, last pull is called. We gotta lock in here, chat. Kill this boss. Time is of the essence.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
emerges. I am denied.
Oh, I just missed it. Sad.
You solve nothing. You waste your time. I am slow. Darkness on top. Darkness blooms. This is a certainty that we must embrace. Slice of shadow. Shatter in shade. Enough. The dark well calls and I answer.
Holy shit, are we gonna do it, guys? We missed one again, bruh.
You cannot stop what has begun. You cannot end the ending. Midnight falls.
We did it! Yes! Oh my god, we beat the game. Holy. Rewarded with an Eye of Midnight. Oh my god.
Simply be undone.
He's already have Mythic Ring, so I kind of don't want to take it.
Consumed. I barely feel the well's power.
We can't leave it like
And the
this.
crowd goes
The
wild.
wounds the void left behind must be healed.
I kind of don't need it unless. Nah, I can't. Unless. Nah. It's like, no, he just swapped to his rogue, so he had more damage.
Cloth helm. Ooh, I got a BOE socketed cloth helm. Wow. Anyone trying to buy this? Anyone trying to buy a BOE socketed helm, by the way? Thoughts? Ooh. It sells for 35k. Okay. I mean, sure. It's more than no gold. Mine is socketed. Actually, that makes it a lot more valuable. Let's do like 60k.
May my goods
Yo, W Vesker. W Warrioring. You really gave them the sword. Gave that boss the sword. Alright. Chat, I'm gonna need some food. I think we're gonna run some keys here in a little bit. Just some like low level stuff to help gear out our healer. Bino. Here to buff everyone else? Shit. Shit. W selflessness. Oh, I have hero crests now. Hero crests that I didn't have before.
If needed, I will answer the call.
We're microwaving some frozen veg, and then we're good to go.
I'm out of range.
Holy shit, bro. Oh, Mozzie is doing a cooking stream with Aya right now. That owns. But you need to still go unlock that? I need a better camera setup to unlock that as well. I've been thinking about it more. I think I'm gonna I'm gonna do like a big upgrade. I wanna get a better camera, I wanna get better lighting. I need to get a new mouse. I kinda wanna overhaul my setup a little bit. Maybe proc a green screen, you never know. Be creative with it. Would be cool. All right. I think I'm gonna go cam off, guys, and just E for a bit. I'm not sure. I think we'll be doing some like lowish keys to help gear our healer in a little bit here, but I haven't heard from them. So I'll probably give it a little bit. Ice the duration of time I spend eating here. And if we start playing again, I'll probably play out the rest of the night. Slamming some low keys, and if not, then we won't do that. But I'm gonna turn my cam off, and I'll catch you guys in a little bit. I'll give you the chat cover. Start playing Asa. I would think my death mark has 30 to 40 seconds on cooldown. Do I send my Kingsbane or wait? It depends. Depends on a bunch of things. For instance, if you pressing that Kingsbane means that you lose a death mark over the course of the boss fight, over the course of the dungeon, whatever it amounts to, and that's meaningful, then you should hold for your death mark. So you would not press the Kingsbane. If the answer to that is no, it doesn't make a difference. You're getting the same number of death marks off regardless, then you should press it. It also might be the case that if you're in a dungeon, the pull might not happen. Like maybe you just go into a pull with the situation that you described, and the next pull isn't for another minute. So if you're going to be waiting that long anyways, you might as well just Kingsbane. But the TLDR is that you don't want to desync it. So another solution could be, perhaps it was wrong for you to delay your Kingsbane in the first place to end up in that situation. Not always, but sometimes. If you ever watch like high assassination room keys, you might occasionally find that, or you'll see a rogue that just sends like what seems like a really shit Kingsbane, a 1 minute Kingsbane outside of their death mark. And often the reason for that is just to put it on cooldown so that it's up again when they press their death mark. So you're not losing uses of death mark over the course of the key. Does that make sense? In other words, Oh, it sounds like we're about to play here in a sec. Playing Havoc. I'm a Havoc Demon Hunter now.
There is much to be done. Farewell.
My goods are one of a kind. Return when you need more.
I offer you my aid. May you find what you seek.
Anaria Shala. Treatment.
Mog, ain't it? What Mog? What Mog?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oopsie daisy.
5,
Rogue's okay.
4, 3, 2,
Not really meta
1.
in raid nor in keys, but his comp is pretty good right now, so Outlaw's up. All his stocks are up, I think. That's basically it.
Put all of Silvermoon in danger. This isn't worth the risk. There seem to be a few pieces missing. We have to find them.
Pylon is showing me a critical failure, Chief Warright.
Hurry up those repairs. If we aren't careful, that will be all of us.
AoE. Arcing mana.
What? Oh, I'm button.
Power flux. Arcing mana. Arcing mana. Power flux.
Watch. Move. Watch. Move. Watch. Watch.
Core spark detonation. Core spark detonation.
Watch. Move. Watch. Move. Watch.
Core spark detonation. Core spark detonation.
Move. Watch.
Don't forget to send the conduits.
judgment has been clouded by the void, as it always does.
My vision has never been clearer, Lothraxian, but I don't want to believe it.
Leech Veil. Luciferin player. Luciferin player.
I'm out of range.
Dark Beckoning. Dark Beckoning. Dread Bellow. Dark Beckoning. Dread Bellow.
I'm out of range.
Dread Bellow. Leech Veil. Leech Veil. Leech Dark Veil. Beckoning. Leech Veil. Leech Veil.
It is too far away.
Dread Bellow.
What a miserable display! You have all failed in your purpose!
Void Lash. Leech Veil. Luciferin player. Void Lash. Dark Beckoning. Dark Beckoning. Leech Veil. Dread Bellow. Leech Veil.
Great video. Yo, thank you.
Spread.
Eclipsing Step. Leech Veil.
Ads.
Leech Veil. Leech Veil.
Spread. Intermission.
Eclipsing Step. Void Lash, Light Scarf Layer.
No way, that caught us, bro. That's sad.
Spread.
Eclipsing Step.
Spread.
Eclipsing Step. Void Lash.
Spread.
Eclipsing Step.
Spread.
You got the last conduit. Make sure to send them over. Lothraxion, this isn't what the light demands of us. Think of the lives that will be lost. Just trust us.
You of them all I thought would understand, Arathon.
Luciferin Flare. Luciferin Flare. Luciferin Flare.
Spread. Dodge. Dodge. Spread. Dodge. Intermission.
You will not stop what the light demands.
Spread. Dodge. Dodge. Spread. Dodge. Intermission. Spread. Dodge. Dodge. Spread.
Farewell, old friend.
Alright. Best screw the prime. Thank you, dude. Yeah, take it easy, Veskin. Or Vescue, sorry. Have a good night, man. Is this a subtle I know? No, it's somebody else. Damn.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, LB.
5.
This one some keys
4,
to get our healer some gear.
3,
I also still need some
2,
keys to get my
1.
remaining Void Core stuff though as well. So, also for me.
Rain of Toads. Deafening roar.
I was wondering if the if I would get silenced by
Another widow back. Another bag of coin for Morgan.
He be the one bringing my people here. People that he did for nothing.
the Juggernaut's roar, but I guess not.
Deafening roar.
Who be stealing my kill? Who be letting Alazi's little kittens go?
Shredding Talons. Rain of Toads. Shredding Talons. Shredding Talons. Shredding Talons. Rain of Toads. Shredding Talons. Shredding Talons.
So you seen that 2x crafted with 2x hunt sims better than a 1 craft 298? No, I haven't heard that. Ric Flair drip, yes sir. Just killed Mythic Crown for the first time and 7 people bonus rolled a neck. Hey yo, first of all, congrats on the kill. Second of all, W bonus roll.
Frontal.
Ritual Firebrand.
Frontal.
Ritual Firebrand.
Debuffs.
Infected Pinions.
Watch.
Freezing Trap.
Dodge.
Fetid Quillstorm.
Frontal.
Orange.
Move. Debuffs.
Infected Pinions.
Watch.
Freezing Trap.
Dodge.
Fetid Quillstorm.
Frontal.
Orange.
Move. Debuffs.
Infected Pinions.
A good kill, Hashura. And I rescued all that was still alive. But why did Murojin bring them here? The kidnapping won't stop until we get to the root of the evil. Follow me.
Oh shit, Vescu, thank you for the prime, bro. Might have left already, but I just saw that.
Not the natural. And the energy flowing into it. This is hex magic. Using the souls of the dead in powerful magic spells. I hope this is not why they brought my king here.
Ancestral Crush. Invoke Shadow. Soulstorm. Ritual Sacrifice. Ancestral Crush. Vigilant Defense. Invoke Shadow. Reanimation. Ancestral Crush. Reanimation. 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 Invoke Shadow. Vigilant Defense. Reanimation. Sacrifice. Ancestral Crush. Invoke Shadow.
I don't have my fucking
Soul Storms.
Hellstone bound.
Vigilant Defense.
I need to get closer.
Reanimation. Soul Storms. Reanimation. Vigilant Defense. Reanimation. Soul Reanimation. Storms. Reanimation. Reanimation. Ancestral Crush. Ancestral Crush. Reanimation. Reanimation. Reanimation.
There are souls still that we can save. You confront her, I gonna release all this.
What new souls for my experiment?
Soul Storms. Vigilant Defense.
Ads.
Final Pursuit. Soul Storms.
Frontal.
Unmake. Vigilant Defense. Reanimation. 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 Soul Storms.
Ads. Frontal.
Unmake. Necrotic Convergence. Necrotic Convergence.
Ads.
Final Pursuit. Final Pursuit. Reanimation. Reanimation.
Reanimation. Reanimation. D-Boy. Yo, what's good? Appreciate you swinging by. Blah, blah, blah. Well, appreciate you swinging by. Hope you're enjoying the stream, man.
Soul Storms. Soul Storms. Vigilant Defense. Vigilant Defense. Soul Storms. Vigilant Defense. Vigilant Defense. Spirit Breaker.
Move.
Soulbind.
I think someone asked you a question, this week the chance. Okay, I'll take a look. Let's drink it.
Soulbind. Soul Rending Roar. Soul Expulsion.
Creature dead and the vile branch
nice.
Gone, we with the bark all be sleeping a little safer. For now.
That's an item.
We will always be looking over our shoulders at the vile branch.
One item closer.
Come back with me. The chief be having a reward for you.
Alright, what is this? What am I looking at here? Trinket. Dude,
Dude, bro. There's... Why do you want to know, dude? Does key level matter when gearing? Like, does a +2 key give you the same stats as a +11? Yes, key level does matter. Because you get higher eye level gear and better track gear the higher key level you do. Up to a maximum of a +10. So, from the highest possible eye level from a dungeon, you can do 10s. Actually, you can even do 9s. But most people do 10s because 10 also unlocks the maximum roll you can get out of your vault. If you do a 9, you'll get a lower eye level item. Sweetkind. Yoshin, where would you look to find a guild that has an active M+ community? I'm struggling plugging 18s to Feral. That's a good question. I actually don't know. My association with guilds largely correlates to rating. I'm sure there are M+ communities that exist in the form of a guild, but I'm not really sure where I would look for that. I'd probably just ask people that you key with, be like, yo, are you in an M+ guild? To learn more. I genuinely don't know.
To our enemies!
An entity from the void has emerged into our world. It must not be allowed to spread its corruption.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Chains of subjugation. Chains of subjugation. Chains of subjugation. Void slash.
Jump.
Null palm. Oozing slam.
Jump. AOE.
Crashing void. Void slash.
Jump.
Null palm. Losing slam.
Jump.
Its presence near the temple. It is too far away.
Disrupting their efforts would benefit us all. Also, their commander here has a particular item that would be useful to me.
Figure out their motives and put a stop to their efforts.
Rip essence. Rip tier. Rip essence. Rip tier. Shadowman.
We will not be pushed out. Bring in more forces from the void to deal with these intruders.
Chains of subjugation. Summon Void Caller. Rip Essence. Rift here. Chains of subjugation. Rift Essence. Rift here. Shadowmend. Summon Void Caller.
My pets hunger.
Dread Screech. Phase Dash, Dread Screech.
Jump.
Overload.
Jump.
Dread Screech.
Jump.
Dread Screech.
Spread.
Phase Dash.
Jump.
Dread Screech. Overload.
Jump. Jump.
Dread Screech.
Jump. Spread.
Phase Dash. Dread Screech.
No way, buddy. Call me Zaknath of the Cheek and Feek raid. Dude, you're an icon in that raid.
Yes. Will do nicely.
Eruption.
You'll find their viceroy near the entrance to the temple, eagerly trying to break.
Abyssal Enhancement. Abyssal Enhancement. Shadowman Eruption. Void Cleave. Eruption. Void Cleave. Abyssal Enhancement.
Blizzy group is World 530
Eruption.
or some shit. Lure next? Holy. Chills.
Void Cleave. Eruption. Eruption. Void Cleave. Eruption. Void Cleave.
I see a holiday from some unsuspecting guild. Yeah.
Eruption. Void Cleave. Abyssal Enhancement. Abyssal Enhancement. Abyssal Enhancement. Abyssal Enhancement. Abyssal Enhancement. Abyssal Enhancement. Gate of the Abyss. Abyssal Enhancement. Void Cleave. Abyssal Enhancement. Gate of the Abyss. Abyssal Enhancement. Abyssal Enhancement. Mass Void Infusion. Umbral Tentacles. Repulse. Gate of the Abyss. Collapsing Void. Collapsing Void.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
Bang.
Gate of the Abyss. Mass Void Infusion. Umbral Tentacles. Repulse. Collapsing Void. Collapsing Void. Mass Void Infusion. Umbral tentacles.
Sense great despair emanating from within. Lura.
Yes, the Naru. We must get inside. Illyria, the skills you have learned can open the way.
Such chaos. Such anguish. The way is open. Hurry, heroes.
It is rare that a Naru falls into void this way. The few cases I know of have occurred when mortals were involved. What fascinating implications.
Such musings can wait, though. This entity must die.
Notes of Despair. Dirge of Despair. Disintegrate. Disintegrate.
Watch.
Discordant Beam. Grim Chorus.
Move.
Disintegrate. Disintegrate.
Watch.
Discordant Beam.
Intermission.
Symphony of the Eternal Night.
AoE.
Notes of Despair.
AoE.
Dirge of Despair.
Move.
Disintegrate. Disintegrate.
Being of the light, become a creature of shadow.
The void is a force of change, of transformation. Shadows are fluid, ever shifting.
I feel the fallen Naru's power. It beckons me.
You stand on the cusp of destiny, Illyria. There will be choices to make, and consequences to face.
we need... Oh, I actually have enough to upgrade. I need 5 more in this guy, and then we're good. I think I'll do 2 more tonight. I'll get the rest that I need another day. What time's my Wusesh? I'm like... He actually just messaged me. 30 to 40 minutes or something. I'm just gonna end stream before,
5, 4,
while we do it.
2, 1.
It'll be an off-stream activity.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Repel.
AoE.
Dire Screech.
AoE.
Blade Rush. Dire Screech. Repel.
AoE.
Dire Screech.
Sent my damage too early.
AoE.
Blade Rush.
Awkward.
AoE.
Dire Screech. Repel. Repel.
AoE.
Blade Rush. Repel. 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 Gale Surge.
AoE.
Fan of Blades.
Frontal.
Wind Chakram.
Frontal.
Wind Chakram.
AoE.
Fan of Blades.
Intermission.
Chakram Vortex.
Move.
Gale Surge.
AoE.
Fan of Blades.
Oh my god. I'm in the bounce house.
Frontal.
Wind Chakram.
I am in the bounce house.
Frontal.
Wind Chakram.
AoE.
Fan of Blades.
Intermission.
Chakram Vortex.
Move.
Gale Surge.
AoE.
Fan of Blades.
Yo.
Frontal.
Wind
That was
Chakram.
crazy. Dude, I just got
Frontal.
Wind Chakram.
absolutely bounced. 1, 2,
AoE.
3.
Fan of Blades.
Intermission.
Chakram Vortex. Blinding light. Solar fire. Solar orb. Solar fire. Blinding light. Blinding light. Solar orb.
Only the strongest survive.
Guys, that was a greedy I-beam.
Solar nova. Solar nova. Fiery smash.
Soak.
Fiery smash. Fiery smash.
Soak.
Fiery smash. Fiery smash.
AoE.
Supernova. Fiery smash.
Soak.
Fiery smash. Fiery smash.
Soak.
Fiery smash. Fiery smash.
Might bruise the skies. Behold, given wings.
Sunbreak. Sunbreak. Blaze of glory.
Hide.
Searing quills. Searing quills. Sunbreak.
The birds falling through the ground. So funny.
Solar Fire. Blade Rush. Blinding Light. Solar Fire.
I need to get closer.
Solar Orb. Solar Fire. Solar Fire. Blade Rush. Solar Fire. Solar Orb. Solar Fire. Blinding Light. Repel. Repel. Solar Fire. Blade Rush. Solar Orb. Dire Screech. Solar Nova. Solar Fire. Dire Screech.
I need to target something first.
We will cut you down like the monkey.
Kick. Add. Kick. Run.
Lens Flare.
Kick. Add. Kick. Run.
Lens Flare.
Kick. Add. Kick.
to meet you. Go carefully. I hunger for the opportunity to work together again. Come, let us forge a weapon worthy of your allies.
The skill description says increases damage of your attacks. It means every auto attack, and damaging abilities. No? I think so. If it's only tied to your abilities, then usually it will specify your abilities have a chance to make X, Y, Z. But not always. I don't know if that's consistent. Rogue Coin says if coin flips heads, it increases damage of your attacks by 10%. You could look at logs and maybe deduce whether or not that is whether it applies to your auto attacks or not. But yeah, I don't know if it's on my head. I'm not sure.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome to Algathar Academy. I am delighted that you received our invitation. The school is a touch behind schedule, but I have...
New students. How wonderful. It has been quite some time since the academy.
Well, it seems like things are in further Indeed. Come with us. It should only take a moment to set up for...
These lashers must have grown wild while we were away. Please, if you could, clear them out while we realign the life magics of this place. Just about... Wait! Ichistraz, there is too much life magic. What are you doing?
Me? There is too much nature. What are you doing?
What is that thing? This is your fault.
Absolutely not!
Please, help us, new students.
Run.
Branch out. Healing touch.
Run.
Burst forth.
Run.
Branch out.
It appears some new students have trickled in after you. They seem interested in our sports field. Help them sort out clearing the place. It is in good state.
Deadly winds. Expel intruders. Deadly winds. Deadly winds. Expel intruders. Deadly winds.
Look at this Lishrath arena. Oh, wait, what are these birds doing here?
Frontal.
Gust.
AoE.
Raging Screech.
Frontal.
Gust.
Help us get rid of them.
Frontal.
Gust.
AoE.
Raging Screech.
AoE.
Raging Screech.
Alright, now we need to clear out the big one. I will activate the goals for Lishrath. That is Tarantos for you soft skills. Use them to get her attention. At least we know that works. Watch yourselves.
Deafening Screech.
Frontal.
Overpowering Gust. Ruinous Winds. Deafening Screech. Ruinous Winds. Deafening Screech.
Frontal.
Overpowering Gust.
Frontal. 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 Frontal.
Excuse the mess. It has been quite some time since students have been here. I'm just putting together my lessons.
Monotonous lecture. 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 Monotonous lecture.
Long ago, members of the Blue Dragon Flight accidentally overloaded an arcane element and created a powerful construct named Veximus that did a quick start to wreak havoc.
Soak.
Arcane expulsion.
Device.
Monobombs.
Soak.
Arcane expulsion.
Device.
Monobombs.
AoE.
Arcane fissure.
Soak.
Arcane expulsion.
Device.
Monobombs.
Soak.
Arcane expulsion.
Device.
Monobombs.
AoE.
Arcane fissure.
Soak.
It was ultimately destroyed. Well done.
Frontal. 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 AoE.
Arcane smash.
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 Greetings, New. Who are you?
These are sacred halls of learning.
Only those registered may access them. Learn from this.
Goodbye.
Energy bomb.
Run.
Power vacuum.
Learn from this.
Goodbye.
Energy bomb.
Run.
Power vacuum.
Goodbye.
Energy bomb.
Run.
Power vacuum.
Goodbye.
Energy bomb.
Run.
Power vacuum.
Ooh, we got a ring. W. Oh, what up?
How fare you? Good health.
All right. Hell yeah. Chat, I'm getting off for the night. I had to go record a quick video with a Wu-Tang. And then I'm gonna settle down and get some sleep tonight. I'll see you guys again tomorrow morning for the day 3 of Group B MDI Finals. Should be fun to watch. And that's gonna be it. GG's. Have a good night, everyone. I'll see you guys tomorrow.